Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to 8.
Great day! Great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah!
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. One day closer to Texans Training Camp. Gets started bright and early, 6 a.m. Thursday. Seth Payne and I will be out there at the Methodist Training Center getting ready for what's going to be hopefully an amazing 2024 season for the Houston Texans. Seth is out today, so I am pleased to be joined by my very first co-host in this crazy game we call radio. He is...
That is correct.
Sideline reporter extraordinaire, the smartest football guy I know, and my dear friend John Harris is in the building. What's up, dude?
What's going on, man? There's kind of a surreal nature of doing radio. Nearly 17 years after we first started this thing in 2007. I remember the date, August 20th, 2007. I remember it well. Long time ago.
Did you know that that's National Radio Day?
Is it?
It is, yeah.
No,
I'll go look it up. I swear to God. I think it's National Radio Day, August 20th. If it's not, and I never knew that. I think they declared it National Radio Day after they put you and I together on the radio. I think these guys are so amazing.
It would seem fitting.
We should declare
it would seem fitting at that point.
Have you ever gone back and listened to some of our stuff back then? I know.
Scared to death.
Watching my own sex
I've
tape.
listened to the Willie Ames interview. Okay, so listen. I'm going to tell you something. Once the hurricane hit, I called it off. But I had a thought. I was going to reach out to Mae Garner to see if she knew anybody in the for real Willie Ames to try and surprise you with it today.
Oh, my God.
Then the hurricane hit, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't make a phone call.
Dude.
With the damn hurricane. So I was like, can you imagine like 8 o'clock and I'm like, Sean, I'm going to bring the show in.
Well, that would be.
Here's the real Willie Ames.
It would be inside as it gets because there's a ton of people who don't know what we're talking about right now.
But at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's okay to talk about.
Yeah,
but if you know Sean and I in our radio journey together, you'll understand the real Willie Ames. But to your point, you guys will be out at training camp on Thursday.
Yeah, man.
Mark and I will be doing Texas Training Camp live.
Yep.
I heard the promos, so it sounds like it's legit.
Officially on. Yeah.
So we'll be at our spot.
Yeah.
It's so funny sometimes how things just pop up. You know, you think about them, and then somebody comes in with different eyes and ears, and they're like, hey, why do you guys do that show over in the corner? Why don't you guys just do it at the 50-yard line? And our buddy Doug Vasha came up with that idea, and we're like, yeah, we'll do it for the 50-yard line. We'll love it. Are you okay with that idea? Sure. And so that's now where we set up right there in the middle of the crowd, the 50-yard line with the best seats in the house.
It's great.
Not for you guys because you don't see anything.
We don't see, 6 to 8, we don't see anything. But
don't see anything.
But I'll say this though, it's even when there's nothing going on out there at 6 in the morning, there's still sort of a vibe of sitting at the 50-yard line next to the field.
No doubt.
Than there is being tucked back in the corner, just like a setting the stage kind of thing.
And people are there.
Yeah,
people are there at dark 30, like ready to go in because it's general admission. Yeah. So especially now, I would imagine whenever I walk over. And it's the end of y'all show and just kind of, shake hands and kiss babies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I look over and I see people just frothing at the mouth to get in. And, that was in 2022.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Johnny.
That was 2022.
What do you think that looks like this year?
So, I don't know. I've kind of envisioned, like, what that's going to be. And when I heard that the tickets had been sold, they were free, but you had to sign up to get them. They were gone within like an hour or something like that, or maybe less than that.
Yeah,
I'm
they
like,
went fast.
Holy hell. So I think, and Mark and I have talked about this. I've heard you guys talk about this a lot. I mean, everybody at the station has talked about this. This is probably the most anticipated training camp I know since we started in 2007.
For sure.
Even the years of, like, I don't think there was anticipation in 11. I think, you're coming off a year in 2011 where your secondary couldn't stop running water.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had Wade coming in, but then you got this big gawky kid from Wisconsin. Like, people are like, whatever.
Yeah.
But you got a couple free agents coming in. There was also the strike that year, or the lockout.
Yep.
So there wasn't that much buildup. So 2012, I think there was some buildup to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2013 people were pretty excited. Like, okay, now I was not one of those because as much as I like Matt and I feel like Matt Schaub is completely underrated, I felt like Matt was dead. You could see it at the end of 2012, and I just wasn't excited about 2013 because you could start to see the deterioration, and then it completely fell off the cliff. And part of me selfishly that was glad it did go off a cliff because it precipitated a coaching change. I shouldn't even say that. I love Gary Kubiak. I didn't want to see Gary go, but it really kind of opened up an opportunity for me getting in the building.
I don't think you need to apologize.
So,
for that.
and I, continue to be in the building over there. But I think, 2013 there was some anticipation, but I think with the way that 2012 finished, I think people were hesitant. And I'll be honest, I don't think anybody in the Bill O'Brien era was all that excited about training camp.
Yeah.
Because of the Bill O'Brien era.
Yeah. Well, the only one that I would caveat would be the Hard Knocks training camp because Hard Knocks was there.
Because Hard Knocks.
But that's
there was
a
an
different kind of vibe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There was a different kind of anticipation. Like, let's just get through practice so we can watch what really happened on Hard Knocks that night. So that had that feel. This has a completely different feel. You're coming off last year in which you had this Wunderkind at quarterback who's just unbelievable. And a kid from California who just reps Houston wherever he goes. And I told him that after a game last year. I said, I don't know that I've ever seen an athlete walk in this locker room that reps a city where he's playing and that's not where he's from. Because, listen, Jalen Petrie will tell you how great Houston is every single day, all day, every day.
Right.
Well, he's from Stafford. He's going to.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever seen anybody represent Houston the way CJ has. And I told him that, and he was very appreciative of that. But he does. He carries Houston with him. I think is really, really cool. So you obviously have him. You have Diggs, Danielle Hunter, the return of some guys that you hope and need to play well. And the anticipation's through the roof.
I think
and by day 5, 23rd, I think is the day when the fans can go in.
Yes, that's a first fan practice.
There'll be 3 days without pads, 18, 19, 20.
Okay.
Is that my math?
You're
correct?
right. No, it starts Thursday the 18th. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah.
Then Sunday's an off day.
Yep.
Thank God. Monday, Tuesday. So it's the second day probably in pads is my guess. And
so is that how it's going to go? I hadn't heard that.
I don't know. I'm just doing the math. I don't know, 18, 19, 20. Usually they go 3 days break, 3 days break. That's what I'm assuming that's what it's going to be.
I'm talking about the pads and the no pads.
I don't know. That's always, Mark always asks me. And I think, and this is with training camp starting early, D'Amico's got to play this like a marathon, not a sprint. And I think he understands it. If anybody's going to understand it, he's going to understand it.
For sure.
But to be honest, D'Amico wants to see his guys bang. He wants to see those guys get after it.
Yes.
So he's gonna want those offensive linemen are chomping at the bit. So and defensive line as well. So that's probably I heard we kind of built off of what you guys did, kind of things you guys are excited about, storylines and things we're kind of watching, and we kind of brought up a little bit kind of more granular stuff because it's Texans All Access. And so one of the things I didn't mention, but I got a feeling it's going to be must-watch training camp are those one-on-ones.
Oh, yeah.
The D-line, O-line one-on-ones are going to be incredible. But the wide receiver corner, when Stingley walks out there, I think people people got so hell-bent on Kamari's 40 time. And I'm like, bro, I don't even know what the 40 time is because when I watched him, I didn't see him get beat by lack of speed anywhere.
Okay, here's my question for you. You know I'm a wrestling fan.
Yeah.
You know this from the many years we've been friends and the number of years we did radio together.
Right.
What is the Wrestlemania main event of the one-on-one matchups at Texans Training Camp this year? It can be O-line, D-line. It can be corner wide receiver. It can be safety tight end. What is if you had to go, okay, I get to pick, I want to watch one-on-one matchup, and this is the only one I get to watch, the main event. What is it for you?
Laramie against Daniil.
That's what I thought. It's that
one. I don't know. It's a funny story that happened. It was a couple years ago at camp. So it was 22. So Mario Addison comes in, and they didn't have a lot left in the tank, but Mario could rush a quarterback. So he goes against Laramie, and he hits Laramie. Like, Laramie's just kind of going through practice. He's faced Addison before. So he's going through practice, and Addison hits him with the move and beats him inside. And I could see Laramie not happy. So there's a second rep. And so I can't remember who went out there. I can't remember who it was. It was not Addison. Addison kind of went back and grabbed it.
Somebody who was set up to fail, it sounds like.
Tunsil took whoever it was and slammed him to the ground. And as soon as he slammed him to the ground, he pointed back over and he pointed at 97. He's like, come on, let's go again. And I was like, that's when I learned a little bit more about Laramie Tunsil. Like, well, there's a fire to go against the top level guys. And so he goes against, and Addison was like, okay, here I come. And Addison had like this repertoire of moves. And this time Laramie got him. And so it was it was awesome. Now take Addison out, put it in his prime, Daniil Hunter in there.
And Will Anderson and Danico Autry.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be – the tackles are going to get tested. And what I love about that is on the other side, Titus is going to get tested.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming –
I'm real anxious to see that.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Titus goes back out to tackle. If he doesn't, then what's gone wrong? What are we doing here? Now, I like Blake Fisher. You know I like Blake Fisher. And I'm not saying that just because your blood runs green like the Irish.
Yeah.
I've been a big fan of Fisher. In fact, I ranked Alt higher because I felt like his, traits were going to put him up in the first round. But I really, truly liked Fisher as a fit for the Texans a little bit more. So when they called his name on draft night, I was pumped. And I'm like, okay. And I said, Blake Fisher's not coming here to be the swing tackle. Like, Blake Fisher's coming here to compete. Now, the Titus has got the experience, but he's also been bouncing around from guard to tackle. And he's coming off an injury. So I'm curious how that looks for Titus. I'm curious how it looks for Blake Fisher over at the right tackle spot. But Laramie Tunsil going against Will, Daniil, Autry. Dude. I mean, he'll do 2 reps. You go over there and you watch it. You just do the 2 reps, and everybody else has got to get theirs. Those 2 reps are worth watching. And I think once you watch Laramie, if you really watch him just one-on-one and just watch him work, you realize this dude is freaky. Like, he's so damn skilled.
Yeah, he's very technically sound, man.
As long as he's onside.
Yeah.
As long as he's not false starting.
Yeah, as long as he just does what he needs to do at the proper moment.
Right.
Yeah, not 0.8 of a second.
Red 80. He said hot. Like, okay. No, I know it's not that easy, Laramie, if you're listening. I know it happens, but as long as you're not doing that, man, you're the best in the league.
You're good. All right, where does he rank among executives, scouts, and coaches? They've been ranking top 10 on ESPN.com at every position. They've got 3 positions left. Quarterback was the big one. That dropped yesterday. I want to get Johnny's thoughts. John Harris in for Seth Payne. I want to get Johnny's thoughts on where C.J. Stroud landed. Maybe you, the listener, have not heard where Stroud landed on this list. But there's a few other Texans that cracked the top 10 at their positions. A few did not. And there's 3 more positions to drop. I want to get John Harris's overall assessment of where the league views some of the more prominent Houston Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, call Mo Karam Law at 281-2.
Driver responsibly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, John Harris in for Seth Payne today. Got a lot to get to. Texans Training Camp starts up on Thursday this week, and fans be out at the practices starting next week, so we're looking forward to seeing a lot of you out there. Appreciate you tuning in this morning. Seth back tomorrow. Quick mention, David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, friend of the Sean and John show back in the day.
Owes me an 89 jersey. 89 jersey.
Still?
I've told him this. Still.
To this day?
Still, to this day,
Okay.
owes me an 89 jersey.
Well, he can afford it. He's like a big analytics guru now.
Send me my damn jersey, DA.
He's joining us at 9 o'clock on the show today. I figured that would be, I think it'd be good anyways to have him on with you and I, because he joined us on a very frequent basis back when he was a player here.
Yep.
But in light of the tragic news involving Jacoby Jones earlier this week, he was not only teammates with Jacoby, but he was very close friends with Jacoby Jones.
Yeah, and Jacoby was kind of our gateway to DA, too, because Jacoby got to a point where he did his first interview with us. I think it was his first, but it was our first.
It was our first on the radio, yeah.
And so he did an interview. I saw him in 2019 when we went up and got hammered by the Ravens 41-7, and he was the home field advantage captain or whatever for them. And I told him that story. I said, by the way, you were, I introduced myself because I didn't know him while he was here,
right?
Other than the interview we did. I said, I told him about you, and I said that was the first day we had done radio and we did the interviews. Oh man, that's cool. He said and talked to me for a little bit. And Mark and Andre knew him because of obviously the years with the Texans. So he was super cool. He introduced me to his son, and I just thought that was really cool. He's a great dude, but he was also the portal into DA because we sent our buddy Raheel into the locker room with all these different things to do that, hey, see what you get Jacoby doing. One day, Jacoby didn't want to do something. I think it was like sing a song or something, and DA was like, give me that piece of paper. Started singing this song. I was like, all right, I think we found our guy.
Found our,
that's true.
No. And he's done very well for himself, David Anderson. So we'll certainly chat, talk some football with him. Jacoby Jones thoughts. We'll do that at 9 o'clock today. He's on the West Coast, DA. So 9 o'clock is his 7 o'clock. So
yeah, I do that West Coast math a lot.
You make that junket back and forth quite a bit. Absolutely. Where do executives rank C.J. Stroud among quarterbacks in the NFL? ESPN, they do this every year, Johnny. They poll, I guess it's 80 scouts, coaches, executives, various people across different disciplines within NFL roster building, and poll them at not just quarterback, but all the positions. They've still got a few more that are dropping that I do want to get your thoughts on here. C.J. Stroud on the quarterback list, I think he's appropriately ranked. I don't know that I would have some of the same names in front of him that these executives do.
Yeah.
But if you were to if you were to blindly say, where do you think CJ's ranked, independent of the other 31 names or whatever, 7th is where he is on this list.
When I heard Sean Bijani with John Lopez, I was listening to them on the way home yesterday, and they brought this up. And I remember when they asked the question and they kind of teased it, I just remember saying 7th. Because I feel like there's the 4. There's Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, and Josh Allen.
Those are the 4.
I feel like those are going to be the 4 that everybody kind of ranks and puts up there. Now, some are going to quibble with, well, Burrow's in a big game. Josh may be fading. He runs the ball too much, and then Mahomes is Mahomes.
Mahomes is Mahomes.
But I feel like those 4 are kind of the gold standard. So I kind of felt like from 5 to 8 was where he's going to go. Yeah. And 7 was kind of where I settled because, look, there's going to be some executives that feel like
they like
Matt Stafford. And Matt Stafford's at 5.
5, yeah.
Is there any Houston Texan fan anywhere that would say, okay, for this season and this season alone, you could trade C.J. Stroud for Matt Stafford? Is there anybody on the face of this earth that's doing that? Hell no. Every Rams fan would do it.
Do you think? That was going to be my question. Do you think for this season, because that's what this poll is. This poll is about this season. It's not about potential. It's not about traits. It's about who do you want quarterbacking your team for this season. And just to give the exact data here, Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Josh Allen 3, Lamar Jackson 4,
right?
Matthew Stafford 5, Justin Herbert 6, which we'll get to that.
Okay.
Do you think if you were, and you spend some time in L.A., like you said, maybe you should walk around the Hollywood Strip and ask people this? You know, the 10 or 12 people that on the Hollywood Strip that care about football.
Yeah. Justin Herbert, how you feel? Hey, what movie is he in?
Well, Stafford, I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I think every Texan fan is ready to ride or die with C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Do you think in L.A., like if you gave L.A. Rams for the 2024 season, not for the future, obviously if you're the Rams, you trade Stafford for 2024 and beyond. Right. Do you think they feel that way in L.A., given that Stafford won a Super Bowl for them a few years ago?
Honestly, I don't know that they care.
Yeah.
But I think Rams fans, appreciate Stafford.
Yeah.
But I think Rams fans look at it and go, man, what if we had Stroud with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp?
Yeah.
What if we had Stroud with him? I think that's the way I would look at it if I was a Rams fan, but I'm not.
I would also look, if I were a Rams fan looking at it, I would also look at health in this thing.
You're
and
right.
CJ's, right. CJ had the concussion. Nothing you can do about that. Mm-hmm. Stafford's been banged up the last few years, and he's old.
And look, I don't want to take anything away from Matt Stafford at all, because I think Matt Stafford, I would just flip-flop them. I would put CJ at 5.
Yeah.
I would put Stafford at 6. And I would put Herbert at 7. Because what has Herbert done? Herbert's shown he's got an absolute ham cannon for a right arm. But after that, has he raised the level of play of the Chargers? Hell no.
This has been going on with Herbert for 4 years
now.
I
love her. I was one pounding the table for Herbert back in 2020.
No, I get it. But these rankings, these subjective rankings, this isn't the only one. You know, they're find any website. CBSSports.com probably had one a month ago, and they'll have one a month from now, and they'll have one next week.
Right.
All these subjective rankings of quarterbacks, I don't know what it is, but Justin Herbert gets this benefit of the doubt for a quarterback who has piled up some numbers. Mm-hmm. He was Offensive Rookie of the Year, and I think that probably helps. First impressions are very, very important.
Right.
But he's, in terms of the one position where you're measured to the largest degree, by team. He's coughed up a 27-0 lead in a playoff game, and that's it.
That's it.
And he's 6.
He was throwing to Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, and Josh Palmer.
Right.
And Gerald Everett, one of those years.
Yeah, man.
So I like Herbert. Like, I remember when people were dogging Herbert coming out of the draft, I'm like, yo, you should have seen him at the Senior Bowl. He's unbelievable. He can do things other guys can't. I've seen a lot of guys do that in the NFL. A lot of guys come into the NFL. Well, this guy can do things other guys can't. Yeah, well, at the quarterback position, you better freaking win.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Herbert has done that. So I think about it like this. Whenever I see a list, I used to say this to you a lot. I used to think, okay, I got to choose one quarterback to go out and win one game right now.
Right.
Which guy am I taking? Yeah. Especially if it's kind of a just this season sort of thing.
Yes.
If it's, well, I got to build a team on into the future. Of course, Mahomes is still going to be number 1 for a lot of people, but CJ is number 2.
Oh, yeah.
CJ is number 2 in that. But that's you're building, for the future. If I got to win one game, am I taking Justin Herbert over CJ? No. Now, with Stafford, it gets a little dicier because Stafford has won some big games. He has made some big throws. He's made big throws in big games. And I think Matt Stafford is tough as hell. Of course, he's a Texan, so that helps. But I think he's tough as hell. I think he has done some things, playing banged up. I mean, last year in the playoff game, he probably should have not even gone back in that game, but he did, and he kept the Rams in that thing all the way to some destiny or whatever you want to go with. But to win one game, hell no, you're not taking Herbert over any of those guys.
Yeah.
And I think he's got every trait you want to play the position. Now, does it click this year with Harbaugh? And that ends up being, I think, what some of these list makers are building in is the power of Harbaugh. And if you're going, he coached the Cows. Look, when he was with the Niners, they won 11, 13, and 12 games the first 3 years.
Yep.
And then he hit rock bottom at 8-8.
8-8, yeah.
I mean, really? So it's going to be interesting what Harbaugh brings out in Herbert because he brought it out in Alex Smith.
Yeah.
So I do think there's some of that being built in, but I'll still ride and die with 7 being well above. And I know he's one spot below him here, but
well, they do this list every year. And if we were to go through an exercise where you were to ask me, do you think if we went through all the guys and said, do you think this guy will be higher or lower next year on the list? I think C.J. Stroud's going to be higher than 7 on the list next year.
Yeah, I think if you look even at that big 4, he'll be above one of those 4.
Yeah.
If C.J. stays healthy, I think he's going to be above one of those big 4.
Okay.
Not sure who that's going to be.
We'll save that. That might be a good. That may be a good exercise. Put a pin in that.
Mark that.
Put a pin.
Go
in
ahead.
That.
Chris, mark that. 6:32.
Go get
Tuesday,
a pin.
July 16th.
Go get a pin and put a pin in what we just said.
It's not as if I haven't said crazy bleep before.
That's right.
But I believe my guy.
He's got 3.5 more hours.
Guy's 7. Now he's got to listen. He's got to stay healthy, and he's got to adapt to life with plentiful options in the passing game.
Dude.
But I mean,
interesting. Receiver drops tomorrow in this. They've been dropping a position a day for like a week now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Off-ball linebacker drops today.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver drops tomorrow. Cornerback drops Thursday.
We'll have one in those 3.
I think so too. Stingley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They won't have any of the Texans' 3 receivers, I don't think. I mean, you start going through it's unbelievable the receivers that have been produced.
Yeah.
I mean, between Tyreek, Justin Jefferson, those 2 to start, CeeDee Lamb whenever he arrives back, Richmond, Texas represent, Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Look, I am extremely happy with the 3 receivers the Texans have, but I think there is going to be this collective thought on them as a collective so that individually there's not going to be one that shines enough to get in that top 10.
Where do you think not where do you put Stingley? Where do you think Stingley will get ranked in that top 10 at cornerback?
Surtain, even though I thought Surtain didn't have a great year last year because he got hurt. He got hurt against us.
Sauce will probably be ahead.
Sauce will be number 1.
Yep.
Surtain will be in the top 5 for sure. Jair Alexander still got it. He'll be in that mix for sure.
Yeah.
And then if people are doing it, I think Stingley needs to be in there. Now, there will be the question of, well, can he stay healthy? My God.
That's what will impact him. I put the over-under at like 6.5 or 7, something like that.
There'll be
based purely on the health.
Yeah, there'll be a rando thrown in there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody.
Jalen Johnson from the Bears.
Yeah, he'll be in there.
Yeah.
There aren't any of those guys that I'm taking over Stingley, even Sauce. I mean, I had, you can go back and look at my draft rankings, I had Stingley ahead of Sauce.
Stingley has top-of-the-market potential. There's no doubt
question
about that.
It's just a matter of staying
healthy. Here are the 3 guys, real quick, Johnny, the 3 guys that cracked the top 10 at their positions in this exercise. Again, 80 scouts for the Texans. Okay. 80 scouts, coaches, front office executives doing their rankings. Laramie Tunsil, 3rd among offensive tackles.
Behind Trent
and hang on a second here, behind Trent and Penei Sewell.
Okay. They just did tackles.
Just tackles.
Okay,
yeah, just which makes it more impressive, right? You know, that it's all the tackles.
Yeah.
It's 3rd.
Penei's the right tackle, yeah.
Yep. Highest ranking for Laramie among those folks was 2. Mm-hmm. Lowest was 8th. Okay. So you don't get outside. He didn't make it outside
Laramie,
the top 10.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
they had you at 8th.
He probably did hear.
Had you at 8th.
He'll have that pinned on his X.com account by the end of the day.
He's still shaking his head at what Penei Sewell got. 28 exclamation
Dude, Laramie doesn't miss a market-setting contract, not just at his position, not just in football, in any sport.
I'm convinced that Laramie is up in Nick's office and they're watching CNBC every day.
Yes.
I'm convinced.
Yes.
I'm convinced that's happening.
And he just keeps looking over at Nick going, oh, you're going to have to pay me so much.
The price is going up.
Here are the other 2. Danielle Hunter, 7th among edge rushers in the NFL.
Yeah.
That feel about right?
I'll
rapid fire.
One of the Bosas.
Yeah, here we go.
Parsons.
Garrett, Watt, Parsons,
yep.
Bosa, Nick Bosa,
yep.
Max Crosby, Aiden Hutchinson, Danielle Hunter.
That's about right.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see that. Hutch is pretty damn good.
Will, honorable mention. Will, I would bet, cracks the top 10 next year on this thing.
I saw Will yesterday.
How's he looking?
He's put on. And whenever you hear, well, he's put on weight, I mean, the first thought is, oh, he got fat. No. Like,
dude.
He's gotten stronger, bigger, thicker, and I think he hasn't lost a step. It's just a matter, again, once he tweaked the ankle last year, I thought, okay, that's it. But then he would grind through it.
Yeah, man.
He would grind through it. I'm glad that guy is the alpha leading. I heard a story about Will. I can't remember where I got this from. Will was at Alabama in a special teams meeting. Now think about that. This guy's a 3-time All-American in a special teams meeting. And apparently a young kid had gotten to the meeting late, walked in like 2 minutes or 3 minutes after the meeting started. Will Anderson walked up and kicked him out of the meeting. Special teams meeting.
I love that.
That's the badass that we have here in Houston. I love that,
man. I love that.
guy.
Not for everybody, man.
Love that guy.
Dalton Schultz, 10th among tight ends, by the way. Yeah, cracked the top 10.
Nice.
Cracked the top 10. Good job, Dalton.
That. I like that.
Yeah, we'll circle back to this stuff for sure.
I want to hear the running backs. I mean, I know they're just probably not in the top 10. Like, I get that. But I'm curious to see who they would put in.
Like that, we head towards the top of the hour for sure. Headlines coming up next. We got a new home run derby champion, a familiar face to Astro fans, and probably not the person that people would have predicted before this. So we've got that. We've got some other drama going on in headlines in the world of sports we will get to coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Did you get on Prize Picks last night? Did you get a little of that derby?
Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, not a very news-heavy time the day before the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, but there are some things to get into here of both sports and I think just local interest stuff. But we'll start with actual sports as we welcome you back in. John Harrison for Seth Payne today. Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight, 7 o'clock start. The only Astro flavor in this game, Yordan Alvarez, is starting at DH. He will bat fifth.
Yep.
He needs to bat GTHO this game.
Yeah.
Yes.
You used H, I would say F. Make it stronger. But yeah.
Don't worry. By the 8 o'clock hour, there'll be some Fs in there, man.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
I was just glad that Yordan does not do that home run derby.
Yes.
I'm watching a home run derby, and those dudes are exhausted. It's 3 minutes. Swing. It's 40 swings. And I'm like, I know people are like, well, it's just what they do. Man, it's 40 swings on your off day. Like, you got to be prepared. And then if you make it to the next round, it's another 40. Oh, on top of the fact you have 5 or 7 in the bonus round.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank God Yordan's not taking 120 swings. You get one swing. You got batting practice tonight, Yordan. You have one swing during the game, and that's it. And then you can sit and enjoy the game.
Yeah.
And that's the key. Sit and enjoy the game.
Sit and watch. Yeah, I say this all the time, man. I don't need Yordan Alvarez doing any activities, baseball or otherwise, that do not involve raking for the Houston Astros.
That's exactly
it.
right.
I don't even want him going to the grocery store. Somebody send somebody to go get Yordan's groceries.
He can send his groceries. He can hit it on his phone now.
That's true. He just get them brought to him.
He doesn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, hell, I do that. Yordan can for sure do it. By the way, Teoscar Hernandez is your home run derby champion this year.
As in former Astro.
Former Astro, yeah, former Astro. Got dealt out, I think, in the Francisco Liriano trade.
Okay, so this brings up a question.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sting as much when you say former Astro Teoscar Hernandez because the Stros have won a couple of roles. When we say former Texan, for the most part, it still sort of stings.
Yes.
Until we win a championship, and then it won't matter.
Right.
Then it'll be like, oh, okay, former Texan DeAndre Hopkins, we don't really care about that too much.
Yeah, here's the thing, Johnny, and hopefully we get to experience this with the Texans.
Yes.
Once you win a championship, anything good or bad that happened within a reasonable time frame prior to that, you go back and look positively because it all led to this. I will say this, like, having gone through 2021 and 2022 with the Texans, and you were up close, much more up close than I was to the whole thing, that it led to D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud is a small penance to pay if those two are what we think they are for the next 12 to 15 years.
I told a lot of people this as they would talk about last year. And I was like, if you could have guaranteed me that 2020, 2021, and 2022,
that's it.
They sucked.
Yeah.
But at the end of this, you're going to end up with this.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, all right, sign me up.
No pain, no gain, baby.
Like, sign me up for 3 years of hell. I can do 3 years of hell.
Yes.
4, no. 3, yes.
3 years on the elliptical.
3 years.
That's what that was.
And this is what I get as a result.
Right.
Beating the Colts in their building to get to the playoffs, getting to the playoffs, having this coach, quarterback, this GM.
Hell yeah.
Like, yes.
Sign me
give
up.
me all the hell that I can take.
Sign me up, man.
Give me all that. You know, it's funny. I kind of thought about that. I was up at Big 12 Media Days, and this last week I was in Vegas, and I look up at this Andre where he's doing stuff for ESPN, and it's Big 12. Makes sense. University of Houston's in it. They're interviewing all these coaches. I look to his right. It's Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
It's Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
Next
Two
to
Houston
Andre
legends sitting next to each other.
Exactly. But it's like at some point, we're all going to look back at the Brock Osweiler year and go, it wasn't that bad. At some point. I don't think we're there yet, but at some point, maybe.
Well, technically, it wasn't that bad. I mean, they won a playoff game. Like, it wasn't that bad a year.
It wasn't that bad.
But, I mean, he was bad.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
The first 2 games were really good. Remember beating the Chiefs that year?
Dude, I do.
Had a good game against them that day.
Yeah, man. Dude, he swept the Colts.
I don't know where it went sideways, man.
Swept the Colts.
As Mark will tell you, he's the only quarterback in the history of the Texans to have swept the Colts.
Yeah, I heard him say that when I was on one of my long stretches of Western Highway this past week. I listened to Mark and Tyler Milner chopping it up.
So I should make sure I say that properly because Davis Mills in 2022 technically did not lose twice to the Colts. He tied.
Oh, he did. He went
1-0-1. He went 1-0-1.
That's worse.
But
I'd rather
Brock
go
went
2-0. I'd rather go 0-2. Texan fans probably wanted to go 0-2 that year against the Colts.
Now,
we know they wanted to go 0-1 in Week 18 against the Colts. But again, it all led to this.
So I don't know why I did this, but I was looking for a particular podcast that Mark did on Vandermeer's View podcast, and then it popped up. I don't know. He was doing like a retrospective of the 2023 draft, and so it was the live me, Andre, and Mark, along with Robert Hensley, of the draft in 2023. And I was going back and listening to it, and I remember at some point saying, "And now I'm going to celebrate Week 18's win over the Colts because it led us to C.J. Stroud." And I heard that again. I was like, "Man, hit that out of the park." That's exactly
did.
Right. Because I'm telling you, I listened. I read, nobody wanted CJ.
Yeah.
They were so pissed about that loss, or that loss, that win against the Colts, that it was costing them Bryce Young. The best thing that's happened to this town from a football perspective landed right in our laps. And
Maybe
people
ever,
People are like, well, we didn't get Bryce. No, you got better.
I know.
You got better.
No, I was one of those idiots, dude. I was one of those morons. I'll admit it. Hey, did you see... we're very short on sports headlines today. Did you see Tony Busby is filing a class action lawsuit against CenterPoint Energy?
I heard. I didn't know
on
that
behalf
was
of
him.
Dozens of local restaurants.
Yeah. I knew the restaurants had.
You could basically just Mad Lib in just this first sentence, like replace Deshaun Watson with CenterPoint Energy and replace local massage therapists with local restaurants.
Yeah, I mean,
Tony Busby announced plans to file a class action lawsuit against blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
I heard you yesterday. There was a CenterPoint employee who had been listening.
Yes.
And had texted in, and I was glad that he or she texted in because it is important to realize, and I think this often gets lost in every being in a Vietnam War class. And I remember a former Vietnam War veteran said when he landed back in the United States, this was in the 70s, and obviously tensions were high.
Yeah.
People were screaming at him, calling him baby killer, all this, and it was like, man, that's not the way you treat the people on the front lines.
No.
Because those decisions were beyond that particular person's head. Same thing here. The people at CenterPoint, I saw trucks all day yesterday. I can only imagine what they're going through. And then they walk in somewhere. They walk into their local HEB and they've got their gear on because they're just going to get lunch or something like that, and somebody's dog cussing. I'm like, man, we don't need that. They're not the ones that are. They're the ones making sure you get power.
Yeah, that can't be over communicated enough. Yeah,
the higher ups, you got some answers.
Oh, dude, did you see Mattress Mac's video yesterday?
Oh yeah,
he went off. He was calling them center pointless, like multiple times, but in classic Mac fashion too. Like wasn't even cracking a smile.
Listen,
he's like, this is all the executives at Center Pointless.
A guy that can go to Philadelphia and talk bleep to the Philadelphia fans.
Talk bleep? He was ready to throw.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. If there's somebody I would not want to mess with in this town, it would be that man.
Absolutely.
It would be that man. And the fact that he loves Houston and loves the people of Houston the way that he does, God bless him. I mean, God, thank you.
Go find it. It is 2 minutes of greatness. It is really, really good. All right, so those are your headlines. There was a home run derby last night.
I didn't realize that was Busby that had put that lawsuit.
It's on basically several restaurants. You lose the ability not only to open and do business, but there's tons of food that went to waste and everything else.
Oh, that waste cost I can imagine is massive.
Crazy, yeah,
massive.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure people without power. I know when we had the derecho back in late May, that went through our neighborhood. I'd just gone to the grocery store the night before, spent like $200, loaded it all up, and that storm comes out of nowhere. I'm out of power for four days.
Yep.
All that stuff is dead, gone.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah. Training camp is here, 2 days away. Biggest storylines from trade. Sounds like Johnny heard my storylines yesterday, but maybe some of you in the audience did not. Big storylines for training camp. Also some college football, man. We got some SEC media days going on right now. Man, Coach Prime is a big topic again.
Oh,
I got to get some of Johnny's thoughts on this stuff, man.
Yeah, I was in Vegas. Coach Prime has got the self-promotion thing down.
Save it.
Yeah.
We'll get to him at 7:20. David Anderson, former Texans receiver, joins us at 9 o'clock on the show today. So stay there. But first, I want to tell you about my friend Dr. Ben Salento. Texas Sinus and Snoring, man. That noise that you're hearing right there, that snoring.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610, an Aussie sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. We were talking about Laramie Tunsil a couple segments ago, and now Laramie's always got his eye on the market. Anytime a new contract pops up, either side eye or a money bag or something like that. And I don't blame him. I don't hate him for it. What non-football contract do y'all think Laramie Tunsil will use to negotiate a raise in his next Texans contract? Can you imagine?
Hey, Jim Cramer gets 5 years, $1 million a year.
Laramie.
Way better than him.
Laramie's like, do you see LeBron got 3 years, $150? What do you say, Nick?
Hey, Juan Soto's going to get $500 million.
Yeah. Pony up.
Would you do it?
Pony up. What?
Juan Soto, $500 million?
No, I wouldn't do anybody in baseball $500 million. That's where I'm aligned with the Astros, man. The whole 10-year contract thing.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like it, man. I'm with the Astros. I will not criticize them.
I've never understood the 10-year contract thing. I really don't. Now, the Chiefs ended up giving one to Patrick Mahomes. That's going to work. But I just, in baseball, I don't see it. I just remember all the times Albert Pujols seemingly got a 10-year contract, and he was already 35.
Yeah, I'm talking strictly baseball when I say that. Yeah. I was answering that.
But you just don't see it in football.
Lens.
That's why it was weird.
No, you don't. And even Mahomes' 10-year contract really was, 200, 10 years, $450, $200 million guaranteed or whatever. Well, $150 guaranteed. I forget what it was, but the football contracts are a little more funny money. So training camp starts on Harris walking to at training camp. I always look at you, Johnny, when we're at training camp, I'm like, man, this is how my wife is when she walks into Disney World.
Yeah.
My wife is a big Disney nut.
Where does she go first?
She typically first goes to, she likes to go to she likes the dangerous rides first. Oh. Because she knows that I can't. Yeah, right off the bat. So we usually kind of veer towards see if Space Mountain's open early.
Yeah.
But no specific place. She's huge on she's huge on efficiency. So the app tells you what the line is at all the rides.
Interesting. Really?
Yeah. So she'll go, oh man, the I was about to curse because my wife curses.
Yeah.
Because I was quoting her. But the bleeping Peter Pan ride right now is going to be at 75 minutes before we know it. It's only at 15 right now. And I'm like, it's not even really a ride. You just sit in this fake boat. Right. And you just kind of bob up and down as you go through the whole Peter Pan storyline.
She's like the Billy Bean Moneyball Disney World. I love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So she looks at the Disney app to see what the lines are when we're sitting on our sofa here in Houston just for the hell of it. She's like, do you know that the line for Space Mountain is only 25 minutes right now? I'm like, that's great. We're on Kipling Road in Houston. It doesn't mean squat.
Yeah.
So
it's always good to know.
So I say all that to say if there were lines at the various Texans drills,
I would find the shortest one.
You'd find the shortest line.
I'm watching Tommy Townsend and John Weeks because that's the shortest line.
That would be the shortest line.
No offense,
Weeksy.
No offense.
Making the Disney World comparison here, my wife walks in and she goes and finds all the rides she likes and goes to those. We're at an amusement park and you're walking into Texans Training Camp. What ride are you walking to first?
Yeah, my Space Mountain is always the bigs. Always.
Bigs.
Always the bigs.
O-line, D-line.
O-line, D-line. I like watching, especially because OTAs, minicamp, you can get all the receiver, flyboy stuff. But just watching. I
love how dismissive you were of the receivers.
Yeah, you get all that in OTAs and
minicamp. DBs, the flyboy stuff.
Yeah, you can get all that. And I play DBs, but I get it. Yeah. I want to see real football. Yeah. Even without pads, I like watching the bigs. I like watching the movement skills and seeing how guys move. How they react to things. But then once they put the pads on and they get to one-on-one, they get the inside drill, and you're starting to see that work being done. You just get such a better feel for, okay, this guy looked good in OTAs, but I see why he was a 7th-round pick. This guy, oh yeah, I can see why he's a superstar. You start seeing those things unfold, and then you always have the surprise. The biggest one for me last year, I think it was probably day 3 or 4 maybe. They got into pads. They were in pads probably, I don't know, maybe a day or two. And so I take a break from radio about 9:15. We're on from 8 to 10. I take a break from 9:15. Mark is like, hey, I got interviews, or I'll handle this, or I'll do an interview.
So you get to go on a ride.
So I get to go on a ride.
Yeah.
And so I run over to one-on-one. This dude, number 94, is just kicking people's asses.
Khalil Davis, right?
Yeah. Khalil Davis, he had just gotten there. But he's powerful, he's compact, he's quick. And I'm like, I walked back over, and I was like, I got on the radio. I said, Mark, this Khalil Davis is just, he's destroying dudes. Like, they can't get hands on him. And it made sense. He had just played with the Birmingham Stallions, so he's probably, I would say freshest, but football-wise, he was the closest to football shape that you could be.
Yeah.
And he's dominating the drills. Like, he went 3 or 4 times, and he won every one. I'm like something's there. And he turns into Khalil Davis for the Texans, who was a huge piece.
Very
they'd start with Rankins and Malik, and then into the game would come Heinisch and Khalil, and there wasn't much drop-off. Those guys were really bringing it. So always there's always a guy that you see, like, you know what? This guy's got something, and then it develops. And last year, that was Khalil Davis. So I like doing that, and I always think that's a good thing.
Yeah. So along those lines, I'm glad you brought up the big uglies, as they're called. My storylines from training camp, which I know you heard yesterday, maybe some of the audience didn't, but a big one for me is going and watching this competition at left guard, and particularly Kenyon Green, and does this new body type that he has translate into a better football player when he puts pads on?
Yeah.
Are you optimistic about Kenyon Green?
I'm optimistic about Kenyon Green, but I'm not penciling or writing him into that spot yet, because I'll tell you right now, Kendrick Green believes that job is his.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love that mentality. Kendrick came in the studio for an interview with us, with Mark and I, during media days. We had media days the last week of minicamp. They came in on Monday. They had Monday off, then they practiced Tuesday, Wednesday. They were out of there. So we got probably 30 to 32 interviews, and Kendrick was the first time we got to meet Kendrick. And you talk about a fun dude. I mean, he was ready to hit both of us. Like, he was primed and ready to go. But when he walked out of there, I turned to Mark and I was like, he thinks left guard is his. Not handed to him. I'm saying at the end of the competition, he believes he's going to be the last man standing at that position. And I just said, that's a good thing. Because that either puts a pretty confident guy that played pretty well. And there were a lot of people that did not give Kendrick Green credit at all because of what was being said in Pittsburgh. And, do I have a couple stories about that I can't share in the air. But he was being lambasted in Pittsburgh. He was out of position. Then they tried to put him at fullback, and he was like, that's when I knew I had to get out of there. He comes here. His natural position is guard. He plays left guard, and guess what? He looks natural. He looks comfortable. He played pretty well. He was learning the offense on the fly, but he played pretty well for those 3 games, and unfortunately gets hurt late in the game against Pittsburgh, and that's when things started going sideways because now Titus has got to step back in the guard.
The ripple effect was big with that.
Huge.
Yeah.
So, to me, I do think, and every executive in the league, and Nick will say this too, doesn't matter where you're drafted. Case. Everybody knows Kenyon Green's a first-rounder, so they're going to want to get the most out of that first-round pick. I don't think there's any question with that. But if Kendrick Green is better, Kendrick Green will be the left guard. And maybe there's somebody else we're not thinking about. Maybe it's a Nick Broker, who is a waiver claim. Maybe Dieter Eisland, who does dabble at center. Maybe Jarrett Patterson. I don't think Jarrett Patterson's a guard. That's just me. I think he is better suited to be a center, just be given his traits and his play style and all that. I think he is better suited to play center. And I thought for those 7 games, he played pretty well last year as a rookie. So I want to see, and he's gotten bigger. But that competition to me comes down to a Ken Green. Are you Kenyon or are you Kendrick? And I think one of those guys is going to step into that job. And I've said this a few times too. What if that player, Kenyon, Kendrick, or maybe somebody else, but it's one of those 2 guys. What if they're just good? That's it, just good.
Yeah.
Think about what this offense can end up being. Just good. That they're not a problem. Every single time that CJ goes back to pass, your eyes go to left guard because you're like, oh, my God, how's he going to get beat this time?
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, holy cow.
Yep.
what are you going to be able to do?
It's going to be it's really exciting, man. I hope I don't care which one wins it. I just hope that they get that thing solidified. You're absolutely right. I'll take 5 guys that just aren't problems.
Right. Yeah. Just not a problem.
Just not a problem. Yeah. Right. I don't need Will Shields at left guard and you know
Willie Rofe. You don't need that.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't need it. I just need them to play. And here's the thing: you're going to have a lot of this. And I wrote about HoustonTexans.com today. I've been doing a breakdown of every player on the roster. I call it the 90, and I've been doing it by position. So I just submitted my offensive line last night. And so it's interesting because it's a lot of the same names. It's Titus. It's Juice. It's Kenyon Green. It's Kendrick Green. Mm-hmm. But how they're configured on that front 5 is going to end up changing potentially what this offense can do.
For sure.
Titus should go back out to right tackle. The Greens should fight it out for left guard. Juice should go back into center. And once you move those into their proper spots, now what you have at center is a guy that can torque and move some heavy guys out of the way in Juice.
Yep.
You've got Titus over his natural position. And the last we saw Titus at right tackle, he was putting together a year that got him a second contract.
Yep.
And now if you can get the best out of one of those 2 guys at guard, or maybe both, depending on injuries, I don't know. Wow, what if you have a 5 that fits together pretty well and you can avoid the injury bug like you did last year? At the top of the article, I broke down, kind of just leading into the breaking down each player. Think about the injuries last year on the offensive line. I mean, it started with Scotty Quisenberry, and then it was like I remember we signed.
Crazy, man.
This is what told me everything. We signed a guy named DJ Scaife. I don't know, and nobody remembers that. We signed DJ Scaife. He was an interior player.
He got hurt.
He got hurt the second day. I watched him the first day. I'm like, hey, he might have something. I like to grow with this young. See what this young dude does. No, second day he's hurt. He's done for the year.
Oh.
I'm like, what the?
He caught the virus, man.
Come on, man.
DJ. He didn't match the Texans O-line injury virus.
That's why Chris Strausser and Cole Popovich, I give them a huge pat on the back because what they had to deal with last year to piece it all together, and then obviously Bobby trying to figure out, okay, we're facing the Steelers without Laramie Tunsil and without Titus Howard, and didn't give up a sack.
Yeah.
I mean,
crazy.
It's nuts to think about. Now, what if that 5 is consistent week in and week out and plays at the level that it's supposed to play and gets better every week? You won't stop this offense.
Well,
that's the case.
And that's the other storyline to me, Johnny, with camp that I just can't wait to see. A combination of C.J. Stroud kind of owning the place now. You know, last year the big question was, is he going to be this? Remember that?
Right,
is he going to be the starting quarterback? We all knew he was going to be.
Right.
But D'Amico wasn't going to anoint him the starter, and you just had to wait it out until the answer was yes.
Yeah.
Which was fine. Didn't have a problem with it. But there's no question now. C.J. is one of the best players in football.
Right.
It's his camp, but I think what Nick Caserio has done this offseason, where you've got C.J. Stroud going into year 2, they've managed to hold on to his quarterback, his position coach, and his OC, but more so, there's not a single position group surrounding C.J. Stroud that I feel goes backwards. I think they all take a step forward this year. I mean, wide receiver obviously takes a big jump up with Tank and Nico having another year each under their belt, particularly Tank because he was a rookie last year. Yep. And you're adding Stephon Diggs. And John Mechie looks like their tight end, Dalton Schultz, his second year with C.J. Stroud, and you draft Cade Stover, who I think is going to be a contributor. Brevin Jordan started to do some things at the end of last year. And then I think you're going to be better at running back. And I think the offensive line, surely through health and all the things that you just spent a couple minutes pointing out, the offensive line is going to be better. That should be a scary thing for the rest of the league, that not only is C.J. Stroud heading into year 2 with a great rookie year under his belt, but he's doing it with the exact same guys that help him put that rookie year together from a coaching standpoint. And the front office has gone to war to make sure that he is set up for primo success in year 2.
I don't know how many people I've seen from other NFL teams that have pointed out what the Texans have done and said, that's the way you do it with a quarterback on a rookie contract.
Exactly the way.
That's the way you do it right there. And I absolutely agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, it's not as if you've taken every chip you've got and gone all in, but you've decided that, we're gonna pay for the heavy machinery to keep him upright. And I don't want to say there's luck involved in some sense, but there is a little bit of luck involved in the fact that Gerard and Bobby both stay. And also Bill Lazor. Bill's very close to CJ. And Bill is a guy, obviously Seth knows I played against Bill in college. I love Bill. I think he's the perfect fit. He knows this offense really, really well. But obviously Gerard and Bobby can do their thing. But, Bill's he's Sam it every single day with CJ, and I think that definitely helps too. So, as you've said before, they've kept the ecosystem around CJ the same, and that was huge. Huge, man. It's enormous.
Huge.
And then, oh, by the way, they're all led by a guy that everybody in this league respects. Everybody. I was talking to Mike Sanford Jr., who covers the Broncos at Big 12 Media Days. I was talking to Yogi Roth, and then Mike walked up, and so introduced to Mike, and then Mike and I talked for about 10, 15 minutes, and we were talking about the Broncos. And we got to talk about D'Amico, and about how D'Amico's name was brought up for the Broncos, and he was like, yeah, D'Amico was the guy that they wanted. They wanted D'Amico. And he said, but he wanted Houston. And hearing that, like, he wanted Houston, you think about, like we talked about earlier, 2020, 2021, 2022. Who the hell wanted Houston? I mean, it was nobody wanted Houston. And then you chipped away at it, and then obviously you started hitting on, some guys that you didn't think, like the Desmond Kings of the world, came to Houston. And maybe that might have been the last option, but they made the most of it.
Yeah.
And then it all started jiving when CJ and Will and Tank and that rookie class showed up on top of Nico taking steps and all that. And now you look at it, of course, with D'Amico there, that's a guy that wanted to be in Houston. Now you have guys throughout the league. Xavier Howard, they're showing Dolphins highlights. Yeah. Xavier Howard wants to openly from Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, guys want to be here.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter went to our playoff game against the Browns.
Yeah.
He's at the game.
Well, it is funny, Johnny, to think of just the ripple effect. The butterfly effect of the Goodson kid dropping the ball on fourth down. He catches that ball on fourth down in that Colts game, and there's a decent chance that it's the Colts hosting a playoff game and the Texans sitting at home, because the ripple effect of that playoff game, that Cleveland playoff game, and I'm not just talking about Daniil Hunter being in the building and going, man, this would be pretty cool to be a part of. That is part of it. Mm-hmm. I think there would have been a pretty compelling case for Daniil Hunter to come here, even if the Texans had finished 9-8 and not made the playoffs this year.
2 years and $48 million does that, I guess.
It does, and not making the playoffs doesn't change the constitution of the team. It's still a team that's a young core that's set up for big success. But I think just in terms of the feelings around the team, and I think too, that game, CJ's pointed this out. CJ, I've seen on podcasts point out that Cleveland playoff game was as rowdy or rowdier than games he played in at the Shoe at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. I think for Texan fans, I think for people in the building with the Texans, I think for players around the league to see that NRG Stadium still had that club in its bag was massive. Like, massive. It's just, it's crazy to think, like, what one play here and one play there. It's not just winning or losing a game. It's the butterfly effect of what those things lead to. And then, obviously, it's up to the Texans to take advantage of that butterfly effect.
Right.
Which they did in that Cleveland game.
Well, it pissed off McAfee, too, so I like that. So in Week 18, like, I knew that McAfee was in Indianapolis. I didn't realize, I don't know, they made a big deal about him. They called it the Loud House, Lucas Oil. And I'm like, I've been in Lucas Oil now, well, for Combine, it's numerous, but that was my 10th game up there.
Okay.
And I could never remember a game up there where I was like, yeah, this place is loud. I mean, I never, even when they had luck, even when they were good, like, never.
It's not an intimidating environment.
Never. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And they were making a big deal, and McAfee's got, his, little skinny, well, you can't say what it's called now, but that little
his t-shirt, his tank top t-shirt.
Yeah, that he's in the crowd with, and he looks like he just rolled out of the bar that's close to the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And he's swinging a town. I'm just like, man, and it shouldn't be, because he's a good dude. One year at the Combine, DP asked him if he would walk around with us, kind of show us Lucas Oil and do an interview. This is when he was with the Colts, punting for the Colts.
Yeah.
And he did it. He was fantastic. And it was great. It was great stuff, and he was really good. He was great to talk to. So it's not really that, but it's just watching him crying his beer this whole offseason when
so fun.
Diggs is signed and Hunter is signed, and then they have CJ on, and I just love it. I think it's so awesome to see. But you're right. It resurrected energy. It was before the storm hit. It was the Saturday before the storm. I was just like fearing the storm, and I'm like, I got to get anything off my mind. So I just went to NFL.com on my TV app, and I've got the package where you can get all the games. Mm-hmm. So I went and I watched the condensed version of the Bucs game. Mm-hmm. And what stood out to me, not even the fact that CJ was incredible that game, and so was Baker. Baker was really good too. My buddy TJ Reeves is the Southern reporter for the Bucs. We talked about that at Media Days, Big 12 Media Days. It was how little fans were in the stands. But yet it was loud.
It was loud, yeah.
It was loud. But how little fans were in the stands, and it really made me look back at those 3 years and go, man, people really got burned. Really, really got burned because there was just this hesitancy to come back. Like, I'm hesitant to come back. Are you really that good? Is he really that good? Do I want to invest again in this team? And by the Browns game, the answer was clear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, people had reinvested in the team. They were back. And now what happened in the offseason did nothing more but get more people to reinvest, literally and figuratively, in this team and get back in that stadium. Now there's a wait list again for tickets and all that kind of stuff that was there in the quote-unquote good years. It's back again. Well, people are reinvested. So that's why, to me, this year is really important.
The league, I agree with you. The league, whoever puts the schedule together, clearly there is belief that Cleveland playoff game is something that's going to carry over into the regular is Sunday Night Football game.
Well, one of the four guys that puts that schedule together is my former quarterback in junior high. His name's Blake Jones.
Okay.
So when I first started coaching, he was my quarterback because his dad was working for the Jaguars. Mm-hmm. So they moved to Jacksonville. He ended up John Jones. He ended up going back to the Packers.
Okay.
But I had him for a couple of years, and so
he's one of the schedule makers.
He's one of the schedule makers.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So when he gave us all noon games, I was like, "What are you doing? You couldn't give us a prime timer?" And then at the end of the year, I remember hearing Mike North saying that they kind of had some FOMO of not having the Texans on primetime.
For sure.
So that was one of the reasons that they got the Week 18 game, besides the fact that it was winning in. So it turned around. And if you think about it, this happens a lot of times, Sean. I know it happens to me. Like, Dwayne Brown's a perfect example. You know how I felt about Dwayne Brown at the beginning.
Yep.
And I missed. Yeah. I missed big time.
Yeah, Jeff, for those who don't know, Johnny, when I was sitting next to Johnny the day that they drafted Dwayne Brown, you and I were doing a draft show on 1560, right. And you had your booklet of DVDs sitting next to you, and they drafted Dwayne Brown.
And I didn't like it.
And you got a look on your face. You got that puss, that mug going. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there, as me, you, probably Lance, and we're sitting there and we're looking at you, and you go immediately rifling through your DVDs to start watching Virginia Tech football, and it wasn't getting any better.
No, it wasn't. And I was not happy with that. Yeah. But what ends up happening is you realize, man, I was wrong. And not that you go all the way to the other side, but for me, it was like getting to know Dwayne, knowing what kind of player he was, what kind of commitment he had to the game, all those kind of things that you want to see in a player. He had that in spades. And so I went the other way. I became a bigger fan of Dwayne than anybody could ever be.
Yes.
And so I think that happens a lot of times where you're not a fan, but then all of a sudden you see things, you see a change, and then all of a sudden you become an even more ardent fan of something.
Dude, that's wrestling.
Yeah.
The greatest baby faces are the ones who are the biggest heels.
Right. See? Bring it all back to
Watch when Roman Reigns comes back, man.
Oh, by the way,
the crowd's going to pop.
Dude, at the Big 12 Media Days, I see this dude is yoked up, and he is wearing like Lululemon pants that are like 3 times too small.
Yeah.
And I'm like, who is this guy? He's carrying around a WWE belt.
Oh, yeah.
It was Rick Steiner's son.
Yeah, Braun Breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was some other guy. I didn't know who the other guy was. He was louder. He was louder
than Braun Breaker.
Yeah,
huh?
he was louder. I could hear him when I was doing an interview with somebody.
What were they doing there?
There's a partnership. Man, Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12,
dude,
he's got this thing down.
Marketing genius.
Yeah,
man.
he's got a deal. They're I don't know, there's some sort of business deal with the WWE.
Okay.
So they got a deal with WWE, Old Trapper Beef Jerky, Dr. Pepper, obviously. And then they just did one with TuneIn on radio, and that's why my buddy TJ was there, because he was doing all the interviews, because TuneIn, they just made this deal last week. And so TuneIn got this big space, but they had to have somebody do all these interviews.
How serendipitous that Coach Prime finds his way into the Big 12. How serendipitous that he does this when I've got written down here. We got to talk about Colorado. I brought up Colorado a little earlier in the show, and you perked up a little bit, John.
I did. Yeah.
I don't know if it was for the right reason.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
It was very.
You were at Big 12 Media Days, and I'm not going to say it's not their first Big 12 Media Days. This is their return to the Big 12.
Yeah, it's been 13 years since they left for the Pac-12 and then came back to the Big 12.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I don't know if you've heard. Think for a second here, because I don't know if you've heard, but Shedeur Sanders, Deion's son, the quarterback of the Buffaloes, is claiming that the 4-8 Colorado Buffaloes are everybody's Super Bowl.
I remember first media day when I was in HBCU, I said we won't lose a game. I'm undefeated in the SWAC, so I already know what the expectation comes with. I know we're everybody's Super Bowl, so I'm really just I always stay level-headed, stay grounded, because I would never want to be that guy, look back, and not being able to take advantage of the moment that we have right now.
I got to go back and find all the 4-8 teams from last year and see how ridiculous it sounds if the coaches of those teams were to say, we're everybody's Super Bowl this year.
God, I wish that Oregon was on Colorado's schedule and Dan Lanning could get a hold of that. I mean, I really do.
Dude, I hated that game last year.
Man, I was at SWAC Media Days, and I went under. Yo, if you think the Big 12 is a SWAC, come on, man.
Okay. Can I just give you a betting story, and then I want to get your thoughts on Colorado, whatever it is you were going to say about them before. I had the team over for Oregon in that game against Colorado. I'm like, well, one thing I know for sure. I don't know what this game's going to look like on the final score with both sides. I know Oregon is going to score a bleep ton of points. Yeah. They scored 42 points quarter and just stopped trying.
Yeah, it's just done.
They just called off the dogs. And I'm like, I should win this bet. This should, because it was 45.5.
Oh, brutal.
I sat there for the whole second half, and I'm like, can you just try? Just go get one more touchdown.
Yeah.
You guys can do this. Go get one more touch. Phil Knight is the benefactor of your school. You telling me he doesn't have some of his country club cronies that have over 45.5, Dan Lanning? Do you want to keep this job? You satisfy the degenerate gamblers. I'm getting mad about it, thinking about it right now.
Didn't they kick a field goal to get to 45?
It was 42-6 was the final score.
Oh, okay.
Got it etched in my brain.
I mean, I guess that's what happens when Oregon takes on a SWAC team.
Beat.
You know.
Yeah.
He sat there. He actually said,
we're everybody's Super Bowl.
Well, not only that, but he was like, well, I said in the SWAC we're going to be undefeated, and he rolled right into, well, now we're in the Big 12. Like, look,
they weren't.
Get to a bowl game.
Yeah, no
bro,
kidding.
Get to a bowl game and talk.
Man.
You're 4-8.
Yeah.
You beat a bad TCU team. You had to hold on against Colorado State at home. You blew a huge lead to a bad Stanford team.
Oh, yeah.
USC, you scored a lot of points because USC's defense was garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Not named Kalen Bullock or Solomon Byrd.
Okay.
Garbage.
What would you say if the Florida Atlantic Owls at whatever conference is this media days? Is that where Herman's coaching?
Yeah. Yeah.
What if Herman stepped up to the mic and said, hey, man, I know we're everybody's Super Bowl. They were 4-8 last year. FAU. Herman would say that, actually, probably. Herman actually probably legitimately thinks that. That's a bad example by me. UAB was 4-8. I have no idea who coaches their team or can name one player. I know you can name the entire 2D.
No, you know who UAB's coach is.
Well, I don't know who he is, but
it's Trent Dilfer.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Now, Trent Dilfer would say, okay, these are bad examples. I feel like Trent Dilfer would say something stupid like that.
Yeah, he would say something stupid, but he's pretty realistic about UAB football.
Wake Forest was 4-8 last year.
Yeah, Dave Clawson ain't saying
He
that.
wouldn't say that.
No, he's not saying that.
Yeah, okay.
He's not saying that.
Everybody's Super Bowl. Hey, you know who was 4-8 last year?
I know what you're going to say.
The University of Houston Cougars.
And I'll tell you
Willie Fritz.
You ain't getting it out of Willie Fritz.
No.
He isn't saying that.
He would say that if they were 12-0.
I love Willie Fritz. I think he is one of the best things to happen in the University of Houston football. He's fantastic.
I just love that you were waiting for that you knew that Houston was 4-8, and you were waiting for me to page down.
Yeah.
Like I could probably ask you. You could probably name all the teams that were 4-8 last year.
I started thinking about it as you were talking about. I was like, I think University of Houston was 4-8 last year. Yeah,
man.
it did not go well. Look, I was at the Senior Bowl, and I was talking to a scout from AFC West.
Okay,
a scout I know from the AFC West, and we got to talking about CJ. And so, got talking about CJ, and hey, man, it's great. You got a quarterback's fantastic. And then he looked at me and goes, yeah, you don't have to be in that Shedeur Sanders business next year.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh, do tell. Well, here's the thing. You don't even need really more than just the podcast. There's always a film crew, Dion fighting for Shedeur, like for everything. I mean, last year, the whole offensive coordinator debacle, I was furious about that. Oh, I didn't take to his offense. It's a bunch of read and option routes. What the hell do you think is in the NFL?
No kidding.
Maybe you should watch a little bit more of the NFL.
Yeah.
Maybe. But anyways, I think the common thread, and this is going to be really interesting, which I have Shedeur. In fact, I put out my top 50 today at footballtakeover.com. I just posted this morning. I have Shedeur 17.
Top 50 overall players.
Top 50 overall players.
Okay.
Number 1 is Will Johnson from Michigan. I'll tell you that. Shedeur 17. And I try to put that stuff to the side. All that. You know, he's at Big 12 Media Days, and he's got this massive necklace that says legendary. Like, you're 4-8.
You've had that
man.
word floating around this building before.
Like,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I just, man, there's a humility. I don't want my superstar. I mean, like CJ's a confident dude.
Yeah.
Like, I love to listen to CJ talk because mixed into how confident he is, there is humility. There is thankfulness.
Yeah.
There is this, I appreciate my line and what my line does for me. And hey, man.
Self-awareness.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is not in Colorado self-awareness.
Zero.
None.
Zero.
I mean, Dion stepped up there and goes, you know what? I like to have guys that put football in front of, getting the bag. Wait, what? Prime time is saying he wants players that put football in front of the bag?
He was NIL before NIL, man.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me. He said on draft night that if Detroit had drafted him, he was going to ask for so much money, they were going to put him on layaway.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but football before the bag. Yeah, so they're kind of walking contradictions, if you will.
Yep.
I wish him the best.
I do too.
And you know what? People will watch. They will watch.
And I don't want to. They are a different 4-8 team because of the spectacle. I don't want to ignore that. Like, right. I know there's people listening, probably hearing me poo-poo what Shedeur just said. Do people get more up for Colorado than they do your garden variety 4-8 team? Probably so. Probably so. But to invoke Super Bowl. Like, it's not a Super Bowl effect. It's you're annoying.
Right.
You're not self-aware. We want to humble you.
That's what Dan Lanning was saying.
Yeah.
He said it right there. He's like, we don't give a damn about clicks. We want to kick your ass.
Yeah.
And that's what he was saying.
Damn,
and
man.
he was dead on. Like, we're tired of hearing you talk when you have no substance.
Yeah. I did a bad job of keeping all those receipts from week 1 last year. Remember when I said was going to house Colorado, and it got picked up by a bunch of outlets, and then kind of what happened with what I said about the Minnesota Twins this past week.
Yeah.
It's like once every 3 or 4 months I have an episode.
It's okay.
But it's okay. No, I don't mind it. It's good. It's good for buzz and whatnot. Good for the show.
It's like, Tony would have some episodes too, but he had Melfi. Do you have a Melfi?
Tony Soprano?
Yeah. Do you have a Melfi?
The problem is my Melfi is probably my wife, Amy, who's probably wired very much like me in these situations. Get him.
Yeah.
She doesn't talk.
Do the video.
She doesn't talk me off the ledge. Yeah.
I will say, that's where you and I are different. My wife will talk me off many ledges.
Yeah.
Many. And it's probably been good for me.
No, my wife's, let's go. Let's jump. Let's jump together like Thelma and Louise.
Yeah,
let's go all in.
Yeah, my wife was not at Nick's place that day when I ended up going off on Dwayne Brown because she would have been in the background going,
No, you had me sitting next to you, and I'm like, oh, look at Johnny. He's pissed.
Lance is asking me questions. So, Johnny, what about that game against Virginia Tech? How did you look?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, it did look good.
Do you still have all those DVDs, by the way?
No, I converted them all to
You did convert them all?
To
Okay.
MP4s.
Man, if y'all could have seen this thing, this looked like 5 Brooklyn Yellow Pages, man. This booklet of DVDs. Johnny had
Virginia
games
Tech.
in there.
There's so many stories that go with this, but that game. So years later, Lance goes out to practice and he talks to Dwayne and he basically sets me up. He goes, my buddy doesn't like you. I was like, oh God. And so they got to talking about it and Dwayne goes, well, what game was, I think it was the Boston College game. And Dwayne goes, oh, well, yeah, figures. I was terrible.
He was terrible in that game? Okay,
he said it. And I was just like, okay.
I think
Dwayne and I have shared a laugh.
Oh, I think I've still got the picture of you two breaking bread and making peace with each other.
I love that guy. I love Dwayne Brown. I think, what he was able to do for Houston and be around again. I don't know if he's completely done, but he's fantastic.
Really good player, man.
We missed him a lot. When he left in 2017, that was kind of
a ripple effect.
That was a start. Man,
that was a ripple
huge ripple effect.
That was a big ripple effect.
Massive.
Prop bets are out. Futures bets on Texans individual stats for skill position players. Johnny, I've got 3 bets I'm making here. I need to run them through the John Harris filter.
All right.
I'll do that coming up next.
Maybe you've been dreaming about getting a new Ram pickup, the 3-time
Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I fancy an occasional wager. I like to bet on things from time to time, you know.
You don't say.
Yeah, you know, like Pete Alonso in the home run derby last night.
Well, at least it died early, so you could kind of have your anger and be done with it.
Part of the problem with that last night, the home run derby, and if you missed it, Teoscar Hernandez won the home. Pete Alonso, who knows, possible future Astro, you never know. He was the favorite, so I sprinkled a little on Pete Alonso last night. Not life-changing money or anything like that, but for me, any amount of money is going to frustrate me. If I lose it in excruciating fashion, either super close, you know, like if he were to lose by one home run in the finals, that would hurt, or if what happened last night happened, which is, for some reason, I don't know who the dude that Pete Alonso chose to throw to him is. You know, these guys all get to pick their own personal pitchers to throw to them. It was some old coot with a Jones jersey on. And, man, I hope it's not some dude whose dying wish was to throw to Pete Alonso at Home Run Derby and he's suffering from some illness or something. But he was horrible. And the problem was you only get a limited amount of pitches now. You get 40 pitches, and that's it. Even if you don't swing, that counts as a pitch. So this dude's throwing like cutters on the inside part of it. He's like jamming Pete Alonso. I'm like, bro, you're not trying to get him out. You're trying to serve up meatballs to him.
Yeah, we don't need the gravity cutter.
Yeah. It's like Pete Alonso's paying tribute to Tony Gwynn by hitting line drive singles everywhere.
I mean,
brutal.
It's not a bad thing.
Brutal.
You're in the home run.
Brutal. So,
but at least you were out of it early.
Yeah, no, I could. Yeah, exactly. I didn't
you could deal with your anger.
Anymore.
You go to bed and you deal with your anger. I'm not staying up to watch this, which, by the way, it actually finished somewhat excitingly.
That's what I heard.
With Bobby Witt hitting the last ball. It was 14-13. Last ball, last out. And he hit it off the top of the wall. He hit 406.
Yep.
So
it's a little drama.
Hernandez wins. So, yeah, home run derby, a little drama. I reiterate what you have said about Yordan. I watch those guys go through that home run derby. I would love to know what these guys' splits are after the home run derby, because that's a lot of swings to take especially you get to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
So you did Prize Picks a little earlier. Maybe bet against Teoscar Hernandez afterwards.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That's true. See
if that works for you.
A little take a little less than action on all the Teoscar stuff coming back. I like that. All right, speaking of which, so now I've got this hole in my account, Johnny, that I need to refill with some American currency.
Right. Chasing bad money with good.
They just put out yesterday, or over the last couple days, the prop bet numbers, the over-under totals on things like rushing yardage, rushing TDs, receptions, receiving yards for all of the primary running backs and wide receivers throughout football. I've got the numbers here for Joe Mixon and then the big three wide receivers for the Houston Texans.
Okay.
These are the three wagers that I intend to place.
Okay.
And I don't know if you've looked at any of these numbers yet.
I know I haven't seen them.
Okay. So this is what I want to do.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you my three wagers, but I want you to guess what the line is on
Gotcha.
these.
Okay.
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 I'm planning on betting. Well, let me just ask you this:
Okay.
What do you think the total is for Tank Dell receiving touchdowns?
Receiving touch
24. What would you put the number at? He had
9.
He had 7 last year.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 9.
He had 7 in 11 games. He had 5 in his last 4 games.
That's right.
So he and CJ were clicking when he went out with the broken leg.
That's correct.
Tank Dell total receiving touchdowns 4.5.
Have you not bet already?
4.5. Stealing.
What?
4.5.
Who put this together?
Bet online. Yeah.
Is that McAfee?
No. No, he does have a gambling relationship with somebody, though. One of those big ones.
I know.
What? 4.5. You want Tank's other numbers? 4.5 is the one that jumped out. I can't bet on all of them. You know what I mean? I could. I suppose I could. 850.5 receiving. I think Tank leads this team in receiving yards this year. That was my hot take earlier in the offseason. 850.5 receiving yards for Tank Dell.
That's at least closer.
Yeah.
Because I can see
a lot of mouths to feed.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably the main thing. And that's probably what Vegas is looking at in some sense, because my guess is, and to me this is interesting because I want to hear, if you have it, the touchdown numbers for each of the big three.
Okay.
As you would say it.
Okay.
Because I would imagine if he's 4.5, then they've got Diggs at like 10 or 11.
Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs have the same total. 5.5.
Hold on.
5.5. 5.5. 4.5.
Is that like
I don't think euros? I should probably.
It's like Bitcoin translation or something?
No, these are the actual stats. It's not the currency. But yeah, are these Canadian League touchdowns? Like
what the hell?
Yeah, 5.5, man.
5.5.
So I should fire. What I'm hearing is I should fire on all of these right now.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
How many touchdown passes do you think C.J. Stroud throws this year?
Okay, let's say he throws 30.
Okay.
Last year I think it was 20.
23, I
23.
think. 23, 24, somewhere in there.
23 and 5, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say he throws 30 this year.
Yeah.
Where are they going?
For
the most part.
For sure, at least two of these guys are going over their total.
Let's say of the 30, let's say 10 of them go to the tight end conglomerate and maybe Beck had, 2 touchdown catches, I think, last year?
Mixon may get one in there, too.
That's 20 to those 3.
Yeah.
Split them up, 6-6 and 6-6-6, and you got 2 more to spread around.
Yeah.
4.5, 5.5, 5.5?
Over. Is this just a slot machine that just popped up 3 cherries
what
right
the
there?
Hell?
Yeah, man. You want to hear my other 2?
Who did this? Is this Jimmy Shapiro?
This is Jimmy. Well, Jimmy sent me the email.
Yeah.
Jimmy's not sitting there scratching out the lines or anything. As far
Jimmy's going to lose money if Jimmy does that.
Jimmy's down. The other 2 that I plan on placing are both Joe Mixon wagers. Joe Mixon, what do you think Joe Mixon's rushing total over-under is? Yardage.
I think they'll put it at 775.
5.5. But I think he's going over, and here's why. Devin Singletary had 898 rushing yards last year.
And started half the year.
Yeah, he wasn't even a starter till like week 8 or week 9, and he rushed for 898. I think this offensive line is going to be better, run blocking. I think they're going to be healthier. I think Joe Mixon's a better football player than Devin Singletary.
So let's do the math. And Joe Mixon has been pretty durable. I think there's 1 year he was hurt, but I think he's been pretty durable lately.
Very solid.
Let's say he plays 17 games.
Yeah.
Math is relatively easy. That's 50 yards a game.
Yeah. So you like that one too?
Roughly.
So you like that one too?
Yeah, I just thought that Vegas would have a lower number.
Yeah.
But could Joe get to 900?
I'll be disappointed if he doesn't get to 900.
I think the only thing that stops him from getting to 900 is another spate of injuries on the offensive line, or he gets injured himself.
Yeah.
But at that point, what can you do? I mean, you're cursed at that point. If
he's hovering around 900, but the offense is clicking, then it probably means the other bet that I like with Joe Mixon is hitting in some way. His receiving yard total, to me, feels low, 300.5. So 300 yards receiving. The last 3 seasons in Cincinnati, he's had like 315, 441, and 370. He's been over 300 the last 3 years in Cincinnati since Burrow got there.
Yeah.
So 300 feels. I think Joe's going to hit one of those two over, if not both of them.
I think you could have a situation with Joe, and I said this to you in a break. I think that teams, even though they may not have the up with this receiving core man-to-man, I think they fear CJ having time to throw because he'll pick you apart. And so I think that teams this year are going to want to speed that up for him. Now, the game we saw as teams blitzed him last year, they learned a pretty tough lesson. Like, he can handle that, especially if he's got 3 guys that can end up beating man coverage. But I've thought about this a lot after Texas traded for Diggs. I remember asking the question, okay, if you're a defensive coordinator and you walk in and the Texans are on the schedule this week, you walk in and you're sitting in front of your coaches, what's the first thing you tell them? Like, who do you have to stop? And immediately you think of the guys catching the passes. You think about Nico and Tank and Stephon. Like, okay, how are we going to handle all that? And then Schultz and Mixon. Boy, the running game could be really good. No, the biggest thing you have to do is disrupt 7. Mm-hmm. You have to. Mm-hmm. You have to disrupt him. Now, you're going to be rolling the dice, but you're going to – I think the Texans are going to see blitz a whole lot more, especially early on, and force those receivers to beat that man coverage, force CJ to be as accurate as he is. So you're kind of playing right into his hands.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think that that's the way that teams are going to think we have to disrupt him. Mm-hmm. So how do we do that? We don't have the rushers to do it, so we're going to send 5 and 6. We're going to hit him a little bit and see if we can get him off the spot. That's what we're going to have to do. And if this offensive line is for 6, if you leave him time back there, he is picking you apart. And that's why I think if I'm Diggs, I love this situation, because in Buffalo, Diggs could have a step and a half, but Josh wasn't going to be as accurate with football.
Right.
Diggs gets a step and a half.
It's going to be on him, man.
He's going to look as wide open as, 59 can be when, there's an accident and all of a sudden you got all this free space. Like, Diggs is going to feel that.
Yep.
But to my point about that, when you get blitz, that's going to put a linebacker on Mixon.
Yeah.
I take that all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will take that all day.
Absolutely. Okay, good. I'm feeling good.
I like those
Chris,
overs.
I'm going to be rich again.
I like those overs a lot.
Yeah, this is good. Thank you.
Good grief. 4.5, 5. I'm still.
4.5. You might start gambling now. Actually, you can't. You work for a team.
Well, according to my wife,
dump that, Chris.
According to my wife, I have turned into you.
Okay, save that. I need to. Okay,
yeah.
Save that.
I got you a story.
Save that.
I got you a story.
All right, I went to the mattresses for Jose Altuve over the weekend. I'm back. I'm going to the mattresses for Jose Altuve again.
Do it.
Let's do it next. First, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. I'm going to see my guy Chris Poulos today.
Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. John Harris in for Seth Payne. Seth back tomorrow. Training camp gets going at the Methodist Training Center on Thursday this week. We will be out there bright and early at 6 a.m. We training up at 8 a.m. to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer.
We gladly take it.
Texans Training Camp live. Can't wait.
I don't like that I don't get to hear you guys for 2 hours. Most of the time, I get to the stadium about 8:30.
Yeah, you got a show to get ready for.
Yeah, and kind of work the day and all that kind of stuff. Most times, so I listen to you guys on the Odyssey app for what I've missed. A lot of times, but now on the way home, I won't have you guys in the Odyssey app. It's just it'll put me out of routine.
Okay,
is what'll bother me.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to hearing you guys in my car going home because I listen to the Odyssey app. By the way, if you don't have the Odyssey app, I'm not getting paid for this. Kind of am, but I'm kind of not. The Odyssey app is awesome because I love it because a lot of times I'm behind on the show. I like to start at 6 o'clock. I go back. What are they talking about in the front? But if it comes to a point where you guys mentioned something, I'm like, I don't know. Let me go to the next segment. So I don't get every segment, but I get a lot of the segments.
Yeah, man.
And I just love the app. Allows you to be able to do that. Don't get me wrong. I listen to almost all the show. But.
Yeah. No, it's cool. No, the app has evolved nicely, man. Like it's a pretty easy thing to navigate. And the rewind feature, it's really cool.
Get out of the car, it goes right back on.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Yeah. Download it, man. The Odyssey app. That's the easy way to keep in tune with everything.
So
and you can hear Texans All Access on the Odyssey app.
Can I ask you a question? Do you feel bad, by the way?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I just wanted to see if you felt bad about
Paige
this because
accused me of turning you into me, or what is this? What happened?
She didn't use those words exactly.
Yeah.
She didn't use those words exactly. So I went to Big 12 Media Days, and it was in Vegas. Once the hurricane hit, I was able to go there. She met me from L.A. So for a lot of people who don't know, my daughter is there. She's an actress, and she's never learned to drive. It's a long story. So my wife has kind of been driving Miss Daisy around for 3 years. And so
does she sit in the back while your wife sits in the front?
Sometimes. Because she gets migraine headaches, and so sometimes she doesn't like to sit in the front.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah,
no, but does she ever do it to make your wife feel inferior? Does she big league your wife?
No, she doesn't.
Does she wear big shades while she's sitting back there?
She knows what my wife has done. So we go out there. So Tuesday we're there. And my wife meets me over there. So we have this dinner, and we're sitting at one of the restaurants. That's just so we can watch the fountains.
This is in
cool
Vegas.
It's in Vegas. Yeah. Cool as hell to watch the fountains. And we just had a great dinner. Really good time catching up because we hadn't seen each other for about a month and a half. So we're walking back, and I just keep talking about how I really want to play blackjack.
Yeah.
I really want to play blackjack. But, I'm like, I know. So do you want to play blackjack? She goes, no, but you can. I'll go with you. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. All right. So we go over to one of the blackjack tables, and my wife just gets a drink and just sits there, watches me play blackjack. Some win, some.
Oh, yeah.
I come up, I lose a little bit.
Yeah.
And so we're walking back to the hotel room, and she just is kind of fascinated. Because in her mind, I am this don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs. Like I'm this, right. I'm the square.
You're straight
they
edge.
Jokingly call
me
the golden child.
Yeah.
Like I've never gotten in trouble. And so any kind of story that paints me in some sort of negative light. Yeah. Like the other day, I apologized to Kroger. I went to Kroger, and I got my favorite drink. It's called sparkling ice.
Yeah.
But there was something screwed up when I scanned the drink. It didn't scan the entire box of the drinks.
Oh, wow.
So I got a box for like 50 cents.
Yeah, it only scanned the one drink.
So I was bragging about it, and they're like, ooh, crime. I'm like, I just, no, like I got lucky. So anyways, so I play. I lose probably.
Kroger's going to be waiting out
front. I know, Kroger's out front.
Thanks, Johnny.
Yeah. You owe us $5. I'll come pay. I don't care. I love my sparkling ice. Anyways.
Oh, by the way, we found Pendergast, too. Yeah, good. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate that.
Kroger, I also owe you a Christmas tree, which I stole 30 years ago. That's a different story for a different day. Okay. So anyways.
Johnny's 12-stepping on the radio.
I know, I am. You gotta get this out.
Kleptomaniac 12-stepping.
I got to get this out. Because they call me the golden child and all this, and it bothers me. So
you're playing
I lose about $100.
Yeah.
Start with 300, I lose 100.
Yeah.
And so we're on the way back, and my wife is just kind of, she keeps smiling at me and kind of shaking her head like, oh, my God. That was fun watching you play, but it's so weird watching you. Well, tonight wasn't as bad as the Greenbrier. And as soon as I got Greenbrier out of my mouth, I went, oh, God. For 7 years, I've kept this secret that at the Greenbrier, we were at the Greenbrier in 2017.
Yeah.
The blackjack table crushed me.
Really?
$1,200.
Oh, that's big money for you.
Me. Massive money.
Yeah.
That is not a walk in the park.
That's big money for almost anybody. That's big money for me. That's big money for you.
Exactly. Yeah. It was over the course of like 3 or 4 days.
Johnny sound like he's a cashier at a convenance store. That's big money for you, Johnny.
Yeah. Listen, it was.
Johnny does fine.
I got crushed, and I did tell. So at this point, I got Greenbrier out of my mouth, and she goes, "How much did you lose?" Like,
yeah, Johnny. How could you let that? You can't even blame alcohol for that. You don't drink.
I know.
Can't blame.
And I was like, she goes, "How much did you lose?" I said, "Look. When we got to New Orleans after this. This was the Hurricane Harvey year.
Yeah.
I was like, we got to New Orleans. I got 900 of it back. She goes, wait, you got how much did you lose? And I was like, I ended up minus 300. I lost 1,200 to Greenbrier. Oh my God! The look on her face of just shame. Like, are you serious? Yeah. You lost $1,200 of our money at the Greenbrier. I'm like, but I got 900 of it back in New Orleans.
This is where that's where you go. Have things been okay the last few years?
I was like, it netted out.
Did you notice? Yeah.
I was like, it netted out.
How was Christmas those last 4 years? It was fine.
Yeah.
Everybody got their gifts.
Fine. It was okay.
Yeah.
It got tough. We could have used that 1,200, but that was 7 years ago. It's all good.
Did you tell her to settle down?
Oh. I told her about a month ago when she was back here in Houston. I told her I didn't want to talk about something. Oh, my God. I heard about it for the next 2 hours.
Oh, my God.
But she found out that I lost 12. And about an hour later, we're in a hotel room, and she looks at me, and she goes, you know what? I'm glad you have a vice.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes, I've got a vice.
Yeah, you've been humanized.
It's
good.
Awesome.
Welcome to the club, Johnny.
I know.
Jump in. The degenerate pool is warm.
I feel like I'm going to be a better husband for her.
I think you will, too.
I'm not having to live up to this golden child standard.
Dude.
No,
so
I gamble.
When are we drinking? When are we going drinking, Johnny? Me and you.
Far.
When are we going drinking?
I can't go that far.
I bought some edibles in Colorado. Let's go. LFG, baby.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm dipping my toe into the vice water.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Well, this is good for me to know.
By the way, I walk by the Bellagio Sportsbook. I'm like, man, I could see why people go out there and put bets on sports.
Dude, it's very visually enticing, man. Yeah.
I mean, they're just loaded with walls of
crazy.
Had I been younger, I would have been sucked in.
You would have. Well, and you got the knowledge that you'd be good at it, too. That's the thing.
Sucked in.
You'd be really good at it. All right, so I went to the mattresses for Jose Altuve over the not this past weekend, but the weekend before in Minnesota. I'm about to do it again. But if you missed it, here is what I said about some Minnesota Twin fans that were cheering Jose Altuve getting hit in what looked like the face from where we were sitting at that game, but he got hit in the hand. Still, they were cheering. Here's what I said after the game.
Man, we had to sweat that one out. The Astros did. They win 13-12 over the Twins. Here's my thing to all you non-Astro fans out there. When Jose Altuve gets beamed by a pitch, I don't care if you boo Jose Altuve when he comes to the plate. I actually encourage you to do that because he hits better when you do. When he gets hit on the wrist or the face or wherever the you got hit by and you cheer, you're a And so here's the thing. There were Twins fans out here in the bleachers, in these very bleachers, who cheered when Jose Altuve got hit. And I looked at them, and I glared at them, and they glared back. And the Astros proceeded to score monumental runs on top of what they had, 7 runs. And I kept looking. It turned into glaring for them and laughing for me. When Margot dropped that fly ball, I literally rolled around on the ground and laughed because the Twins are a pathetic poser of a team. Here's my thing. Any of you teams out there, you fans that cheer for Altuve, here's my thing. If you're going to cheer when Altuve gets hit, just stay for the rest of the game. That's all I ask. Stay for the rest of the game, regardless of what the score is. Stay for the rest of the game. If you leave, you're a chump. You're a chump. And this whole set of stands right here, empty seats that once held thousands of chumps. Thanks for having us, Minnesota.
I do thank them for having us. We had a really good time at the games, and most of the fans were pretty nice. But I didn't like them cheering Jose Altuve getting beamed on the hand. I didn't like it. And this hand injury, ostensibly, is what's keeping him out of the All-Star game tonight, Johnny. Now, here's the thing. This is where I'm going to the mattresses for Altuve again. Yeah. Ken Rosenthal, The Athletic, Fox. Ken does good work. He's a newsbreaker. He's, but I think he's good at what he does. But he is part of the national media that loved to skewer the Astros a mere 4 years ago, and many of them have continued to do so for the last several years. He wrote a long piece yesterday for The Athletic about Altuve skipping the All-Star game, and this guy's got the gall to type this paragraph. Altuve is skipping this year's game, marking his third absence and second as an elected starter since MLB penalized the Astros for stealing signs illegally in 2017 and 18. Each time Altuve backed out because of a physical concern. Other players, from Derek Jeter in 2011 to Rafael Devers this year, have cited similar concerns for missing occasional All-Star games. But the pattern with Altuve raises the question of whether he has developed an aversion to the attention surrounding the event, another night of getting booed on a national stage, no less. The whole thing seems odd and maybe a little sad. Yeah. If I'm Altuve, I don't feel like going and getting booed either at a meaningless game, especially when I'm dealing with a bruised, swollen hand.
Especially in that building.
Yeah, right. In Arlington, of all places, where you know he's getting booed. You know he's getting booed. Ken Rosenthal and the rest of you that have that same emotion can go screw yourselves. I would use much more colorful language, as the previous 3 minutes would indicate. Yeah. Were I standing in the stands at a stadium somewhere, I would drop F-bombs right now. Ken, you're part of the army of people that was trying to railroad the Astros back after they got caught doing what it turns out everybody else is doing anyways. Right. Now, were the Astros doing it in a unique way, banging a garbage can like a bunch of Katie was doing it in some shape, form, or fashion? I hope Altuve gets voted in again next year. I hope he chooses to go to the game. I hope he bats leadoff for the American League. I hope he gets into the batter's box and then sticks up two big middle fingers at everybody, drops the bat, and walks out. Yeah. That's what I hope.
I'm so tired of the fact that he became the face of that whole thing when he was so completely not interested in doing it. I had, my buddy is Sal Capaccio, the Southern reporter of the Bills, and they're big Yankees fans. And Sal knows, but his son doesn't. His son was watching John Boy videos for months. Yeah. And his son, 9 years old, hates Altuve. Yeah. When in fact, Sal's son's going to be small. Like, Altuve should be the guy you look up to. Right. I cannot stand when somebody becomes the face of a scandal because they're the most popular person, but they have no contribution to the scandal. Altuve gets painted with this broad brush, and it's like, no. He wasn't that guy. I've tried to tell people. When I went out with Sal, I said that same thing. And he goes, John, I appreciate what you said. It falls on deaf ears. It falls on deaf ears because there are a lot of Yankees fans up there. Yeah. And he's like, the Yankees fans see Altuve as the beacon of that scandal. And that's what bothers me is that particular thing. Is like, he is the person that for this thing, and we know that was not the case.
Not the case
at all.
Yep.
So I'm glad you defended Jose Altuve, but it's just it's become that way, and it's like that for a lot of things, especially in a social media world. Like, everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon of bashing this guy or that guy because, well, it's on social media, so that's what everybody's doing.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's doing. So let's just jump on. Let's just joke. Let's find the best joke that we can say. And then you realize, oh, wait, you mean that's not actually true?
Right. Well, the conspiracy theories with the jersey tugging after the home run in 2019 are just so silly. To be clear, I don't have a problem with people booing Altuve. I said it in that clip there, and I know you're not saying I do. I don't have a problem with people booing Jose Altuve at Major League Baseball games in the regular season because that's what you do. You boo the other team. I think their booing is very misguided. If you asked all the people who are booing Altuve, why are you booing him? Right. It's not because he's the other team, it's because they think he cheated,
Right.
which is dumb.
Right.
But it's their right to do that. And I'm happy they do it because I think Altuve channels those boos into – he's clearly still channeled it into a Hall of Fame career since then.
Yep.
I have zero issue with Jose Altuve going, I don't feel like being booed on my off day. You know what I mean? There's certain things like I do in this job, and I'm like, not on my day off. I'm not going to do that.
But if he hadn't been hit on the hand, he'd show up.
You think so?
I think so.
You think he would have played?
I know that. Listen, who likes to be booed?
Yeah.
Who likes to be booed? Who likes for something negative to be?
I think some people
do.
Yeah.
Not many.
No.
Not many.
No, the natural human reaction is to
most
not
people
like
want to, want to feel good about, people feeling good about them. You get to a point where you're gonna play the villain. You like playing the villain.
Yep.
And that's fine. Travis Kelce, he likes playing the villain.
Yeah, I don't think he minds being
appreciates it.
Yeah.
He likes it. I don't know that I get that vibe from Jose, but I think that he takes that and channels it. It's kind of like Monsters Inc., and they would channel the children's screams into power.
Yes.
It's kind of like he channels the booze.
There you go.
I think had his hand not been hurt, he would have showed up. But in that building,
Yeah. That's
Forget
perfect.
I was watching the MLB draft the other night. I know it sounds weird, but I was watching, and they got to the Astros pick, which, by the way, Walker Yannick, Sam Houston State Bearcat. It was awesome. And as soon as, I can't remember who had picked 27, maybe the Yankees. The Yankees had picked 26 or 27.
Yeah.
Whoever had that pick, they announced the name, such and such from Mississippi State. Next up, and as soon as he got next up out of his mouth, boo! The place went berserk with boos.
That's great.
And there were some Astros fans in there. They were standing up, and they were just loving it.
I love that. Okay, that's good. That's good juice for the MLB draft.
Yeah.
It's the Astros making something irrelevant actually relevant. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Sean, if Johnny doesn't take you up on drinking and edibles, I'll take you up on it. It's a text message.
Hey, come on, let's go.
Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/. Switch.
I love this.
If our GM handled a free agency negotiation this way, how would we feel? That's next.
Hey, have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? Proper planning prevents poor.
Pendergast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Johnny, you're getting some love on the text page. That's good. John Harrison for Seth Payne today. Seth will be back tomorrow. We'll be out at training camp on Thursday. That's middle screen says, Shawnee, good job on the Twins. There was a competition where you had to talk smack about someone. I swear you'd be the champion.
You'd be really good.
I'd probably 5 times.
Yeah, if you did it 5 times,
I'm counting.
You'd be really, really good.
Really, really good at that.
Yeah.
So, Hard Knocks offseason. Johnny, admittedly, I have only seen off-season Hard Knocks in social media sliced up morsels so far. Yeah. So for those who aren't aware of what we're talking about, Hard Knocks has gone from not just doing training camp, which this year they will be covering the Bears for training camp.
Yep.
So the Texans will probably show up. You might show up in that, Johnny, on the sideline at the Hall of Fame game.
How about my voice is heard on the Hard Knocks that we did? You know, normally when they do the game, they do they do play-by-play in color. Well, the final game, Andre, we played Dallas. Andre
You're talking back in 2015.
Back in 2015.
Yeah.
Andre had to do a college game.
Okay.
So
That's right, I remember
hopped
that.
Up, and so my voice is on there.
I remember
pretty cool.
listening to that game.
I didn't see myself at all.
Yeah.
But I did hear myself.
Your voice.
So
that's pretty cool, man. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Who's this kid with Vandy? I like the cut of this kid's chin.
Yeah, I like that.
I remember that game.
That was good.
So they've expanded the Hard Knocks franchise.
Right.
So they have an in-season one now, which this year is kind of strange. They're doing the whole AFC North, which I'm anxious to see. Got some familiar faces in that division.
Yeah, some people we know.
Maybe. The off-season Hard Knocks, I was bullish on this. I don't know that a lot of people were as bullish as I was on it, but man, this was sold to us as watch how a team goes through the offseason of reconstructing and rebuilding their roster. And they chose the Giants, which is an interesting choice. I'd rather see a team in the Giants spot that's picking very high in the draft, has some compelling free agents that they're either looking to keep or get rid of. And the stuff that's come out of this has been, in my opinion, tremendous. I think some Giants luminaries in this have looked better than others in the clips that I've seen. I think Brian Daboll has actually come across pretty well in some of this stuff.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think Joe Shane, the GM, has looked, at best, like one of the guys in my fantasy league drafting a team. Like a high-level guy in my fantasy league. You know, like I've got some pretty smart guys in our fantasy league.
Yeah.
So he's like one of the better guys in our fantasy league. At worst, he's looked pretty clownish at times here, including this conversation with Saquon Barkley. This is Joe Shane, the GM of the New York Giants. Now, put yourself in the shoes of a Giant fan listening to this right here. This is Joe Shane talking to Saquon Barkley, informing him that we're not going to franchise you hit free agency.
Hello?
Saquon.
Yeah, what's up?
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm chilling. Just chilling with the fam.
You in Jersey right now?
Yeah, I'm in Jersey right now.
Yeah. How's the off season been? You doing anything?
Yeah, I've been good. Traveled a little bit, but just starting to get back into the grind of off-season trainings.
Yeah. All right, so I just talked to Ed Barry, and I think just mulling over this, the right thing to do is let you test the market and see what your value is. I don't want to do the franchise thing or all that stuff again. I don't want to go through that. We've both been through that. You know, if you really want to be a Giant for life and you're interested in staying here and coming back, just see what your market is and then have Ed come back to us and we'll see if we can come to an agreement.
All right, I appreciate that.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Can you give me your word on that, or you're not going to give us a chance?
What do you mean? I'm just circling back?
Yeah.
I mean, I already told you where I want to be, so.
Okay. All right, well, let's do that. We'll go out and see what the market says. I think it's the right thing to do. I love you, man. I appreciate everything you did for the organization, you know, the 2 years I was here, and I'm not saying we're not going to get something done, but I think it's right if for some reason it doesn't work out that you know that the organization thinks the world of you and everything you've done. But hopefully, you know, you go out there, you see the market, and you say, you know what, I want to be here, and you give us a shout back.
All right, I appreciate you.
All right, Saquon, I'll talk to you. All right, bye.
Joe Shane, GM of the Giants, talking to Saquon Barkley and informing him that they're going to let him test the market, which, by the way, I don't have a big problem with the decision to let Saquon test the market or not do the franchise tag, there are some things in that conversation that would just, if I'm a Giant fan, I'm like, okay, this is our guy right here who's doing this thing. What were your thoughts, Johnny, as you were listening to that?
I'm with you. I felt like the decision was the right one. Let him test the market, but it felt very kind of wishy-washy, like, hey, we want you to test the market, but give us the opportunity to match sort of thing. And you could kind of hear Saquon like, all right. And then when he says, you promise you'll do that?
Bingo.
Like, that's when I was like,
bingo.
What?
Give me your word on that, was exactly what he said. Can you give me your word on that? I'm like, dude, this is amateur hour.
That I didn't care for
that
too much.
Was like, amateur hour.
The decision that they came to, I think is an interesting one because you see John Mara at times go into the office, and you could tell John Mara does not want to lose Saquon Barkley.
I think John Mara was ready to pay Saquon Barkley.
Right, exactly. And I think John Mara also looked at it as, and what Shane says to him is true. We're paying our quarterback $40 million. He shouldn't be handing off to a $12, $13 million a year running back or whatever the case might be. Well, that's what they're going to do in Philadelphia. And if they beat your ass, then you're going to have issues. Because that's exactly what Philadelphia's going to do. They're going to turn and hand it to him with a quarterback that makes, what was Jalen Hurts make?
Over 50.
It's good for them. Why is it not going to work for us? And by the way, Jalen Hurts is way better than the guy that you're paying $40.
Bingo.
And you made the decision to give him $40 million a year.
Yeah, man.
That's where I'm like, what have you done? What are you doing? You won in 2022 because of Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones just stayed upright for that year. He didn't do anything that would earn $40 million a year. You chose to pay him that. Now, I like the fact that Shane says, we gave this guy money, we got to ride and die. So it's not like they're throwing good money after bad, but it's like we've already made our bed with this guy. We can't get out of it. And you can get out of it. It'll sting, and it'll be a bad decision, but I kind of get it. But the whole way of, like, give us your word that, you'll at least come back to us. At that point, if I'm Saquon, I'm like, I ain't talking to you again.
Can you give me your word? That just sounds so timid.
Yeah.
Like it sounds so lacking in confidence. But dude, if that was my GM and I'm watching this Hard Knocks and I see him talking to my team's best player, I think he was the Giants' best player, Saquon Barkley.
Absolutely.
Right?
Offensively, for sure.
Offensively, yeah. I mean, I know they traded for Brian Burns and this and that, but Saquon, the face of that franchise, no doubt. Like, and for him to, like, the small talk at the beginning, like, we know what the purpose of the conversation is. So, you in Jersey? Yeah. So, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You working out? Yeah. Can we get to the?
You going to Pinkberry today?
Can we cut to the chase here, please?
Yeah.
Joe
get a frozen yogurt today?
Yeah. Frozen.
That's the part that got me. Like, I get that's hard, and I get they've had some difficult discussions over the years. But I know our guy here would have got on the phone and said, "Hey, Saquon, this is GM Nick Caserio. We're not going to franchise you.
Yeah.
We feel like you need to be able to test the market. We feel like that's best for you and for us. Appreciate what you've gotten to us, and if we feel like it's a match, we'll discuss it. If not, we wish the best of luck." That conversation would have lasted 45 seconds.
45 seconds, and there's zero chance he goes, "Can you give me your word?"
Right.
Can you give me your word? Dude, that was wild. That was crazy. I think this is how it goes for the Giants. I think there is a very good chance that I think Joe Shane gets fired after this year, and they are picking 1, 2, or 3 in the draft this coming year.
Here's the problem, and this is what I said last year. I said this going into the draft. The quarterbacks aren't there in this draft. And I know what happens every year, but John, there's Joe Burrow in 2019 season, Jay Daniels last year. Yeah, I get it. I understand completely that there is a guy every year that you pops up that you don't expect. But you also knew that Caleb Williams was out there. You knew Drake May was out there. Those two guys were already on the radar screen. Those two. Right now, your radar screen is Carson Beck and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, man.
And good luck with the Shedeur Sanders circus, the Sanders circus. Good luck with that. I mean, and I'm getting that from scouts. I've got that from not even our scouts. They don't even talk about quarterbacks anymore.
In New York.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Oh, God, please make it happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Now, Deion has to be out in Las Vegas with Antonio Pierce.
Yeah. Okay, do we know Antonio Pierce is going to be the coach there? Like, I think the Raiders could be picking first or second in the draft this year. They're starting Aiden O'Connell at quarterback this year.
I mean, if you plop down a pretty solid rookie in with the Raiders, I think you'd have a chance to do some pretty good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw up on, what's this show on ESPN, Get Up?
Get Up, yeah.
Does Caleb Williams have the best surrounding cast as a rookie? Like, wait, what? I mean, CJ's cast was pretty good, but everybody was saying that they were 32nd in the league.
Yeah.
But then after the fact, they're like, oh, look at CJ's group.
Look. Oh. He has Nico and he has Tank. I'm like, yeah, y'all thought they were trash before the year.
We got receipts.
Yep,
Stop it.
We got receipts.
But I will say this about this Hard Knocks. First of all, Brian Dable, and you haven't seen it. There's a discussion that happens up in the suite at the combine, and it's about whether Brian Dable could run a 7-flat 40, and it goes into this conversation with all the scouts. He's asking everybody, "Hey, you think I could run a 7-flat 40?" And it's after the Xavier Worthy 4.21 run, and so they're like, and then Dable's kind of thinking about it. They're all saying no. He goes, how big a lead would I have to beat Worthy? And they're like, 30 yards. I mean, it's hilarious. It really is funny, and it really kind of paints Dable in this, kind of, happy-go-lucky light in some sense, which I think he's got that club in his bag, but I think he is conversations in the interview room where he is telling Jaden Daniels, erase the F, put the X,
I saw that
H.
part.
You could tell, I mean, those guys just love to talk ball, and they want guys in there. And so you could tell, like, when Drake May was talking ball, you could tell he's like, yeah.
They liked it. Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. Because you couldn't get those guys, you couldn't make a deal up to get any one of those guys.
Yeah.
You know what you're stuck doing? You're stuck with Daniel Jones for another year. You're stuck going the free agent route, which hasn't worked in the NFL at all for a quarterback. Or you're going to end up with Carson Beck or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I'm sure Malik Neighbors is going to handle this whole thing just fine.
Very well.
Season long.
He will handle this
just
like
fine.
a champ.
Just fine.
Right.
If Reed Shepherd for the Rockets turns into this player, the comp that I've been hearing this week, will we be happy with that? We'll have that for you coming up next. I'm going to tell you where I got real happy was with Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, John Harris in for Seth Payne. Hey, David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, is going to join us at the top of the hour. It'd be good to hear from DA, longtime friend of
got to hit the button. Sorry,
Sean and John. So yeah, so that'll be top of the hour. We'll talk to David Anderson in about 15 minutes or so. Kevin Pelton covers the NBA. Specifically, it looks like a lot of NBA draft stuff. I've been seeing his name quite a bit over the last few weeks as we've had the lead up to the draft and now the aftermath of the draft. How are we feeling about this comp for Rockets rookie sensation? 2 good summer league games. 2 games in, he's a sensation. Reed Sheppard. Who's the comp that we're hearing for Reed Sheppard?
For 3-pick, Reed Sheppard was probably the standout of the first couple of days. You know, his shooting is expected, got where he wanted on the court. I had a scout compare him to Mark Price, which I think is an interesting, and that would be an amazing. That's obviously a best.
Price was not that athletic. I mean, you know, especially after he blew his ACL, but okay.
True, but another guy who really thrived with his shooting.
Okay. Johnny, you're the scout in the room here. I feel like your scouting skills transcend just, you know, not just football, footballtakeover.com. But if there were a basketball takeover to be had, especially with the local team, the Rockets, I feel like looks like you've got some feelings on this comp too. Mark Price, who had a nice career as a point guard and a sharpshooter for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
So that was Windhorst that was Brian Windhorst at the end, I think.
Chimed in about the athleticism of Reed Sheppard.
That's exactly where I was going with it, because I don't think people truly understand the athlete that Reed Sheppard is. That's the thing that strikes me. Now, Mark Price was a really good ball handler, great point guard, got everybody involved. And for those people that go back, I know there are a lot of you that are listening like, wait, Mark Price? Yeah, Mark Price was a tremendous point guard for the Cleveland Cavaliers in the 80s.
Late 80s, early 90s,
Tech.
yeah.
Really good shooter, excellent shooter, distributor of the basketball. What separates Reed is his athleticism.
Crazy.
And his defense. Mm-hmm. His defense is very good. I mean, whether it's on ball, whether it's off balls and sing lanes, those are all things that I thought that Reed had, that I thought more than anything, even more than his shooting, like that's what's going to get him out on the court is his ability to create and get the ball going the other way with his defense, jumping on passing lanes, steals, and we've seen that, deflections, those kind of things. I thought that was going to be the first thing. Then I thought, you know what, he's not going to be out-athleted. There are plenty of great athletes in the NBA. He's not going to get out-athleted. And then last, he'll knock down some shots. He can shoot it. No doubt. He shoot 52% from 3 at Kentucky. And I know it's NBA 3. I get all that. But those are the things that have stood out to me. Not even so much the shooting. I think it's been the creation, the vision, point guard-like skills, but the athleticism. So I just... where I have a problem with it, and I will say this. I will say this until I'm blue in the face. I think it, and you know where I'm going with this in some sense. Mark Price is white. Reed Sheppard is white.
Yeah. You know what? I hadn't noticed that, actually. Really? I got to look up Price again.
Yeah, look him up.
Let me Google Mark Price. No, I remember Price being white. I got to see Reed Sheppard's white.
You know, I mean, if you didn't know.
Yeah, they're both white. Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Dude, we got a text message.
That's why C.J. Stroud was compared to Jamarcus Russell. Dude. I heard somebody comparing him to Jamarcus Russell. I was like, you might be the biggest.
You didn't.
I swear to God.
No, you didn't.
I
Show
swear
yourself.
To God.
Who compared him to Jamarcus? Are you at liberty to say this person's name?
I wish I had there in the draft process. And it might have been just a fan or something like that.
Yeah.
But I saw that out there and I thought, do you really want to show how dumb you actually are?
The text page is rolling in with comps for Reed Sheppard. Definitely Goran Dragic.
Definitely Matt Maloney.
Yeah. Someone says Manu Ginobili. That's kind of interesting, I suppose.
Manu's a pretty damn good athlete, too.
Yeah.
So Manu comes close. I can see that.
I mean, Reed Sheppard's like a sniper, though, shooting. You know what I mean? Like, Manu could shoot, but like the whole Cocaine Curry thing, you know, like the comp, the nickname that some people who are looking to promote cocaine apparently have given to him, is like you watch his game, like, you know, you watch like the highlights from this weekend where he's, you know, this is the highest level he's played at so far. I know Kentucky plays high-level college basketball, but he's out there with guys that are at least vying for spots on NBA rosters, and he's cooking them.
Yeah.
Like he's cooking them with crossovers and hitting mid-range jumpers,
right.
you know? Like
that's what I'm saying. And Mark Price had a pretty good handle to be able to do that.
Yeah,
but that is just not the player that I think about at all that Reed Sheppard is going to end up being.
Okay, how about this? This is a text message, not me. This is a text message. Going with a white guy only comparison.
Right.
If he reaches his potential, he's some sort of cross between Mark Price and Rex Chapman. Hopefully he stays away from Twitter, unlike Rex Chapman. Yeah, Rex is...
I could go with that. I could see that a little bit
Rex
better.
had hops, for people who don't remember. Rex was like slam dunk contest hops.
Yeah, he was pogo stick.
And he went to Kentucky, too.
Yeah, he was a pogo stick. He was fun to watch back in the day. And I think Rex was more scorer than he was shooter.
Yeah.
But if you're putting Price and Rex together, I'm cool with that. Now, the flip side of that becomes, okay, compare him to somebody that's not white. I don't know that I've done the draft comparison for Reed Sheppard, but I know when I go through and I do I do a comp for every player. That's one of the things I try and take into account is just because, J.J. Watt wore 99 and he's a white guy, I'm not going to compare him to Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
Right.
Because he's white. Oh, they look the same. Like, no, they do not. So I try to avoid that, but I tried to think about who that would make Reed Sheppard in the NBA right now. And I don't know that I know the NBA as much as I probably should.
Dude, it's so funny that you and I are having this conversation 8 minutes before we bring David Anderson on the air.
True. The irony is not lost on us.
No, because we used to have a joke, like a running joke with DA when he'd come on our radio show back in the day where he was like the hallowed group of white slot receivers.
Dub CC.
The Dub CC, man.
No, he's too fast. He can't be a Dub CC.
He wouldn't allow Tim Dwight in. He was too fast.
He's too fast.
Yeah.
But I listen, watching Reed Sheppard has been really, really fun.
It's been fun.
I know yesterday it was not great. Cam didn't shoot it well. But this Rocket team intrigues me. And look, I know it's Summer League. I get it. Cam was the MVP. I understand. I'm not going to make more of it. It's just exciting to watch these guys play together and have a connection. And they've never played together that I know of. So to see them have this connection has been really, really fun. But then you put it together with the full team, and you're like, man, this starts getting, all right, Jalen Green, Fred VanVleet. You got Amen. Okay, now you throw Sheppard in the mix.
Yeah.
Cam into the mix.
That's what this third overall pick they got from Brooklyn, the one that got them Sheppard, has created this dynamic where I think in their heart of hearts they probably felt like, okay, these 3 years we're going to load up on this young talent, and then we got to start to make decisions on them. Do we extend Şengün? Do we extend Jalen Green?
Right.
I don't think they thought in a million years that they would wind up with the third overall pick in this particular draft, and that it would turn into a guy who, at least early on here, looks like he's a guy, he immediately looks like a guy that you want to keep around. And the fact that none of the 6 guys they've drafted in the first round over that 3-year period is a bust.
Right.
Some are better than others.
Right.
Some have more work to do, but none of them
distinct bust.
No distinct bust is going to make this team a fantastic, fascinating experiment here.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost like a simultaneous NBA season and tryout going on.
Yeah.
That's
a good point.
To be around.
It's how they put the pieces together. And it's fascinating to me. What's your gut tell you about Şengün? Because I saw last night, right before I went to bed, I was on Twitter and somebody said, according to reports, Şengün won't be traded. I'm like, well, hell no, he shouldn't be traded.
No.
But he does get traded from this group. Who do you think it is? Do you think it's Jalen?
I think it would be Jalen for me.
Yeah.
It would be Jalen for me. And I know there's a lot of people that disagree with that. It would be Jalen for me. All right, we got to get DA on here.
Yeah,
David Anderson. David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, is going to join us. We'll talk a little football, talk a little Jacoby Jones as well with DA. That's coming up next.
When you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault, it can be very overwhelming.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is fun, man. This feels like, we're back in 2007, 2008 again.
Oh, yeah.
Little Sean and John, from back in the day.
17 years ago, back in mid-30s, where you still felt you had, life by the
little juice. Yeah. So at least for today, John Harrison for Seth Payne. Of course, as many of you know, John Harris and myself, Sean Pendergast, started in this business together. And early on, one of the great friends we made, and one of the most fun athletes to cover. I would say one of the most fun people to cover.
You're stretching the word athlete, by the way.
What are you talking about?
You're stretching the word athlete.
And listen to you. Shots fired.
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
I figured I'm going to start off and then work.
He's a CEO now,
I know.
He's a CEO. Of course, we're talking about our good friend, former Texans wide receiver, CEO of Breakaway Data. You can find him on the X at DavidAnderson89. DA, David Anderson. What's going on, DA?
I'd expect that out of Richard Justice, John, but not out of you. Okay, unbelievable. This guy coming, you're shooting your BB guns. You're not even shooting real shots yet. Jeez Louise, Richard Justice
man,
style.
It's all love. You know that we always thought of you as an athlete first and foremost.
You better. I mean, you don't win a lottery to go play in the NFL. People always look at me. They're like, "How'd you get there? You must have been fast." I was like, "Well, no, I was really slow, but gosh, I was really good at calculus. That's why they put me on the team."
Exactly.
Like, get out of here.
Yeah.
That's what Kubiak was looking for in the draft in 2006.
Yeah.
All right,
Trig,
7th round.
Yeah,
who can handle the calculus?
Yeah. Yeah. Who cares?
You could dunk basketball, right, DA?
In 8th grade, I dunked a basketball in 8th grade.
Wow, man.
At like 5, like a little. I was a little. I was basically full grown going into high school.
Okay.
One of those guys. And then so 8th grade, I was a beast. Okay. My brothers are 6'4", 6'2". I had size 12 shoes going in high, so everyone thought I was gonna be like 6'3", 6'4", like my older brother, and then just I don't know, didn't eat my Wheaties, didn't do something.
Yet you made it to the NFL.
Yeah, I had this conversation. I can't remember who I was having this conversation with yesterday, but we were talking about parents and how parents perceive their kid, and my kid's going Major League Baseball. He's gonna be the greatest golfer. And I always feel like if parents could honestly look at an NFL locker room and go, yeah, my kid is just like that guy. For you, when you walked in that locker room, I mean, obviously you were extremely athletic. You talked about you dunk a basketball at 8th grade. When you walked into an NFL room for the first time and you saw the athletes that you were in the room with, what were your thoughts?
What am I doing here? I think is the first thing. I was like, am I sure I want to do this? And don't forget, we were like, I was with a team coming off 2 wins or 3 wins when I was drafted.
Yeah. 2 wins.
Like, I'll always tell people I went on to the Texans. I had no idea if we were a good or a bad NFL football team, And so like it took me a couple years to realize that we weren't as good as we thought we were, but we were putting a pretty good team together. In the locker room, you got guys like Mario Williams that you were drafted with. You got offensive linemen that are just absolute monsters. I think the biggest difference is the interior defensive linemen and linebackers just could run. We had D'Amico Ryans, and he could run. He chased down everything. You sideline to sideline. You're used to catching a ball in limited space as a receiver, but then you're able to make a move or two. And in the NFL, you get one move like as soon as you catch it. Otherwise, there's 5-6 hands on you or you're getting tackled. And I think that was just the biggest difference is the speed of the game, but it's just the size and speed combination. Yeah, if you're a normal dude and you're whatever thinking that your kid's going to play in the NFL or Major League Baseball or whatnot, just go try to get yourself into a locker room and see what it's like to not only do it for like a locker room, but I always challenge you to do it for like a day or two, like see a full day or see 2 full days strung together. Like you look at these Major League Baseball locker rooms, like, oh yeah, my son loves baseball. Does he? They play 190 million games. They're playing 4 days in a row, and they're it's crazy. And they fly from Minnesota to LA and then back to Baltimore to play in 9 straight games. It's nuts.
It's crazy. David Anderson, a former Texans wide receiver, joining us. DA, I want to get your thoughts on D'Amico and the Texans and things like that in a second, but you were one of the first people that I thought of over the weekend when I heard the news. We all heard the news about the passing of Jacoby Jones, of course, a teammate of yours. I know you guys were friends, and you had great Jacoby Jones stories back in the day. I just wanted to get your reaction to the news, obviously, and get a chance to share some memories of.
It was hard. It still is hard. I spent the majority of my early career with Jacoby. I could say that, as a receiver or any position, when someone gets drafted in your position, your first thought is like, you don't like this person because they're there to take your job. And Jacoby and I quickly became friends, and made each other better football players. And I think in turn made each other better men. We seemed to always find ourselves, because they weren't going to put Andre Johnson on scout team, always running a scout team together, always taking special teams reps. If he wasn't the punt returner, I was the backup and kick returner. So we pretty much followed each other around the field, one way or another, for 4 or 5 straight years. I think, off the field, we were obviously good friends, and someone tweeted a picture of us on a trip to San Antonio, one I'll never forget, mainly because it was actually put together by Jamie Roots, rest in peace, and Jacoby Jones was there, rest in peace. So, it's crazy to think that the Texans this one off season put Jacoby and I on a bus, or it wasn't a bus, it was more like a black car, but to San Antonio, and our job was to convert all these local local elementary schools into Texan fans, because they knew that if we put in the work then they'll be fans now, of the team now, and turned out it worked. Jacoby and I probably went to 15 different elementary schools over the course of 3 days, and both of us we would before we walked in, like, this one's on. I'll play second fiddle, and then in the next class, he'd be like, Dave, you got this one, and we would just constantly go up there and gas up the kids and get them all excited about being Texan fans, hand out free stuff. We had the mascot with us half the time and a cheerleader with us every now and then. So I just remember doing those trips with Jacoby. It was just us two representing the Texans, and spending that time with them, and that was one of probably 1,000 stories I have, but that one just stuck out on Twitter just because it was just me and him. Not playing football, getting to know each other. Yeah. And then obviously there's just tons of stories about during preseason when we get to play the Saints, his mom would host us at the YMCA, and we'd eat, gumbo and eat all the local food that his mom would cook, and his whole family would be there. And so it was just, it's a sad thing. It's a very sad thing. First kind of really close teammate that I've lost. So certainly something that's sticking with me.
DA, one of the things that I've realized since kind of being in a building and seeing it up close is the fraternity that is really truly there amongst players that make the NFL. And whether they're around a teammate for a year or a week, it just feels like there's this bond that, we made it together to the NFL, that it feels like guys are even closer than they might have been in college, even though they've been together for a year or two. And I can't remember, you were with Jacoby maybe 2-3 years, whatever it might have been. But
4.
Yeah. So it feels like there was that fraternity. It feels like there's that fraternity feeling amongst guys that are in the NFL. Did you find that to be the case? Not what you put in the NFL, that you run into somebody that played for the Patriots out in California, and you kind of have this bond already because you did something that very few people are able to do, and that's play in the NFL. Do you kind of find that fraternity is actually there amongst players that did play in the NFL and makes you guys a little bit closer?
For sure. Like you see Torrey Smith, and you see some of these guys, talking about Jacoby and stuff like that, and you realize there's a bond between guys. And I think you play the name game with guys when you're retired, and there's always someone you played with that played with them. Yeah. Even now, I can talk about JJ or Dwayne Brown or some of these other guys that had long extended careers, and they played on so many teams for so long that we have, someone in common that was in our locker rooms that we could always talk about. I think you, especially if you catch someone like I had Jacoby at a stage where we were in the same kind of period of our career as a younger player, you learn a lot, right? Like you learn how to be a pro. You learn, how to make a football team. You learn the ins and outs of how to do that, right? And I think it was our job to terrorize Larry Kirksey. Jacoby and I, and we did a really good job of that. Yeah. Jacoby a little bit better than me, but not much. But it was, and so you just kind of bond over these moments. Some trips you'll never forget when Andre made the Pro Bowl, and it happened to be that one year where Miami hosted both the Pro Bowl and the Super Bowl. He flew me and Jacoby and Glenn Mark a full week with Andre in Miami and all his family and whatnot, and like that was special times. And so it's just like you have those moments because there's in-season bonding, but then what I think fans don't realize is we're the only people on this kind of like awkward work schedule too. Like we don't even after a game, right? We finish a game on Sunday. Normal people got to go to work Monday. We go to practice Monday, and then we have Tuesday off. It's not like I can call a bunch of friends and be like, all right, let's go out Monday night. They're like, bud, we just, I got work tomorrow. We're like, oh yeah, sorry. So you kind of just end up hanging with each other and building those bonds in and on and off the field. And then certainly in the off season, we'd catch each other in Houston, or we'd go to Miami and run with Dre or whatever it was. It's just like it was pretty constant between everybody. And I think that's certainly a lot different than college, where you don't have to make these decisions, where they're kind of baked in and you're already there. So yeah, it's a different type of fraternity. It's very similar to I think like people talk about like the Marines and stuff like that, going to battle with these guys because you made this decision to go this place in your career. So yeah, it's a special bond and one that's when you lose a member, it's pretty tough.
David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, joining us. DA, let's shift gears here with you real quick and talk about the Texans this upcoming season. I know it was it was fun this past season to see a lot of the guys that were part of your era of Texans football getting back kind of on board, involved with the team again. What are your thoughts on this young core and what you're looking to see in year 2?
I mean, I think it was 2010 when like Arian Foster was on the cover of ESPN magazine and talked about us like kind of making the playoffs and going deeper into the playoffs, and then you felt it right away, like week 1, 2, and 3, that teams were treating us differently. They were more prepared. They certainly, I don't want to say like scouted us better, but they were taking us more serious on the field. And like not giving up, sloppy plays here and there. It's a different type of pressure, a different type of expectations on everyone. And to be honest, the teams you play prepare differently. And you say that out loud, and people think like, well, it's the NFL, you should prepare the same. But to be honest, there are just some teams that you gas up for and you get really ready for one reason or another, whether it's a rivalry or a division game or something like that. But when a team like the Texans has all this off-season momentum and has been talked about a lot. If you beat a team like that, it can help out your season. So they definitely have a target on their back and something they'll have to get used to. It reminds me of that, like I mentioned, that one year on Houston, I think, or 2010. So they'll have to be prepared, a lot more prepared and ready to like take on that challenge. But from a alumni and fan perspective, I couldn't be more excited. It's been a long time, especially being out here in Los Angeles. Since the Texans have been this relevant, and then everyone's kind of talking about us. And they know our players. We got a bunch of people that they want to draft in fantasy, and so like that's people. It's a silly thing to say, but I think it was like one player that I drafted. Now we got like 6, and like so everyone follows the Texans, and then that goes far, and it certainly gets the whole city gassed up, everyone they associate with the team excited, and looking forward for a good year for sure.
How proud are you that a Cali boy is leading the Houston Texans and CJ Stroud?
We got a fan club out here. There's like 6 of us. It's pretty big. It's growing.
Where do you watch? Do you guys watch games
CJ's
together?
Family?
We got OBs out here in Manhattan Beach. I got a little spot. We watch the Texans. They put it on a certain TV. I'm slowly recruiting Houston Texan fans. It's out here in California. There's no love for the Rams. You can quickly persuade an Angelino into your team. So you just got to tell them, give them a little, give them an extra whatever cup of coffee because we watch the games in the morning, or you buy them a drink, and all of a sudden they're a Texan fan. So I've been converting people slowly, but. The style of play is exciting to watch. I think that's what people get excited about, right? And just the amount of they're doing the jerseys and the city's getting back into it. It feels, I don't know what you guys can certainly tell me talking about the team on a regular basis, but it feels more than just a football team right now. It's got a culture and it's got a vibe. You know what I mean? And people forget that's a very, very important, because when you bring on a new player, I think what I always learned from Coach Kubiak is if you can shortcut the culture, if the player comes in there and understands the expectations that the team has, so he can quickly behave correctly, you got a chance. But when you go into a team, and if your team doesn't have an established brand of play and a brand of culture, like it's you get lost, and you're like, so what do we do here? Is it really key that special teams kind of loosey-goosey? What are walkthroughs like? How do we treat Friday practices? You know what I mean? Like the more like you when you went to the Patriots with Belichick, you knew what you're getting into. When you went to the Ravens, you knew what you're getting into. You know what I mean? That's the Texans have a chance to be that type of team. When people show up, they know what the D'Amico expects. The leaders communicate that quickly to all players, and they behave accordingly. And all of a sudden, boom, you got a culture, you got a vibe, and all of a sudden you can shortcut that learning curve that all new players have, and you can hit the ground running.
Well, and it starts, the youngest guys on this team are that way, not just C.J. Stroud, but Will Anderson said in a press conference, DA, recently, like he was getting asked about guys at the Pro Bowl kind of talking to him about becoming a Houston Texan. Hey, what's it like with D'Amico? And Will Anderson, 22 years old or whatever he is, said, I had to tell him it's not for everybody. And that was really cool to hear. You know what I mean? Yeah, you want. It's supposed to not be for everybody. And I think the one thing too that Houston forgets is as a city for a player. I took it for granted, certainly, because I spent the majority of my career there. Like, it's a great city for a player. Mm-hmm. It's hot as all hell, as hot as Hades out there sometimes, and so I always wondered why we're practicing. But like, why don't we just do this at midnight, or when we would practice in the heat of the day, and then we would turn on this BS. Let's smoke these guys out. They don't stand a chance. We play them at 1:00. I don't care if the fans are sweating; they're going to sweat anyway. Let's beat a sweaty fan and a win is way better than a cool, happy fan and a loss. That's right? Fair, like, let's get these guys. Let's smoke them out. So anyway, like the city itself, you can find whatever you want, and I think like I took that for granted, because even guys out here, like I talked to some guys that play for the Rams, and some of them are the Chargers just moved to El Segundo, which is like 10 blocks from my house. Mm-hmm. That's a much better situation than the LA Rams or anywhere. They're out where I grew up, ironically, Thousand Oaks. There's nothing to do out there. Mm-hmm. And so, like, if you want to go to whatever, a dinner with players, there's like 3 restaurants to go to, or otherwise you got to drive like 45 minutes into LA proper. Ugh. Like in Houston, it was like 10 minutes. You could go anywhere you wanted, and guys were kind of, all kind of like located around, for the most part, around the facility. Plenty of like games you could go to, and you got Rockets games. You can get into whatever you wanted to. So I think the city, it can recruit players, but I'm glad Will said that. Hey, the brand of ball isn't for everyone. Yep, absolutely. David Anderson joining us here on Sports Radio 610. What are you two clowns getting into, huh? What kind of mess did you two get into? They put these two jabronis back together. Seth is out today, so I became sloppy seconds. Yeah. So I'm here rekindling an old flame. You know how that goes, DA. Exactly. Exactly what it is. I go through my little black book. I'm like, who can I? Seth's gone. When Seth is away, the cat will play. Or it's just a little hotel. That's it. You're like, I don't want to watch Shawshank Redemption. I want the new John. Right. I got a sock on the door. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Oh God. Hey, DA, man, we miss you. Hey, before I let you go, how excited are you to watch your good friend Andre Johnson go into the Hall of Fame in a couple of weeks? Yeah, very cool. I'm gassed up about this. This is like the chats have been going wild. We have a bunch of group chats. We have a bunch of text threads with like old players on that. We have fantasy teams together. Everyone, pretty much everyone I know is going. We got guys that only played like a year or two with the Texans. They're going. It's going to be a proper showing of Texan alumni out there, which would be great. We've been waiting for this. I hope Andre has put a lot of money towards his liquor bill, because we're going to drink a lot of alcohol come celebrating 8 o'clock, sitting in that heat waiting for him to give his speech, which I told him I'd write for him. I got guys. I can write something pretty good for him. Yeah. I was disappointed that I'm not introducing him. I told him that. I said I was waiting on that call. Apparently he's using someone that's a little more professional than me, which is BS. Yeah. It's Kubiak, right?
Yeah, but like, I'd go there. And,
oh, you tear
you don't
it
want
up.
to give me. You don't want to give me 7 minutes on the mic.
Yeah, dude, it's not a roast. It's not a roast, DA. It's a Hall of Fame
Hall of
induction.
Fame versus a roast. No, they
It's not a
roasted
roast.
Brady.
What do you mean? It's whatever you want it to be. All right, it's 7 minutes. They don't tell you. There's no rules. You can say whatever you want.
DA.
I would love to go there, tell Andre Johnson stories about how he saved my life.
that would go well to Hall of Fame. Hey, so you're going to be there in Canton?
I'll be there. I'll be there
Nice.
flying.
All right.
I'm trying to get there for the Hall of Fame game, but I think I might just fly in Friday.
All right, look me up. We'll be there.
I will
So
be there.
Give me a
We'll
call.
be there.
All right.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
It's gonna be a great time. It'll be that's the first time Texans have played in the Hall of Fame game too, right?
Since the opener.
Yeah, the opener.
The opening 2002. That of course known around here as the Jeremy Shockey game.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, because Jeremy Shockey went off in that game, and then he ran over like a
the
Texas
Hall of Fame game?
It was his rookie game.
Stop trying.
He was just,
hey, is Shockey going to be there? He was a teammate of Andre Johnson.
That's
So it'd be
right.
you,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Are you
right.
gonna? Maybe you get to hang with Shockey, DA.
Yeah.
Dude, Andre had like a little party in Houston, and there were some Miami cats there. That I love those. Just hanging with those guys are hilarious. Their stories are wild. What they were doing at the U was so NIL. I'll tell you what.
You mean that wasn't happening in Fort Collins, bro?
Unbelievable, dude! I saw my face on a bus stop. I'm still trying to get residuals from that back in the day. I was like, someone owes me $9.99 for that.
$1.92. I was on a
Yeah,
bus
what
stop.
the hell?
Oh,
Some old lady sitting her butt on my face over there. She owes me $10.
That's it.
That's a drop the mic
on
moment.
that note. Yeah, you know what? I'm convinced DA should be introducing Andre Johnson at the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
We get him to reconsider. There's still time.
David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver. You can get him on Twitter at DavidAnderson89. DA, we love you, man. Appreciate catching up with you.
Guys, you guys have fun.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on with us, DA. Appreciate that. David Anderson. We went a little over, but I would say that was worth it. All right, so we're going to bounce here. We will get back on track. Got a few more things I need to run by Johnny, including SEC Media Days. Nick Saban said some things about UT. How's this 12-team playoff going to play out this year? I got my college football expert here. I want to talk about that as well. We'll do that next. But first, oh, man.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, big thanks to David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, joined us. If you missed the Odyssey app, download the Odyssey app if you haven't already, but you can rewind. It'll be up on podcasts. He had some great sentiments about Jacoby Jones, his former teammate. I obviously knew they were friends from the many conversations that you and I have had with David Anderson. I did not know the story of the two of them basically barnstorming West Texas to try to – not an easy thing, man. That is Cowboys country out there.
No, it's not, and they've done that for years. I don't know. I think COVID kept it from happening again. I don't know. But I know we've had players that have gone down there and really enjoyed that trip. Now, they walk away from that like, oh, my God, it's exhausting.
I'll bet.
But they end up having a good time because there are tons of fans down there, and they kind of barnstorm and they go around and do radio shows and – just meet with fans. Those video. Are the two best to have gone down there,
dude,
to be honest.
You could not have picked two funnier, better
Perfect.
Dudes to go to that pitch.
Perfect.
David Anderson and Jacoby Jones. That's hilarious. So big thanks to DA. If you missed that interview, it'll be up on the podcast so you can rewind and listen to it. In the Loop, we'll start here at the top of the hour. John Harris in for Seth Payne. Seth is back tomorrow. Training camp gets going on Thursday. SEC Media Day is going on this week. Seen shots of Brian Kelly, my arch nemesis, strolling through whatever facility they're at doing SEC Media Days.
Wait, aren't you glad that
he's gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I like Marcus Freeman. Yeah.
I'd much rather have Marcus Freeman than Brian Kelly.
Okay.
That's just me. It's my thought. I don't know. Did I say that
You
out
never
loud?
like getting dumped, though. That's the thing. You know what I mean? Like you never like...
Yeah, kind of. But, I mean, if you had a high-maintenance girlfriend that eventually just said...
Probably did us a favor.
Right.
Yeah,
That's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Like, get the step in, get the bricks. I would much rather have Marcus Freeman, the way that he recruits, the way that he is with his players. I think he's going to be... In all honesty, I don't know how great a coach Brian Kelly actually is.
Yeah, we'll see.
Go and say it.
We'll see. Now, Nick Saban, undeniably a very good coach.
He was a great coach.
And I think he's going to be good on TV, too. Here was Nick Saban just firing off just a nice little missile right at you, University of Texas Longhorns yesterday.
What kind of tickles me is all these people asking these questions about how Texas always ran the conference they were in. They're not going to run the SEC. Right? There's a whole lot of arrogant people in a lot of places in the SEC, so they can forget all about that. They'll be a good team and a great program, and Stark will do a great job, but that's not going to be a problem.
And I think what he's referring to there, like there was the feeling in the Big 12, like that it was Texas's show, like that, it was that was their conference and how they decide. The Longhorn Network was probably the one big reminder in the last 15 years or so that it was their conference. So Texas they're kind of forfeiting some power. They're selling out a little bit here, right? They're forfeiting some power to go take that big SEC paycheck, right?
And I understand it. To a degree.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the fact that, look, you're looking at the Big 12 as it was when the decision. I mean, if Texas and Oklahoma had stayed in the Big 12 and you brought in the four corner schools, man, now you're talking about, it's an 18-team conference. You probably maybe would shave a little bit, maybe. But you'd have a pretty salty football conference.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If that were the case. So, Saban's right. He'll even tell you about Alabama. No team comes rolling into the SEC and is like, we're here, and everybody's like, oh, no. That's not going to happen. Now, I think most logically thinking Longhorns will look at it that way. Oh, look, no, we're not going in there. We just want to go in there and be competitive in this conference. We want to go in there and win 10. We expect to win 10 games going into this conference, but we know we're not just going to run this thing. But we also know that there is probably a faction of Longhorn fans that are like, oh, yeah, we're going to do that. Did you just see us in the playoff last year? Yeah. We beat Alabama at Alabama.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and this is what people miss a lot. And Saban actually said this with a tweet. And so I've said this before, too. I've said this about the NFL. Because in the NFL, every single week is you got to get geared up. Doesn't matter whether it's Commanders, the Titans, the Colts, the Steelers, the Chiefs. It doesn't matter. You got to get geared up for that game. If you don't, like the Jags found out last year in week 3, if you're not geared up for an 0-2 team that some thought at the time was a 32nd ranked team, you're going to get popped.
Yep.
Well, it's that way in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Big 12 was building it to a point where you didn't have as many layups as Texas might have had. But you can't all of a sudden go play Alabama one week and then, all right, you're going to go play other schools in the Big 12 that are not at Alabama's caliber. I don't want to use any schools for example, but you get the point. In the SEC, you go from Alabama, okay, then you're going to play Georgia, and then after that, you're going to play Ole Miss. You look up and you've played 3 of the top 12 teams in the country week after week after week. And that, to me, is the litmus test for a team coming into a conference like the SEC, or that is the SEC. Can you play at that caliber, at that level every week? Yeah, there's a game against Vanderbilt in there. Okay. But for the most part, you're playing, Auburn at Auburn. Is Auburn great? No, but at home, Auburn can be tricky. Georgia found it out last year. Not even a good Auburn team. But you got to go to Auburn and play that game. So I just think there's this thought that you ain't coming into this conference. Saban's right. Nobody. He would even say his Alabama teams, if Alabama was going into the SEC, you're not going to run it. You're just not. That's not the way that conference is set up.
Isn't it fun to look up at the TV in the studio and see the caption at the bottom say, "Can Caleb Williams have a C.J. Stroud type effect?" Isn't that fun to be a Texan fan and look up at the TV and see that's what's on First Take right now?
I'll tell you a quick story. So we're at the Senior Bowl, and I'm down on the field and I'm walking. I'm kind of watching different things, and I look down and the quarterbacks are throwing. They're doing like they're taking the snaps from center and just getting those snaps and working.
Is it their Senior Bowl?
The Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
And so I get down there and I can see there are a couple of guys videoing, and they've got the nice mirror cameras and everything, and they're videoing. And I look, and this guy's got a red sweatshirt on, and I kind of like I can't tell who it is. As he turns around, once they finish, I realize it's Patriots, and I just chuckled because I was like, for 20 years, they didn't have to do that. They didn't have to go.
It was some dude from the Patriots.
Yeah, it was a guy from the Patriots. He was filming all the quarterbacks. And I was like, for 20 years, they didn't have to go look at a damn quarterback.
Dude.
They didn't have to do anything. Their social media team couldn't have cared less who the quarterbacks were. Now, all of a sudden, they're taking video of Spencer Rattler, taking snaps. They're taking,
what a horrible place
Bo
to
Nix. And I just chuckled. And I went, that's not us anymore.
No.
That is not us
Hopefully not
anymore.
for a long, long time.
And I just laughed. I was like, thank God.
Dude.
Because that's a purgatory that as an NFL fan you just don't want to be in. You don't want to get to a point where you're like, well, maybe Daniel Jones will do it this year. Hell no. You want to look up and go, my guy's C.J. Stroud, and I know he'll do it this year.
Yeah, they were showing – I saw that clip from Hard Knocks on Twitter during my vacation of Jaden Daniels, clearly a little bit overwhelmed by what Brian Daboll was throwing at him. And I retweeted. I said, I'm just glad we don't have to worry about this. Like, I'm just – and this is no shot at Jaden Daniels. It was not meant to be a shot at Jaden Daniels, but it was at that point where I tweeted – literally 75% of the takes I have on anything with the offseason, it feels like this year, is thank God we have C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
getting ready for Ravens in the playoff game. And I texted you, and I was like, God dang it, I would love to have Kyle Hamilton. And I remember you said, you know what, I'm glad we don't, because Hamilton would have been alone worth a win or two, and that maybe keeps us from getting C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I talked you off the ledge a little bit.
And I was like, okay, because you know how much I loved Hamilton.
Yeah.
He was number one on my Harris 100. I love the guy.
I know.
And he's proving out exactly what I thought.
All pro,
he's a
man.
Stud.
Yeah.
Stud. But you're right. Like, if that would have changed the ecosphere, that we would have ended up with Anthony Richardson versus C.J. Stroud, I'll leave it alone.
It all
way it did
brought us to this.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm with that.
All right, one more segment with John Harris. He's in for Seth Payne. We'll hand the baton to In the Loop here at the top of the hour. I do want to circle back. 12-team college football playoff. Okay. And I need thoughts from you. As long as I've got you here, Johnny, of course I can text you anytime I want, but I want the audience to know. I need to know how my squad's going to do against these Aggies coming up at the beginning of the year.
Good.
All right, so I want to run that by you as well. We'll do that coming up next. West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land. Yeah, another Chris Poulos production right there. The Poulos family owning West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, our first year of a 12-team college football playoff. Here was Heather Dinich of ESPN yesterday talking about what this whole thing is going to look like this year.
It starts with who's getting into this thing. It's the 5 highest-ranked conference champions and the next 7 highest-ranked teams. So you're going to have the SEC champion, Big 12, ACC, Big 10, and a team from the group of 5. They're going to be in. I would say Notre Dame is going to be in the college football playoff. You're not going to know who your national champion is until January 20th, which is a lot later than everyone's used to. Fans are going to get a first-round home game. That's outstanding. The 4 highest-ranked conference champs get a first-round bye. So, Greeny, whoever loses in the SEC championship game is going to be in the playoff, and they're going to have to win 4 straight games to win the national title. That's 17 games. I don't care who you are. That's going to be tough.
Okay, I've got questions about that for you, Johnny, about the sheer volume of football they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
But so that was Heather Dinich of ESPN kind of laying out the who, what, where of the college football playoff. I'm excited for games on college campuses that are going to be elimination games. I think for me, you're my foremost authority on anything college football. Footballtakeover.com. Johnny's got a ton of college stuff on there as well. Dude was just at Big 12 Media Days, people. Are you a 12-team guy? Or are you a 4-team guy? Where are you on this whole thing?
I like 12 because I wanted teams to get buys. I wanted teams to I like the buy in the NFL. I wish they had 2, but 1's fine. I just like to see teams rewarded for at least playing the regular season with some oomph, and the fact that those games end up mattering. So I'm cool. I'm cool with 12. I would be cool with 16, but I know people. Oh, it's going to water it down. Well, once you get to 16, now you lose those buys, and so okay, you get a home game, great. That's to start the play. All right, fine. I'd much rather a team have a bye. That's your reward. Your reward for going 12-1 or whatever it is you get a bye. I'm curious those 7 teams and how much, because
the at-large teams.
Because how much SEC influence and Big 10 influence is there going to be? Because one of the things that I ended up hearing at Big 12 Media Days was the fact that the Big 10 and the SEC are trying to lock down a certain number of teams getting into the playoffs.
That's been out there, yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, really? Yeah, I don't know if I like that if I'm the other teams. But then again, I think it's going to come down to the SEC Big 10 anyways in a number of instances. And I think conferences are going to pull away and do their own thing, which eventually happens. But right now at 12, I like it. It's got buys. I like the home playoff games. I wish the next round was at home. I wish the teams would get a bye and a home game because
those will be in bowl games.
Those would be in bowl games. I like the bowl games being more viable, but I also know that it's really tough. Even if you get a bye, you've got to win 3 games. Are your fans going to go to all 3 games? Man, that's costly.
Oh yeah.
So if you at least play it on campus, it's a little less costly, but I get it. I'm actually excited about this playoff. I mean, there's so many moving parts. I'm so curious what Texas, Oklahoma do in the SEC. Colorado, everybody wants to watch. Apparently, they're the Super Bowl for every opponent. Have fun with that.
Yeah,
have fun with that. I'm waiting to see that whole thing implode at some point. But I like it, and I like it because the teams in Texas, Texas A&M, very right in the mix of all this. Connor Wigman stays healthy at A&M. It's going to be a really fun team to watch. A couple of transfers came in that are really good. Nick Scourton from Purdue, who's from Bryan, went back home. He's going to be a stud. I think A&M's great on defensive line in particular. So they're going to be a really fun team to watch for sure. And then, of course, Texas going into the SEC and what that's going to be.
Okay, I got a few questions here.
Okay.
A few things I want to bounce off you.
Okay, let's go.
Before John Lopez, and it looks like Brandon Scott's in with John today.
Okay.
Before they get in here. Over/under number of Texas teams in the 12-team playoff. 1.5.
Under.
Is it UT or is it A&M?
My gut tells me Texas.
Yep.
Just because Texas, Quinn Ewers coming back. I know Wigman's coming back for A&M, but missed a lot of snaps last year. I think it was, game 2 or game 3. They ended up going out. I do think A&M is going to be pretty salty, I think, because Mike Elko is going to be a much more organized and better leader for this particular group.
Elko's a good coach.
Yeah, Elko's a very good coach.
Yeah.
I think A&M, with Mark Stoops, they would have been happy. I shouldn't say happy. I think they would have been a good football team with Mark Stoops, and I think they're going to be a good football team with Mike Elko. I think it's going to be tough for A&M. I mean, obviously, they have Notre Dame, then they got the conference schedule. Texas has Michigan, and then a conference schedule.
Mm-hmm.
But at least A&M's game is at home. Texas has to go to Ann Arbor. That's going to be an interesting one. But I think it's going to be tough for both of them to make it. I do think one of them's going to make it with 10, 11 wins. I think one's going to just get knocked out at 9-3.
What's your early read on that A&M Notre Dame game? There's some interesting storylines there because you got Elko, the coach who used to be at Duke, going against Riley Leonard, who used to be the quarterback.
And that's a massissive story in this game because he's going to know how to prepare for Leonard.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Notre Dame's losing both Joe Alt and Blake Fisher, we know. And A&M's strength is on the defensive edges. They're going to be able to get heat on Leonard. That's going to force him to run, which is probably something that Notre Dame doesn't want Leonard to do all that much. So that, to me, is going to be the biggest key. A&M's got to block Howard Cross. Howard Cross is one of my top 50 players.
Is he really? Yes.
He's like 6'1", 280, but man,
I know.
he's so
productive.
Quick and fun to watch.
Yeah.
So, my footballtakeover.com dropped last night. So go check that out. That's going to be a hell of a game to start off.
Oh,
it's going to be sloppy. It's going to be emotional. It's going to be hot.
Oh, yeah.
But that's going to be a fun as hell game.
Come in on Monday and fight John Lopez.
What's going to be awesome about that is they're so good on both sides in the trenches. I mean, Notre Dame, I mentioned Howard Cross, but they also got Riley Mills.
Yeah.
They've got to get they need some pass rush help. I don't know if they've got much off the edge, but Wigman against Leonard, good one.
You know who my comp is for Riley Mills? J.J. Watt.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Because they're both big, and there's something
99.
about them, and they wear 99, and there's something about them.
Very athletic guys.
Very athletic. There's just something about them that reminds me of J.J. Watt. I can't quite put my finger on it. Yeah. It's the same feeling I got with Reed Shepard and Mark Price earlier.
Yeah, we'll think about that. Think about that over the weekend.
Can't quite put my finger on it. Hey, last thing I want to ask you. Do you think we see players opt out of the 12-team playoff? Because Heather Dinich touched on something there. Like, you got guys you're asking to play 17 games possibly. At very least 16.
Boy, that's not going to be good. Now, if Caleb Williams had done it, I think Caleb Williams still goes number 1 in the NFL.
Probably so, yeah.
There may be 3 to 5 players that it impacts. But there's going to be some idiot that goes, I'm not playing in the playoff, and that he's maybe first or second. He'll go in the 3rd or 4th. I promise you.
Okay.
That still is a thing for scouts to say, does this dude want to play football?
Yeah.
And when we hand him millions of dollars, is he still going to want to play football?
Right. It's one thing to back out of the Tostitos or the Cheeto Bowl. It's another thing to back a chance to go win something big.
That's exactly right.
Okay. Man, your faith in mankind is better than mine. I think there's going to be
I think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
No, I think it's going to happen.
Okay.
But I think it's going to be unfortunate, and I think what's going to end up happening is there will be a player, and all of a sudden that dude, man, I wish I played in that bowl game.
Yep.
I wish I'd have played that playoff game.
Yeah, playoff game.
Playoff game. When can you? I mean, think about it. C.J. Stroud became the player that he is. I mean, people started paying attention to C.J. after what?
Georgia game.
The playoff.
Yeah,
game.
Georgia game. Yep, for sure. Brandon Scott, John Lopez are here. What's up, fellas?
We're talking Aggie football?
A little bit.
Aggie football?
A little bit, yeah.
You know what my comp is for
who?
The 2024 Aggies?
Who's your comp?
The 2001 Miami Hurricanes.
And you know what?
Ken Dorsey.
And if that's the case, is Jimbo going to get the credit that he deserves?
Hell no.
Are the Aggies even a top 5 team in the SEC?
Yeah, they're top 5. They're top 5. Right at 5, right?
I think you just gave Johnny a topic for
no, aren't they top?
Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss. Yeah,
they're right about
Alabama.
5. They're right about.
They're 5-6.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's saying something.
I was just poking at Lopez.
But I mean, they're in that mix for sure.
Yeah.
But I think, Georgia. I think Georgia's without a doubt.
Yeah.
And Texas can beat Texas, but all you got to do is beat them on November 30th.
That's it.
At home.
Come on.
For those who couldn't see on the camera, or those who are only listening, John just went, whatever.
Saban's Texas in the SEC championship.
I saw that.
Does he? Okay.
He's already got. He's already got
all
them.
right.
So because he's got to have takes now.
He's got to have takes, but
he's got to have his damn credential.
He's got to have a credential.
He's been anti-take and anti-credential all his life, and now he's got to have both.
He does, but that's either shots fired at Kalen DeBoer. Did I pronounce his name right?
Yeah, DeBoer, yeah.
DeBoer. Or shots fired at how he left the cupboard. He himself left the cupboard, Nick Saban.
I'll tell you one thing that DeBoer is doing. Yeah. He's recruiting his ass off.
He got a couple yesterday. He got a couple,
Yeah, he is getting 5 stars all over the place.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
that NIL collective must be pretty damn good down in Tuscaloosa.
You think?
I thought they didn't have money.
You think? Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. I don't know if you guys heard David Anderson on with us a little bit earlier.
Little bit.
Oh, so good.
Little bit.
He's
So good.
excellent, right?
Yeah.
I thought, obviously the Jacoby Jones sentiments were fantastic and very insightful, and the two of them spent a lot of time together. That was really cool. If you missed it, it's up on the podcast, or get the Odyssey app and you can rewind, whatever you want to do. I thought it was really cool to hear him talk about, and we've seen other Texans alums, just like you could really sense with him just how proud he is of the direction this team is going right now.
They're coming back.
I thought that was really cool, like just that he feels like there's a culture in place again, and like it's you got to pay the price.
And when I say they're coming back, I mean former players are coming back. Because no matter what anybody thinks, a lot of them were out.
Right.
Out.
Yeah.
I know people.
And the timing. I was just gonna say, Johnny, the timing of it is great.
Yeah.
Like it's D'Amico's team.
Yes.
Obviously, C.J. Stroud and what that represents. Andre Johnson going to be kind of this perfect wave of everything going right for the Texans at this moment. You could see why they would be coming back.
It's we have that homecoming. There's always a game on the schedule. It's called a homecoming game.
Yeah.
And for 3 years, it was like,
yeah.
But I love that game because I see guys come back from teams that I covered them in the locker room. Been here since 07 or from 14 out on the sidelines, and so I love that game. But nobody was really coming to it. Well, of course they couldn't in 2020. And I say nobody, I mean the players weren't coming back. There was not something that they were excited about. But then all of a sudden this past year, D'Amico's here.
Yeah.
Now Andre goes in the Hall of Fame. Now
they're coming
guys
back.
want to be back.
Back.
And so it's awesome to see the number of players that I run into that are like, oh yeah, man, I haven't seen you in a while. What are you doing? And just catch up with them. It's really cool. But they want to be back and be around, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah,
really,
and then you just think about the excitement of this training camp. Like when you compare it to others, and y'all have been here for all of it. Like it is right there at the top. Like between from CJ all the way down, D'Amico, CJ, the new additions, the players that are returning. I mean, the upside of the team overall.
Dude.
Like it's kind of rare.
I'm so intrigued to see what this is going to look like. The first one that fans are allowed at on the 23rd.
Oh,
fascinating.
It's going to be like a game.
Yeah, I mean, how early are people out there?
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not like Colombia and Argentina.
Yeah.
Hard
Sneaking
rock
in
the other
through
day.
air
Bite your
ducts.
tongue.
Oh. Yeah.
Bite your tongue.
Hope it's not like that.
I never got to that with you today. I had it on the rundown. What sporting event would you have snuck in through air ducts to go watch?
I did sneak in a sporting event.
I stuck into
Not
a
an air
Guns N'
duct,
Roses concert.
Yeah.
Over at the Summit.
Okay.
Paid him like $10. He let us sit in the upper
Okay, no,
deck.
I'm talking air ducts. Like,
well, when the Spurs were in the ABA and I was 12, 13 years old, I snuck into probably 20 games.
Okay.
I'm not proud of it, but hey, I got to see Wilt and Doc. And
Maybe you're not proud of that. Yeah. You can be proud of that.
Okay, I'm proud of it.
Watch games.
There was a back door that was always unlocked.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, there's a lot of confessions going on here today. Johnny confessed to stealing a Sobe water or something earlier today, unintentionally.
Yeah, my wife
Kroger.
loved hearing about my gambling exploits
Yes.
or losses.
Yeah,
She liked hearing about that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the one I always think about this. There's that area behind on the north end, and there's one covering, and people sit there all day, and they stand there, and it's 7.
I know
8
exactly
deep.
what you're talking about.
That thing's gonna be packed.
Yeah.
But I also start thinking, are there gonna be people that are gonna drive, not drive by, but maybe drive and park and try and look over the fence and do that kind of things they can't get in?
It's gonna be fascinating.
It's
man.
Right.
Gonna be a
You
lot of fun.
juxtapose that from 3 years ago, and it's like,
Yeah, I don't want it to look like the soccer thing, but I can't lie. That would be good for radio. That would be good for the shows.
Yes,
I'm not.
yes.
I'm
B.
not.
Scott loves his content.
I am not encouraging
No.
misbehavior.
No, not
but
at
it
all.
would be good for radio.
B. Scott, no offense, I have to distance myself from that comment.
Yeah.
I needed for it to be, not unruly,
Orderly.
Everybody orderly
Yes.
where they need to be.
All the
But just coming
disclaimers.
out.
All the disclaimers necessary.
Yeah, no.
Well, I gotta
We're
go
allowed
work
to
in that
root for
building.
chaos.
Yes, we
Johnny's
are.
got to
Oh,
stay in
yeah,
his shoes a little bit.
No chaos. But if you want, Sean and Seth will be out there from 6 to 8.
Yeah.
Mark and I will be out there. And then you guys will be out there from 10 and beyond.
Yes, sir.
When it starts breaking down.
Thursday, man. 2 days from now. It's
Day
gonna be
after
awesome.
tomorrow.
Yeah, can't wait. What do they say? 2 more sleeps.
2 more sleeps.
2 more sleeps. Yeah.
More sleeps, baby.
Yep. All right.
Can't wait.
We are done. We are overtime right now. Johnny,
cool.
I enjoyed this as always.
Yeah, man, that was a blast.
Love
Thank
you,
you.
brother. Appreciate you.
All right, boys. Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. We are out of time. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Right now.
Right
Lopez.
now.
Right now.
Right
I
now.
am all about the vibes. You heard John Harris. You heard Sean Pendergast with Dave Anderson earlier in the hour or in the previous hour. The vibes are at an amazing level right now, and it feels damn good, Lopez, to do radio in the city of the AFC South champions, the AFC South division favorites, where you got the best quarterback in the division. You got one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, one of the best coaches in the NFL, a wide receiver group that's going to take a backseat to none. Lopez, I am pumped about doing radio in this city this week, man. I cannot wait for camp.
Well, it starts this week, and you should be pumped. And, I was thinking about this last night when I was piddling around with things we wanted to talk about today. It wasn't that long ago when, and I'm not proud of this, when I would, in the midst of training camp, I would go, I got to go out there again. I got to see Deshaun Watson play safety. I got to see all these guys talking about things that dodge questions and avoiding things and all that. And I'm like, it wasn't that long ago.
Not to just complain, but it was a point where training camp was a chore, Lopez.
Yes.
You're not lying about that.
Why y'all bringing up old stuff,
No,
man?
I'm glad you said that, Figgy, because I'm like, talk about life comes at you fast.
Yeah.
Like we knew this team was going to be fun to watch a year ago today, but we didn't know what we had.
Yeah.
We were excited about training camp over a year ago today, but we didn't know it was going to be this. Like, we knew a little over a year ago about this time that there were some young players that could maybe be something. We didn't know they were something. And so that's kind of what I'm saying, Figgy. Like, it was a blink of an eye ago when it was drudgery getting out there, and now we're like popping out of bed, both feet on the ground, and let's go.
Up here bringing up Deshaun.
But even like past that though, Figgy, like the difference between this year and last year, even like Lopez is talking about, is optimism versus expectation.
Yeah.
Last year it was optimism. It was newness. I talked about this a lot when I come on. I'd say, man, the newness of this team, I don't know how good they're going to be. I don't know if they're going to win 6 games or if they're going to win 10 to 12 games. I came in here actually one time and said I could see how they could win 12. And they actually went out there and won. Y'all thought I was crazy.
Yeah, we did.
And they went out there and won. They won 10 in a playoff game. So how about that?
Yeah.
But that was more built on optimism, on, you know what, if I squint, I could see it. If this goes right and that goes right, we could see how it happens. That year, the difference this year is that there is a certain expectation. There's newness to the team because you did make some additions, some key additions, and we'll talk about those later in the show. But it's not just that, man. You got an established winner here, and it happened in just 1 year. I get it. It's just been 1 year.
Yeah.
But because of the newness of last year and how young it is, right? It was the first-year quarterback, the first-year head coach, the first-year offensive coordinator, a rookie sensation at wide receiver that only played a certain amount of games because he got hurt, a third-year wide receiver that got paid over the offseason. Like, there was a lot of Derek Stingley, who we're talking about, a lot of newness to the team last year that has established itself going into this year, where there is a juxtaposition of optimism from last year versus expectation going into this year, and I'm excited about it.
Last year, we were, as you said, optimistic, and we were hopeful. This year, we're excited, and we're anticipating. I mean, the difference in those words is big. Like when we are anticipating things this year. Last year, we were optimistic about them. And speaking of anticipating things, when we step out there on Thursday, and we're all going to be out there, and of course, as John Harris brought up, we're going to be broadcasting in the morning, broadcasting midday out there. Speaking of that, like we have, like as soon as they blow the first whistle and they get going, there are going to be stories happening right before our eyes. Like who's running out there. You know, they're gonna put, like, is it Kamari Lassiter? Where are they gonna put Kenyon Green?
Who's that number 2 cornerback?
Who's the number 2 cornerback?
Who's running with the one?
Like from the first whistle, we're gonna start seeing how this season is gonna go.
Where's Kenyon Green?
Oh, dude, there is
there
is appointment viewing across the entire team.
What's the front 7 look like?
No, the entire team.
Yeah,
like even the positions of strength, even the positions that you're excited
Stephon
about.
gonna run some slot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know who the main guys are going to be in terms of weapons and pass catchers, but you're going to even want to see what that looks like, the competition on the lower end of that position group. So you're going to be watching that. Obviously, what we talked about on the offensive line. Okay, who's running at center and who's running at guard. Those are the types of things that you only really care about at training camp because they're already established for the most part during the season until somebody gets hurt.
Yeah.
So you're watching that sort of thing. Like, that's the type of minutia that you care about in training camp, the type of thing that we're excited about. Who's running first team left guard? Who's running first team center?
Yeah.
Okay, also on the defensive line, we talked about that. We're excited about the edge rushers, but who are those guys that are getting most of the reps on the interior? You talked about the front 7. Who is the linebacker? I talked about this. The linebacker that emerges not named Azeez Al-Shaair or Christian Harris.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to be watching
tight end.
Tight end. Well, and
we know Dalton Schultz, but they're going to go. They're going to go more than one.
Well, even more than that. Like, I figure that I know the hierarchy and what the tight end depth chart probably looks like.
But do you?
But I care more so about how they're going to use them. Yeah, I mean, Dalton Schultz is their
number 2.
Well, I'm assuming that it's some mixture of
mixture
of Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan. But I want to see exactly what it looks like. Like, I mean, everywhere, all around the field, man. Like, again, even the positions of strength, not just the positions of weakness where you're trying to figure out
even close.
Where are they gonna go in this position, but also even the positions of strength are going to be exciting for us. Lopez.
And that's all going to be right in front of us. It's all fair game, and we're going to be able to share that with you right off the bat. I mean, you mentioned everything but running back. Hell, you can't tell a lot about running backs until really 3, 4, 5 games into the regular season, much less the preseason or training camp. But you can see what they think of them. You can see where they put them.
Running back's going to come up in my camp crushes later on in the show.
All right.
For sure. So I saved that on purpose. But you're correct about that. Like, let me ask you this, Lopez. What are you, and you too, Figgy, what are y'all most looking forward to? What is a thing that you are most looking forward to seeing when we get out there, when the players get out there on the field, the thing that you're most looking forward to observing? I got one thing on my mind.
I think, to me, that's a layup. That's an easy one. Cornerback and how they play, particularly Kamari Lassiter, against these receivers. Like that, to me, is number 1. And I said it during minicamp, which was just like a little snippet of what we saw. But if Kamari Lassiter is out there 2, 3, 4, 5 days into training camp and he's making plays, I mean, we could be on to something.
Yeah, as far as like on the field, I was thinking more in the mindset, Figgy, like just the aura of it being C.J. Stroud's team. I've heard this talked about on the station throughout the week so far, the last couple of days.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud going in there and the difference of, remember we talking about the difference of last year of the newness versus now, the establishment, the difference of optimism versus expectation. C.J. Stroud just going in there and having a command of the squad, not just the offense, even in the playbook and the play calls. I think he's already got. We saw that already.
Yeah,
it's the fact that you're going in there with
the field general,
the field general, and the established franchise quarterback. Everybody knows what time it is. There's no like real question about it. Like, hey, are they gonna start the rookie? Is he gonna beat out the veteran who we already know he's better than? But like, how's it gonna work out? Like, you already have all of that established. And then what does it look like for CJ coming off? And I'm really curious about this from him once we hear from him. What it's been like this offseason where his life has just completely changed.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a different level of star and celebrity. Still probably. Like, I don't know how much better of a football player he is necessarily. I'm sure he got better throughout the season. But, like, still probably with the same level of confidence that he had last year.
Yeah.
But level of celebrity all the way different. And now going into camp, the command of the team and of the squad, I feel like that's the thing I'm most looking forward to.
No, that is more of a kind of an abstract thing.
And even, but, like, I feel like I'll be able to see it even before they actually start.
I think that's a good point because remember last year, even though we knew CJ was going to start over Davis Mills, but this is the first year where this is CJ's squad. He's going in as the captain. He's the man. There's no, he got to earn it and all this other stuff. This is his squad. So I want to see how he come in. I want to see how people actually respond to him too, with this being this is his first camp as the guy. Like, hey, I'm me.
Yeah, there's an aura around this squad, and I know that term is kind of overly used these days, but I think it applies here with the Texans. There is an aura around the squad, and I think it's centered around both C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans to a slightly lesser degree, but also I think it shouldn't be overlooked. Let me give you one though, to Lopez on the field, since you gave the Kamari Lassiter thing. I want to see it. We'll get into sticks here a little bit. I want to see Titus Howard in training camp. I want to see how he matches up against. You know how excited we are about these edge rushers, about Will Anderson, about Daniil Hunter, about Danico Autry, and even some of the depth that they got at that position.
That's the best thing that could happen to him.
They brought back Jerry Hughes. Yeah, they got dudes for days now.
They signed another dude today.
They did from the XFL.
Yeah.
So Titus Howard coming back and being switched from the wrong position to the correct position, and what that looks like, that is something that I'm intrigued by, because if it doesn't look right, I mean, because he went to happen, now he's back at the position he got paid to play at, but he also dealt with the injury. Yeah. If it doesn't happen, they just drafted a rookie that seems like he might be equipped to step in right away and fill that void if there is one.
And that is something that you can tell even from the first couple of days of training camp when they're not wearing pads. You can see how guys are moving on. Now, it's not full contact, but it's contact and it's movement and it's how they play some of their moves and stuff. And I want to get back to the CJ Stroud thing. I'm going to illustrate it this way. I know a lot of people have done this, kind of played this game in your mind. Like, you're going to a high school basketball game, and you don't really know the players on the team, but you see one dude and you go, that's a dude right there. Like, just the way they walk in, the way the team gravitates to him, the way they kind of handle themselves, the way they just look and feel. It feels as if they're confident. Like, you can walk into a gym and say, that dude right there is one of the dudes. He's the dude. I think that's what we're talking about with C.J. Stroud, that aura. Like, we should be able to see how the players respond to him, how he handles himself, the way the coaches and he interact. Like, I think that's the difference this year and last year. We're going to step onto the field and we're saying, even if we didn't know who he was, we're saying that's the dude right there.
Yeah, and it does come with the success, though. Like, it comes with proving yourself, because I do feel like that was there. Yeah. But it was more so, like, that was there last year.
But more so this year.
But last year was more so attributed to what was already there. Like, we'd already done the Davis Mills thing, and we figured, hey, that's probably in Creighton, in his mid-30s. We knew that wasn't the deal. So we're like, okay, this should be the guy, and he looks like he is the guy. Then we went out there, he went out there, and we saw that he is. Yeah. And so I think the aura, a lot of it is attached to exactly what we saw. But I will point this out too, Lopez. They got a lot of guys like that now. Just like what I would call, and I think this is what you're saying, get off the bus types.
Yeah.
Like, they get off the bus and you're like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a guy.
That's who we playing tonight? That's who on their team?
Yeah.
So, like, they got that. C.J. Stroud is kind of like that, I think, more so because of what we've seen.
And it's not a matter of, like, size or imposing figure.
Another one.
You can just tell.
Another one. Stephon Diggs.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one, not an imposing figure, but when Stephon Diggs step off the bus, you're like, oh, they got
that guy?
They got Stephon Diggs on their team, right? Like, so he's like that. And then Joe Mixon is that in the more traditional sense. And, like, you're like, oh, their running back is that tall, that big? Oh, and he's Joe Mixon? Like, so you got a lot of get-off-the-bus type of dudes going into training camp and going into this season that I feel like it's just – man, it is a lot to be excited about, Lopez. I cannot wait to get over there and do radio with you. Figgy, you didn't give us your what's the thing that you are most looking forward to watching the training camp?
I really want to see the cornerback position. I kind of agree with Lopez because last year their second round pick, I'm interested to see how they feel about him. If he can actually too, and that will be a huge win for the Texans, because remember when they drafted him, we was kind of questioning his 4.6 speed and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I figure he'll probably play nickel or something like that. But if he can win a job, man, that's a good thing.
To me, that's a no-brainer. That's it on the field.
So I would even go, like, I agree. I would even go beyond that, though. Like, that whole position group.
Yeah.
The whole cornerback, I'm talking about vibes, the whole cornerback vibe. Think about it. On the one side, Derek Stingley, okay, and whoever he matches up against. I'm going to be locked in on Derek Stingley reps. So that's his own story.
Yeah.
But y'all are talking about Kamari Lassiter. Like, I'm picking him to win that job. I think I've done that already on the air. But they got other guys there, too, that I think they're going to have to rely on at some point. And I've pointed this out. But, like, we throw away the whole Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson thing, and rightfully so. We get it. They flamed out in spots where they were expected to do a lot. So it's not like we're supposed to be expecting them to do a lot.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about going into training camp and the dudes that they have, and the depth at that position.
Yeah, the bodies.
Oh, dude, the bodies at that position. And you want to talk about Texans history?
Yeah.
Like looking back on what they've done at the cornerback position in the past, and now you're talking about former first-round picks as possible depth.
Yeah.
At the cornerback position, I cannot wait to watch the cornerback.
Yeah. I'll put it this way. I don't have high expectations for them, and I'm pulling for Lassiter because I think he's got that kind of upside.
It's more about watching him at camp for me, not expectations. Just watching him at camp.
Yeah. But play for Henderson and Okudah on this team.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a place for them on this team.
I pretty much threw out the whole, that was a top 5 pick and all that, top 10.
Forget all of that.
I threw all that out.
Yeah, forget all of that.
Because last year they clearly needed bodies. And I think now they have bodies. If that's somebody that could step up for an injury, that's, a second or third injury or something like that, I think that's a great thing.
Yeah.
Brandon Scott here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, man, we got training camp coming up this week, man. I cannot wait. How much has the opinion of Nick Caserio changed in just a year? We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's our feel right here, Seth, at the figurative
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
You know, Lopez, they say that it's sometimes better to be lucky than good.
Yeah.
I prefer to get both.
Damn right.
You know, mix them together.
Yeah.
And let the chips fall where they may. And I feel like that's what Texans general manager Nick Caserio has done.
Mm-hmm.
Had a little bit of luck. Also, a little bit of good mixed in there. And lo and behold, here, the Texans are in this position that they're in now as AFC South champions, AFC South favorites, and all the things that we were talking about in the previous segment. It feels like forever ago when Nick Caserio was at the podium over there at NRG Stadium, leaking confidence and acknowledging that the clock was ticking, that basically they were going to have to, like they were running out of excuses, and they were going to have to show some results at some point. Like, gone were the days when they were going to be able to blame their position on Deshaun Watson or poor coaching or whatever the issues were in the front office that were going on.
Yeah.
The influence on ownership, whatever the case may be, like they needed results. And that was just a little over a year ago. Then they hired D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
You get CJ Stroud. And Nick Caserio's got life. We acknowledge that this is D'Amico Ryans' team. This is CJ Stroud's team. But how much do you give Nick Caserio credit for how things have turned around and where the Texans are? Like, how much do you think at least the opinion of him has changed with D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud?
I think as much as what you just said is true, it is D'Amico's team. It is CJ Stroud's. I think the fact that we got here and we're so excited for day after tomorrow in training camp, I actually think the most credit should go to Nick Caserio. But let me explain it.
Wait. The most?
The most. Because let me explain it.
I've been saying that for a long time.
And I've, you've heard me criticize Nick Caserio on particular little things.
The most. Okay, let's go.
But you've also heard, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I sat in this chair and I said, don't be fooled by what they're saying. I always say, watch what they do, not what they say. And what he was doing, I sat right here and said it. He is ripping apart this team. He's creating salary cap. He's laying the foundation for whatever happens in the 2022 and 2023 seasons and drafts. You guys heard me. You can go back and listen to that. I saw him working. I was still criticizing him here and there. But the reason I say that you can give him the most credit is how many of us would have been able to sit in that chair with, as John McClain used to say, it's in his contract, to have ultimate authority. How many of us with that authority and that power and that resume could sit there and say, you know what? If they need me to leave, I'm going to leave. When they bring in D'Amico Ryans, that's not my guy, and I think we can all agree on that. That wasn't his first choice. That was a an in unison, in conjunction with Cal and hands, then blew him away, and they get it. So that's two things that he checked his ego on, and other people wouldn't have done it. I'm not so sure any of us would have done it. And then the third thing is he found a way to compromise with D'Amico Ryans. They work fantastic together. Like 3 steps of the way, this thing could have gone to hell. He could have stomped his feet. He could have said, no. Why'd you hire me? He could have left. He could have, forced his way out. But instead, he was building this foundation. He checked his ego, and he went with D'Amico Ryans. He checked his ego and said publicly, if they need me to leave, the new coach wants me to leave, I will step aside. And then he checked his ego again and found a way to be so compatible with D'Amico Ryans that this is one of the best situations between head coach and general manager in the entire NFL. So he deserves, I feel, it's not his team. And by the way, he deserves credit for that, for knowing that it's not his team. It's not his team. It's D'Amico's team. It's CJ's team. But you got to give that guy a world of credit for checking his ego when a lot of people wouldn't have.
So the luck factor is the fact that D'Amico Ryans had ties here and wanted to be here, which I think was very specific and unique to D'Amico Ryans. And I feel like Texans fans overall, but specific to this conversation, Nick Caserio benefited from that fact. And then that the Carolina Panthers did not draft C.J. Stroud and instead selected Bryce Young with the number 1 overall pick. See, I don't buy into the whole, hey, they got it right by losing that game. No, you got lucky.
Yeah, you did.
That still getting the number 2 overall pick, that the folks that got the first pick didn't get the first pick right, because they could have very easily.
But he did make a trade.
Just selected C.J. Stroud. No, absolutely. And he did make a trade.
You made your luck too.
You're talking about the Will Anderson trade. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, so I think that part of it is luck. But then I think you got to give him credit for the very things that you're talking about. Like I feel like one of the best things that he's done, and I don't think it's the best, because he's made some savvy moves and some things that I feel like you got to give him legitimate credit for, like as a general manager. But just bird's eye view, broader picture, I feel like one of the smarter things that he did was get out of his own way.
Yes.
Or not be in his own way.
Check his ego.
Check his ego at the door and allow it to be D'Amico Ryans' team. Allow this blessing from the heavens that is the number 2 overall pick instead of the number 1 overall pick to work out for you in the way that it did. And to me, that is something that I think he absolutely deserves some credit for recognizing that.
Yeah, I also think, too, even with that number 2 overall pick, he could have easily been the type of GM that say, oh, CJ got a relationship with who now? And who was I dealing with at quarterback here? He could have easily been like, nah, let's wait to get another quarterback next year.
Or he could have preferred Will Anderson and stomped his feet about that.
Yeah, he could have passed up on the quarterback, but he didn't.
Well, I think the biggest thing, this is kind of going back to the points you were making earlier, Lopez, is that what we've learned about Nick Caserio over the last few years, which I don't think we definitively when he first got here, because he was coming from, like, we still had that like Patriot South kind of stigma.
He checked that.
Is he more of a like a Belichick type, or like, well, how is he going to be kind of more of a dictator, and then they hire a guy that doesn't really seem serious, and so is this what he's about, like only wanting to hire flunkies? What we realized is that he's much more of a collaborator than I think we were going to give him credit for in the beginning.
And you are 100% right. The NFL, more so than other industries, is rife with enormous egos. Like, there were a lot. I probably think the vast majority, 90+%, 95+% of general managers would have stormed into the McNair's office and said, "Why the hell did you hire me then?" Or something along those lines. He didn't. He said, "I hear you, and I'm willing to work here. I'm willing to not work here if you feel that's best. I'm willing to work with D'Amico. I can get along with D'Amico." And lo and behold, I think they get along great. I think they're on the same page when it comes to, or at least have a good relationship in terms of mixing it up on personnel, on even the things that they're doing on the field. I'm glad you brought this up, because we've all been critical of Nick Caserio here and there. But as you sit here today and you saw the work he was doing before D'Amico Ryans was even a dream, and before this team being good was even a dream, to now, that dude has been at the center of it all.
Yeah. I like how he never took anything personal too, man, because you see the stuff he kind of dealt with Steven Nelson and all that stuff. He could have easily said, all right, I get it. And Steven Nelson actually had a good year last year. He got the best out of Steven Nelson. He worked it out. He didn't let the emotions get to him and all that stuff. So I really like that about Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I asked the question earlier of how has the opinion on Nick Caserio changed over the last year. I would say for me, going into last year, it was, hey, a lot of prove it, wait and see. Hey, this looks good. It looks like it's going to work out. But now Nick Caserio gets to go in, just as we were talking about everybody else, like sort of established with a certain level of benefit of the doubt that I think is honestly earned. And I would say that he deserves more credit than I was willing to give him. Maybe in the first 2 years of the rebuild, and maybe it was just the the shocking part of what we were going through at that time. I was like, man, what is this going into training camp?
Yeah.
Like, what is this squad? What is this collection of guys that they've put together? And now you're like, oh, they traded for Stephon Diggs. They signed Danielle Hunter. They traded for Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's also rooted in some luck of having a guy like DeMeco Ryans want to be here.
Yeah.
And being able to draft C.J. Stroud. So I think that's a big part of it. He's John Lopez. I am Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig. Coming up next, we'll do our barrel check, and the home run derby had some local ties. We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
The countdown to training camp is on.
Tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I can't lie to you, Lopez. We abandoned our residence. We
boarded up.
We abandoned our place, man. It's a bando now.
Yeah.
It's a band. Y'all can go in there and trap now if you want to, because we ain't in there no more, man. That's my barrel check of the day.
Yeah.
And I want to do a barrel check for the loopholes and with you guys.
Yeah.
See how y'all doing, how y'all living. Because I talked to some people yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
okay, who are still without power and are expecting to be without power. Today is Tuesday as we talk, right?
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Expecting to be without power until Friday.
Yeah.
And then there's some term out there, I'm not finna nerd out on it, but some term out there called nested outages.
Dude, talk to Sean Bijani about that.
Yeah. No, it's out there. It's out there in these streets. Yeah, Sean Bijani.
Yeah.
There you go. There's another example. So there are folks out here still suffering. Let me be honest with you, man. I don't even know what my situation is because I lost my patience. I got tired of waiting on the lights to come on. And the fact that I got another house that I rented that does have lights that's a mile and a half away.
Yeah.
And I just fled.
Dude.
How y'all living?
My daughter and son-in-law are still staying with us. They still
Are they
don't
really?
have power. Yes.
Your daughter and your son-in-law?
Yeah, still.
Wow.
To this day.
How long has that been?
Monday, so 8 days.
Yeah, so since everything happened.
Yeah, so 8 days. And they're one of those ones that are not supposed to have it till Friday, although he texted the family and said, "I'm hearing today." Well, I mean, you can't rely on it.
You know who else without power that been complaining a lot? Paul Wall.
I saw that.
Hey, man.
Yeah, Paul Wall still doesn't have power.
What?
Yeah.
What? Paul Wall?
Paul Wall.
Somebody
man.
get on the case.
and look, we're past the point of, bitching and moaning and all that stuff.
Oh, it's just ridiculous.
Everybody in the city knows.
It's unacceptable.
CenterPoint lists all that stuff. Everybody knows.
Come on.
Everybody knows they're the problem. Their vision was not. They didn't have any vision. They're sort of putting out flames, so to speak. It's not the workers. It's the leadership. We all know what the story is. We're just beaten down now, man. I mean, like my poor daughter, like living out of a suitcase, and working at Texas Children's Hospital, with cancer patients and all that.
She still got to work.
And having to go all that and do all that stuff. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
One of the things that hit me last week, Lopez, thinking about all of this was when I read a story about, and we saw all of the flooding, the stalled vehicles, and just the images around town of how much rain it was. And we saw, I would say, significant flooding.
Mm-hmm.
But our flood system, for the most part, maybe we're grading on the curve here a little bit, it for the most part
bounced back.
It bounced back and held up for the most part. There are people with damage, but this was not as much of a significant flood event. And we see the downed trees, and we lost some life, and we understand like the devastation of it.
Yeah.
But like the level of I feel like the level of losing power to me, it like far surpasses the significance of what it should have been. Right? Like this is not of it that was avoidable.
Yes,
right? I guess that's my point.
Way avoidable.
The part of flooding that we got, the wind,
which you understand
the
is going to happen.
Those aspects of it that we got seem to be unavoidable and understandable.
Yeah.
This whole power situation feels like it is beyond excuses.
Yeah. I mean, and we knew, look, we're not ignorant. We said this when you and I were going off on this last Tuesday. We understand there's going to be power outage. We understand there's going to be, flooding and issues. Not for 8 days.
8 days.
8 days.
And past that. Now,
it's going to be more than that.
If you're one of those people who's either under this nested outage, or you're going to have your power out until Friday, that's going to be way more than 8 days. It's going to be closer to 10, 11 days.
It's sad, man. It's really sad, man. And this is the part of the summer where it's extremely hot, man.
Yeah.
It's tough, man.
Yeah, and I feel bad about complaining about something that I don't actually myself know or understand the complexities of to have a solution. Like, I'm going to acknowledge that on the front end. I can't run this city. I don't exactly know.
But we know there is a solution.
Or that somebody, whoever is in charge of having those solutions, failed in a tremendous way.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, I'm not in charge of that, right? But whoever is failed in a tremendous way. I saw somebody mention this or ask this question about, like, hey, native Houstonians, how do you feel about Houston post-Barrow? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'm from here. I still love the city, but to be like the amazing place that feels like it's poorly run.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it feels.
Yeah, it felt like it's fixable. Like, it felt like we can fix something with this.
100%.
Yeah, man. I did take some like escape last night in the home run derby. And I know you were really into the derby last night. It had some local ties. Teoscar Hernandez, former Astro prospect. For me, Lopez, honestly, one that kind of got away. I feel like he's one that got away. We didn't know it or think about it at the time when the Astros traded him for Francisco Liriano in 2017 ahead of winning the World Series.
Yeah.
But for me, he's kind of one that got away. It had local ties.
Not only one that got away, and I think we all have these moments to different degrees. That moment in your life where something happened and you shot off in a different direction. Had that one thing not happened, what would have happened? Now, obviously, I'm pretty sure nobody in this room is regretting anything that's happened in our lives because we're here and we're happy and all that. But we can all point to some things in your life that had that one thing not happened, where would we be? How would things have been different? That's what I thought of with Teoscar Hernandez last night because, dude, he played one game in the 2017 season for the Astros. One game. And got hurt in a brutal collision with Jose Altuve. And then 2 months later was a baller. I mean, he's a two-time All-Star now. He's the home run derby champion. Could you imagine? How would things have been different?
So for me, I think about this quite a bit now because I'm like, maybe Teoscar Hernandez is gone from the Astros at this point. But I do think about adding him or having him on, say, the 2019 Astros or the 2020 Astros that struggled in the COVID year out of the gate, or the 2021 Astros that went to the World Series but lost to Atlanta. Like, I do think about, hey, what would it have been like if your outfield situation, because here's the reality of it, Lopez. You traded for Francisco Liriano, who basically gave you next to nothing. And the key trade that you made that put you over the top was not related to Teoscar Hernandez. Now, who knows? Maybe he would have had to have been a part of that deal to get Justin Verlander. And it's likely that's a.
But he would have been in 17.
That's a possibility. Like, it does make you wonder, hey, what if you still had this guy in your outfield because he's probably a better option than, say, like a Chas McCormick?
Yes, exactly. So for those who don't remember the details of it, he was an Astros prospect, got called up in, I believe it was April 25th in 2017, early in what would be their first World Championship season, and this happened.
Ball is in Teoscar Hernandez and Altuve, they collide.
Really just hoping right now it's incidental contact. Altuve popping up, which is a very good sign. You want to see Teoscar pop up too. Teoscar does not look good at all.
No, he's just going to help him. No, they're not even going to try and move him here. They're going to call for the cart and the stretcher. So that's not good.
Marwin Gonzalez has laced up his spikes. He knows he's going in, but I can't imagine a worse scenario. You see a franchise player and Altuve take a shot. Hernandez has to be carted off. And while we talk so much about this team being shorthanded, a couple of times having to give up their DH and put the pitcher in the game and having a short bench, you lose potentially two players on one crazy play.
Man.
Yeah. And now he did play for them in 2016 a little bit. He did have a cup of coffee with him in 2016, but that was his only appearance in 2017. And you're right, man. What if what if that goes differently? Really, from the standpoint of like, if Altuve is the one that is more so on the business end, like, if
could you imagine that?
If you look at that, Altuve basically collides.
Got hit in the neck.
Well, right into his shoulder, chest, close to the kind of that upper shoulder area.
Yeah.
And like if Altuve, really also how much of a tank Altuve is for a 5'5" dude.
Be able to handle that. I mean, that was a vicious collision.
Oh, a vicious collision. You know what also stood out to me watching that, Lopez? I was telling you this earlier. Teoscar 2017 wearing number 35 for the Astros.
Who wears that jersey?
That was quite an image, man.
And they traded for Verlander that year.
Like, to me, it was one thing remembering Teoscar Hernandez played for the Astros and thinking about, hey, what could have been, what was, and all of that. But like him wearing the 35 and that now being the Verlander number, that was probably the most striking part for me watching that video.
Yeah, just the whole thing. I mean, it was a moment in time that changed the course for him. By the way, he did get a World Series ring. The next year he came in with Toronto, so I'm guessing he got a World Series share. He was with the club like you said, he was with 16, but in 17 he was with the club for like about a month and a half, not counting spring training. But only played in the one game.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, hey, what if I didn't lay out? I mean, maybe that was an inspiring moment for the clubhouse. Who knows? What if I didn't lay out for that ball? Also, Altuve.
Yeah.
He's probably doing the right thing because he probably didn't get the communication from Teoscar that he needed on that play. But Altuve hauling ass all the way from second base.
All the way to right field.
Yo, man. you get paid to field ground balls.
Yes, sir.
And the right fielder gets paid to catch fly balls. Let him do that. Coming up there, so in a loop, we get you ready for Texans Training Camp with our camp crushes. Don't miss it.
Yeah, we do. D&M.
WZFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Who you crushing on? That's what I want to know, Lopez. Going into Texans training camp, and we are 48 hours from now, man. Less than that,
sleeps.
actually.
Day after tomorrow.
We will be there at NRG Stadium, broadcasting live from Texans training camp. Call your shot now on your crushes. Who do you anticipate? Now, it'll develop over time. The list can change. You don't have to be married to this list per se. They just crushes. But going in, who do you feel like are your camp crushes, the people that you really want to look out for? And I want to go outside of some of the obvious, like, of course, C.J. Stroud to a large degree is a camp crush. Stephon Diggs, there are some obvious ones. But I want to go a little bit outside the box and see if you had some ideas. I know I got mine, Lopez.
Yeah, I do. One of them is not very creative, but
don't sell yourself short.
Nah.
Don't sell yourself short.
All right, it's very creative.
I believe in the creativity of said thought.
It's the most creative one you will ever hear. Probably not, but I have two. One is outside the box, way in the weeds. But the first one, I mean, I was right there in line. I was talking about things I said on this show. One that I said that is flat out wrong, at least early on, is that 4.6 matters, man. In the NFL, 4.6 as a cornerback matters. I said that. I still believe that, but it doesn't apply, it seems like, to Kamari Lassiter.
Well, so does it matter or does it not?
Yeah, well,
I thought you just said, wait a minute.
I think by and large
it matters, but it doesn't apply.
I think by and large it still matters. But apparently it doesn't matter as much for Kamari Lassiter. Maybe not creative because he's a high draft pick and all that, but I am so looking forward to it, and I am crushing on the possibility because your mind just goes into, we're all optimistic. Everybody's undefeated as the old saying goes. You think, all right, this is going to be the year. We feel better about that than other places, that this is going to be the year. If they can get that dude playing at a high level opposite Derek Stingley and obviously a healthy Derek Stingley, dude, the possibilities are endless, with this defense.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I would say Kamari Lassiter is just probably the most obvious, like, hey,
so that's why I said not real creative.
But we're gonna be not just watching, but I think crushing on the fact that, hey, this 4.6 thing might have been overplayed. You know what I wonder about the 4.6 thing?
Yeah.
Is how real it is, how real it was.
Have a bad day?
Yeah, did he just have a bad day? Maybe he just doesn't, for lack of a better term, race well.
Yeah.
Like his football speed is just different from his track speed.
Yeah.
Like it just, like I wonder how real the 4.6 is anyway. Let me give you a couple of mine.
Yeah.
I'll start with Azeez Al-Shaair. That's going to be a camp crush for me because I think he is stepping in as the leader of the defense, especially from what we've heard from them, the way we've heard them talk about him, and from what we've heard him say as well. Like it seems like, that Mike line on up, it's his, and he is going in there as like the leader and the voice of the defense.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what that looks like because that is different. I mean, he is a newcomer. I understand that he's got the background with DeMeco Ryans, and so we respect that and appreciate that. But we have not seen him in a Texans uniform. We have not seen him with these teammates. I feel good about it, but I'm also intrigued to see it. And I feel like as we get into camp, the further we get into camp and the more we see it, the more of a fan I'm going to be of one Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah, and I know you have others, and I think we are the same on this one. And Figgy, I don't know what your camp crush is going to be, but this is another thing that from the moment it happened, I'm like, there is a reason that this guy was brought in. I wonder what plans they have for him. And he has certain characteristics that a lot of fans may fall in line with as well, and that is Ben Skoranek. I'm going to be interested to see how they use him. I'm not going to call it a camp crush as much as I'm just intrigued by what I'm going to see out of him.
See, but I think he fits perfectly with a camp crush. Like I might have cheated a little bit with Azeez because he's going to make the team. He's obviously like a starter. But Ben Skoranek, who I also think is going to make the team, but he is much more of a roster borderline type of guy who also, like the thin line between him being a roster cut and like an actual dude that contributes to the team, like it's a very, very thin line. Can obviously go either way. So Ben Skoranek, yeah, man, this is another one who I think is probably like one of the easiest guys to overlook in like an overall discussion about the Texans.
Yeah.
Because it's Ben Skoranek. But I'm curious on what Bobby Slowick has in mind for a dude who is a bit of a Swiss Army knife. Like, think about somebody that can catch, block, run it. Like, he can play pretty much any of the skill positions, not necessarily at a high level. I've said this before about Ben Skoranek. He is sort of like a kind of a version of Taysom Hill if you didn't try to play him at quarterback.
Yeah.
Like somebody that you can basically
That's a good way to put it.
You can basically put him at pretty much any position and find some kind of conflict within the defense.
Yeah. Now, here's the other thing. I don't necessarily know if any of these guys are even going to make the team, but every year, without fail, year after, for as long as I've been watching this team and football, there's going to be a running back in the preseason that people are going to say, hey, what about that guy? You know,
every single year.
Every year. There's a running back. And the one that I think is going to – I'm not saying he's my camp crush, but the one that I think is going to capture a lot of people's attention is British Brooks.
That's the one.
Undrafted free agent.
Everybody's talking about him. And when I say everybody, I'm talking about the deepest pockets and corners of Texans, of like Texans rated into
4 years old. He played 6 years at North Carolina. Like he is a good running back. He was a special. Keep this in mind now. Special teams captain 2 years at UNC. Good running back, good yards per carry average, but nothing spectacular. Just one of those guys. Like I'm not going to say I'm going to be a camp crush, but I guarantee you, Hall of Fame game, preseason, people are going to be going, hey now, what about that British Brooks guy?
So the way I look at it is more so I'll include British Brooks in this conversation. It is the rookie running backs, or you could call it the running backs not named Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, or running backs that you've heard of before on this team or otherwise, like obviously with Joe Mixon being who he is. But the non-Mixon Pierce RBs are my camp crushes already.
Every time.
Already, before we even get out there, and for a couple of reasons. I think there is a legitimate question, if not competition, and I think you could call it that, competition.
Yeah.
But I'll say at the very least a question about who the number 2 running back is going to be on this team, and I think it's Dameon Pierce. I've got confidence in Dameon Pierce, and I'm rooting for Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
But I can't say 100% that that's who it's going to be, that one of these other guys is not going to push him for that spot to begin with, so I'll start with that. But even as the third running back, I feel like a really good team has more than one, more than 2 running on, and I would feel a lot better knowing that it's not just Joe Mixon and a Dameon Pierce who's having to redeem himself, but some of this new blood at the position.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Jawar Jordan, who they drafted out of Louisville, and who you mentioned, British Brooks, out of North Carolina, the undrafted rookie. Like, these guys to me are obvious camp crushes, because it's like, hey, who else is going to carry the rock other than, let's be honest, a Joe Mixon who we're expecting to be good but is aging. You could stand to have somebody behind him.
Yeah, my camp crush, I got to go with Danico Autry. This is a guy that played defensive end, and they brung him in. And I don't know if y'all know this, but it seemed like the Texans are set at defensive end on both sides. I'm really intrigued to see how they use him and where he fits in. I think him being able to play DT, I think that's a great thing. That's a guy that sat the quarterback a lot, man. So I'm really intrigued to see how they play with him, because they loaded that defensive end, man. So and Caserio said some good things about him. Pretty much called him a badass And that
was that the football playing Jesse, or was that Shair?
I think that was Shair.
Yeah.
But no, he was talking about.
He was talking about somebody that was in the alley. You want to see him in the alley?
That was Autry.
That was Autry.
Yeah, So I really want to see how they play him, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm intrigued by this because I don't think I've said this, but I kind of look at Danico Autry as like the $10 million luxury.
Yeah.
They signed him to a two-year, $20 million deal, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So you talking about this year, I call him the $10 million luxury. They're going to rely on him to a degree, but you're talking about a double-digit sack edge rusher who can play on the inside, who I think in this role or how he's going to function on this team is almost exclusively as an inside pass rusher.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we are fully wrapping our mind around, if healthy, what it could look like for them rushing the passer. That 3 of the 4 guys.
I don't think we know exactly who it's going to be.
Yeah.
We know the ends. We know Autry.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There's going to be a bunch of guys.
Like, they brung in another defensive end.
Yeah.
And they got 2 for sure starters.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
3 of the 4 guys
are set.
are not only set, but can rush the passer. We've seen either at an elite level, at a promising level. You know, if you want to look at Will Anderson and the Ascension, or in Danico Autry's case, just consistently over the course of some years now and can bounce inside and out.
Yeah.
So that's 3 of the 4 right there. Like that fourth guy might be more exciting than anybody. Because he's like, hey, man, I don't know what you think you're going to do with those guys. He might go unblocked.
Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes.
This is like some Madden type stuff. Like, let me just sign all the defensive ends that can sack the quarterback.
Yeah.
And let's just put them all on the line and see what they do.
Who do y'all think is going to, since got 3 guys that could actually get double-digit sacks? I mean, I think it's going to be between Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Well, who do you, if you could call your shot right now, who do you think is going to lead them in sacks?
Well, I'll do it from a gambler's perspective. I'll say Danielle Hunter, but I probably would bet because of the value on Will Anderson. I think Danielle Hunter's the safe bet. Double-digit guy, been there, veteran. You know, certainly going to benefit from Will Anderson being on the other side, and Danico Autry for that matter. But I would bet. Just because of value upside on Will Anderson, but I think Danielle Hunter's probably going to be it.
Hey, I like Figgy's pick here. I didn't put Danico Autry on my list, but the more and more I think about it, and if he's, and I do believe he is, the badass that Nick Caserio talks about him being, and if he's the badass that I can remember him being with the Texans going up against him when he's been with Tennessee and when he's been with like every time they play Tennessee or Indianapolis and he's on the other side, that is once you get into the nuts and bolts of the game and start trying to figure out what the matchups are, it's hard not to come across his name and to think about, okay, what's that offensive line going to do with Danico Autry? Is Danico Autry, going to have the offensive lineman in the running back's lap or in the quarterback's lap? That sort of thing.
What are they going to do with J.J. Watt?
That's a good pull, Figgy.
Yeah. And I always thought about this, too, because going into the offseason, we knew we would need another defensive end outside of Will Anderson, on opposite Will Anderson. But not only Autry too, so it's like they loaded. You mentioned Barnett too, So it's like, man, they are loaded at that position.
They are,
and Danico ain't about to be a backup. They ain't paying that money for him to just be a backup to get somebody a breather. So they about to have all these guys going after the quarterback.
No, he's in.
Yeah, and I also wonder if I'm being a little bit lazy on just assuming that he's going to be in there for pass rushing situations. And I don't know if that's more so because he plays on the outside or because he's aging, but hell, he could just straight up play D tackle.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah, like he's
Clearly,
like, man,
he don't care.
Yeah, he don't care.
Just put who am I hitting?
Yeah.
Whose ass am I whooping? Put somebody across from me.
I know
it's me against him.
I know he looking like, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. Oh shoot, I would like to get in on that too.
Yeah.
We about to be loaded.
Yeah, like Caserio was saying, junkyard dog, I think is what he said.
Junkyard dog. Yeah.
Junkyard dog don't care if he's outside or inside.
I think back to when they traded Malik Collins, and I just didn't understand it at the time. And I was like, man, what's wrong with Malik Collins? What's the issue? Like, I thought he played just fine. And then, like, I think about the things that they didn't necessarily say about Malik Collins that they go out of their way to say about Danico Autry.
And it's mind-blowing. Like it was unsolicited.
Yeah, and this is less about Malik Collins and more about Autry for me is like it also bears itself out. Like you've seen that from Danico Autry over the years. That's his reputation around the league, and they hate him like we don't talk about it a lot because it's Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson being the defensive rookie of the year, and like Derek's like the cornerback situation I think is way more interesting. That's why to me he's like the $10 million luxury.
Yeah,
because nobody talks about him.
And I know a week from now, 5 days, 3 days from now, whatever, we're going to have to start having this other discussion of like who's on the bubble because of all these crushes and all these players that are going to be playing. I mean, there's going to be some pretty familiar names that are going to be on the bubble as well because of this.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. Maybe this is something we get into tomorrow, but like when we talk about the bubble, I think about that wide receiver group.
Oh, for sure.
So,
that's a given.
Let me tell you why. That picture posted, CJ Stroud posted that picture working out with his guys.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it like, yo, this could be the group. This looks like the group. Somebody's going to be left out. Somebody actually is going to have to go on the practice squad. Somebody might not make the team.
Yeah.
I mean, Robert Woods, John Mechie's out there. Ben Skoranic's out there. You know, Noah Hutchinson's not in the picture.
Yeah.
Noah Brown's not in the picture.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, so Noah Brown, you figure is going to make the team because they paid him to come back. But, okay, Hutchinson, second-year guy.
Yeah.
Seen him working out. And you can see the potential in him, but it wasn't really materializing last year when they really needed him. Where does he fit into a much improved and upgraded position group?
We don't know if Jerry Hughes is going to make the squad.
Yeah.
I mean, should. I guess they brought him in. Talk about depth at rush in.
Yeah, man. Oh, man.
They loaded, man.
They're loaded.
Dude. It is going to be so much fun.
It's going to be fun.
It is going to
That might be the position to watch in training camp, to be honest.
Yeah.
All them defensive ends.
Man, I'm telling you. Coming up next on In the Loop, why the first few weeks of the season could determine the AFC South. That's next.
In the Loop.
Will Anderson.
first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
I think the AFC South can be had, J-Lo.
Yeah.
I think the AFC had, and here's what I mean. All the teams in the AFC South have difficult schedules, particularly on the front end. I think out of the gate, it's going to be a challenge for each and every one of these teams in the AFC South, the Texans included. I'm not excluding the Texans from this mix. All I'm saying is I like their chances the best, J-Lo. I like their chances the best. I feel like that this is an opportunity for the Texans to create a different type of path from what they had last year. And we understand the cliche, every year's different.
Yeah.
I truly believe that in this case, that if they are on their game, if they are on top of it, they can create some separation early because the schedule is daunting for the AFC South in the beginning.
The proverbial, it's a long season. I get that. The first 5 or 6 games of a season, we know that can change the entire trajectory of a team. Ask Bill O'Brien about that. About how the first few games of a season can affect things. The day the NFL schedules came out, I was looking at the Texans schedule and I'm like, man, those first 5 weeks, if the Texans can get things done, those first 5 weeks, they're going to be in good shape. And that's not even looking at the rest of the AFC South. The rest of the AFC South, they don't have, by the way, Texans at Indy, Bears at home Sunday Night Football, at Minnesota, Jacksonville at home, Buffalo at home.
So just later, how do you think that they, and let's do it again, Colts, Bears, Vikings, Jags, Bills. How do you think they do?
3 home games.
3 home games.
I'm going to give them 3 wins on the home games and then beat Minnesota.
So you got them beating the Bears at home. You got them beating the Jags at home. You got them beating the Bills at home.
Yeah.
And beating Minnesota on the road. They lose the opener to the Colts.
I think they could. I think they can go 4-1. I think they can go 4-1 right there.
I like the record that you've got there. I don't have them.
Maybe
losing.
not in that order.
Yeah. Maybe mine might be a little different. I think I've got the Bills as being the one. Like I think I got them winning the first 4 games and then losing to the Bills.
Okay.
But
I don't like the Bills. You know that.
Yeah.
I
get it.
They're in trouble.
So my whole logic is I just feel like that's going to be the first game where there is, and this might be a shot at Trevor Lawrence, but it's the first, and no disrespect to Caleb Williams, who I think is going to be legit, but it's the first game where the established quarterback on the other side is somebody that I feel like you've got to respect and acknowledge is a great in the game.
But
and so I don't want to
getting him though.
I get it. Yeah. I get it. I just don't want to overlook them. But my point is I like the Texans and how they fare against this fairly difficult start to the season. Then I do say, let's roll out Jacksonville's first few games, right?
Mm-hmm.
They start off on the road. The majority of their first 5 games are on the road. They start off on the road against Miami. Then they get the Browns at home. I can see them losing both of those games.
Yeah.
Then they go on the road to Buffalo on the road. Then they go on the road to Houston.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they host the Colts.
Yeah.
So, I could very well see that being the first game that they win. So that to me, I like the first 5 games for the Texans a lot better than I would like the first 5 games for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well,
yeah.
Well, look at the Colts.
Look at the Colts.
Texans.
All
right. And that's at home.
Yep.
And I just said I could see them the Texans losing that game. But then they go to the Packers.
Got them losing.
Bears at home. Steelers. And then at Jacksonville. That's not necessarily crazy difficult, but that's no gimme.
I could see the Bears getting them.
Yeah.
I could see the Steelers getting them.
Yeah.
I could see Jacksonville getting them. I don't think they're going to lose all 3 of those games, but those are ones that are kind of 50-50.
kind of pick 'em games to me, honestly. And I do expect them, like I got them losing to the Texans to start the season. I got them losing to the Packers to start the season. They lose to the Bears and they're 0-3. You think about that. And
that's what I'm talking about. It could come off the rails quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And again, the next two after that are not gimmies. To me, the point is there is an opportunity for the Texans, if they take care of business, to create some early separation, because it is difficult in the first part of that season. And look, I view this early part for the biggest challengers to the Texans to be a little bit more difficult than the Texans themselves.
Yeah, and even if you want to just look at the Titans, who are kind of full of themselves and feeling like they're a contender, even though nobody here thinks they will be. Boy, talk about a schedule that could send you off the rails early. Okay, so they go to Chicago to open the year.
Got them losing.
Then they have the Jets and a healthy early season Aaron Rodgers, and they might have Devontae Adams for all we know.
Got them losing again.
By then. Packers is their third game. And then at Dolphins, and then their fifth game is actually they have a week 5 bye week, which is no big help for them. They got Indianapolis at home. They got the Colts, Dolphins, Packers, Jets, and Bears.
0-5.
I'm telling you, man, it could be it could go off the rails. I don't know about 0-5, but it could go off the rails quickly.
I'm just joshing a little bit. But the thing is, again, the Texans fare better. I like their chances a lot better, and this would be 100% the opportunity. Look, there are a lot of questions around the division. The Texans, to me, have the fewest question marks, okay? You look at Indianapolis, and their whole season relies on, hey, is this quarterback, not only is he good, but can we even find out?
Yeah.
Like it felt like with Anthony Richardson, and this is kind of the scary part, because if he is, like if he can stay on the field, hey, man, we're in business here.
Yeah.
We're in business here in the AFC South in terms of a back and forth between quarterbacks, but their whole season is relying on a dude that couldn't get out of what did he play, 5 or 6 games? If that? Like he could not stay on the field, relying on a squad that was pretty much run it back and hope that this guy is healthy.
Yeah.
We've had our questions about Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. Like we can tell that they're trying to build the infrastructure around Trevor Lawrence. The question now is Trevor Lawrence really that guy? The one that they paid, the one that they expect him to be? Is he the one that's really going to elevate them? I don't think we've got a great answer to that. And then there's Tennessee, who's trying like hell, but nobody believes in. Right?
They think they're it. They think that they are in it to win it. And hey, we could all be wrong on that, but I could see that schedule just slapping. By the way, new coach, new offense, everything is new to start the year. I could see them having a real bad start to the season. I do like the Colts. The Colts do scare me.
Yeah, so I want to get into this because you got them winning. It sounds like we're not picking necessarily, like we'll get closer to the schedule or closer to the season opener before we necessarily have to pick a winner. But it sounds like that looks like one for you that the Texans could be vulnerable off the rip. And that would be an interesting dynamic for me because I don't think the sky is falling if they start 0-1.
No.
But that would be a little bit of a buzzkill to go down to the Colts to start the season.
Well, it wouldn't be ideal. Put it that way. But
it sounds like you got some belief, though.
My bigger takeaway is I think they could start 4-1 and create that separation you're talking. It might not be the Colts game they lose, but I think it's a very workable schedule with a few hiccups that you can overcome with this squad. I just said Anthony Richardson, back. Obviously, they have the running game. They have the coach who we all respect. They're going to be game planning for the Texans probably starting 2 weeks into training camp already, at home, all that. I could see it. I'm not saying it would happen. I could see that would be one where they could trip up. But all I'm saying is Texans could easily go 4-1 with that schedule.
Yeah. Now, the Colts, a little devil's advocate on my own point here, and not to go against what I was saying because I do believe this, but the Colts, if you want to look at it the opposite way, they do have 3 of their first 4 games at home, and you could argue the only road challenge would be the Packers, depending on how you feel about going to Jacksonville, right? So, like their first 2 road games come in the first 5 weeks, and they're at Lambeau and at Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You know, so like to me, I'm not saying at Jacksonville is a cakewalk, but that I mean, if you're gonna go on the road somewhere, to me, Jacksonville would be
That's a good place to go.
That's a good place to go.
Yeah.
And then these other games, Texans to open the season, Bears in week 3, Steelers the week after that, all at home. Now,
Steelers, we don't even know who their quarterback's going to be.
Yeah, we don't, and we figure whoever is going to be, that's going to be a challenge. And they're going to have to figure that thing out because there's a reason why those quarterbacks are on that team to begin with.
Yeah.
So the point that I'm making about the Texans is one that I feel like you could fairly make about the Colts. I just like it better for the Texans. And look, going to Lambeau. Caleb Williams thing with Chicago. We'll see how both the Texans and the Colts in the league at large handles that and what exactly that looks like. But to me, the schedule, the beginning of it is rough for everybody in the AFC South, just a little bit more favorable, in my opinion, for the Texans. So I am excited, really, really excited to see that. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. Figgy Fig rolling along on In the Loop. Coming up next, we play the hits.
Your home.
campus.com.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
See, Tony Busby got back in the
How about
news.
that? We talked about it. It happened during our show yesterday.
Oh, so it dropped during the show.
think that's a little bit strange?
Yeah. How about that? So you guys have seen this. This was a hit for me yesterday, so I'm gonna bring it back up. But how about that? Tony Busby suing CenterPoint Energy on behalf
Go
of
get him, Tony.
a cohort of Houston restaurants. It says here that the lawsuit plans to make the case that CenterPoint Energy failed to invest in its infrastructure for years, failed to maintain and upgrade equipment, and they failed to adequately train personnel, among other issues. Also, that CenterPoint has a monopoly by not giving its residents a choice
if you ask most
in their
Houstonians,
energy provider.
If you ask most Houstonians, he ain't wrong.
Hey, everybody's like, hey, I don't know if that's the hero that I want or the hero I need or both.
Yeah.
But that man is, hey, let him cook.
Yeah.
Let him cook. Let him spit. So yeah,
I'm happy.
Tony Busby, he don't miss him a class action. That's one dude that don't miss nothing, no business.
Yeah,
and he's right. He is on the right side of history on this.
Yeah, he is.
I do feel like it.
Yeah, he is.
I do feel like it. So yeah, Tony Busby,
go get him
out here, going to go get him. Also, sad news to report here. A lot of
tough week
last week or so. But Jelly Bean Bryant passes away, most famously the father of Kobe Bryant, but also former Rocket, right?
He was a former Rocket, I believe,
Rocket.
83, 84, somewhere in there.
Is
Or
that it?
80, 81, something like that.
Passes at the age of 60 now.
Jelly Bean Bryant. And a big reason that Kobe Bryant, not only, obviously he's his father, but I'm talking about like Kobe Bryant, very, world renowned, I should say polished. He spoke different languages because he grew up with his father, who played a lot in Europe.
Yep.
So yeah, very big influence culturally, I should say.
Yes.
For Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. One of the more impressive things, aside from him being one of the GOATs,
he spoke Italian. I
was
believe.
that he could speak Italian and Spanish.
Yeah.
And then later on in his career, and what turned out to be like later on in his life, we saw like Luka Doncic's first year in the league, his rookie year in the NBA, he's like notices somebody is talking trash to him in Slovenian or whatever it is that he speaks.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's Kobe.
Nobody even realized that he spoke that language.
Yeah.
So like Kobe was that different of a type of dude, and and you're right, his father had a great deal to do with that for having him grow up. A mixture of overseas and both in Philly
That's
as well.
not to downplay his career. He played like 9 years in the NBA.
Yeah.
With Rockets included, Sixers included, but played, loved the game, played a lot internationally in Italy and others. Bean Bryant, just one of the many RIPs we've had to say in the last few days.
Yeah, man, a rough stretch here. Definitely a rough stretch of loss over the last several days. Also in the home run derby, had some local ties. Teoscar Hernandez beats Bobby Witt Jr. in the final round. Teoscar Hernandez, former Astro, and for me, the one that got away. Let me ask you this, too. We talked about Teoscar earlier on in the show, but the home run derby, that's something that I remember you being a little bit excited about. Did it live up to the expectation? How locked in were you to it last? For me, I'm going to be honest, it was a little bit of background noise. I was paying attention, but I wasn't locked in. I do still like the event overall.
Yeah, I watched it, and I was locked in, as much as you can be for something like that. But I will say this. I was very, very excited for this version of the home run derby. I think it's going to take – it was good. They did a really good job. But I think it's going to take some sort of readjusting to the 8 guys at the start and then the semifinals and the home runs versus the Clark. I do prefer that, but I was already conditioned the other way. You know what I mean? Like head-to-head type stuff.
Yeah.
Even though it's hard to watch sometimes, which is why I'm glad they changed it back to this. I got to recondition myself to this. I think it'll be really, really good. And some big names out early. Pete Alonso being one of them. But I did like the way it finished, and it got me thinking about old Teoscar as well.
Yeah, it got me thinking about Teoscar, the one that, to be honest with you, I know that Pete Alonso was eliminated early on in this thing, but we've had conversations about the Astros at first base, and I don't know if Pete Alonso is still like on the. But we know he is just like not serving any purpose over there with the Mets. The Mets are, I don't care what kind of stretches they go on, how much money they spend. We understand that that's a team headed nowhere.
Yeah.
Every time I see Pete Alonso, I think, man, you know what? Sure would look good in the Astros uniform.
Oh, yeah. At this point, anybody.
Man. I don't want to say anybody just because I do think that John Singleton has done a respectable job of filling in a role that I don't think he should have been asked to fill.
Yeah.
Or that they expected him to fill at any point. But when I watch Pete Alonso, even when he's not winning the home run derby, when I just see him out there, I'm like, that's a dude that I wouldn't mind seeing out there in an Astros uniform.
And I know we're going to get to this in the internet going nuts, but we can't ignore this Ingrid Andress thing.
Oh, no.
We just can't.
We will not.
This was brutal. This was brutal. And by the way, why couldn't they come up with someone else? Because and it's not.
You think?
No, but I was going to say it's not even because it's not even because she was so awful. She has no ties to the Rangers. She's from like Michigan or something. They just picked her name out of a hat. This is what's
a little more to it, man.
Yeah.
Because I ended up watching that video again this morning. I hate that y'all had me pull this audio because I had to listen to it again. But I watched the video, man, and I feel like something was going on with her because she was nominated for 4 Grammys. She's a country singer, so you got to think she got to sing well.
Oh,
you would think.
I feel, man, she kind of looked a little intoxicated to me, man.
A little intoxicated, Figgy.
Yeah.
We'll get to it on Internet Going Nuts.
Yeah.
But the jokes on the internet was like, man, them perks hit.
And I know
them Percocets must have hit right around the time it was time for her.
I hadn't even thought of that. That's
to go up
it.
there and sing the anthem. Them perks hit, and when them perks hit,
they hit. But the other thing, this is just totally. Maybe it's because she was so bad. We'll play more, but just give us a little flavor, a little taste.
Come on,
just give
man.
us a little.
Figgy is like cringe. Figgy's like cringing at the idea.
Just give us a hint.
Hey, I'll admit, I am also one of those people maybe Figgy's like this because he like music. It's hard to cringe at somebody who performs so bad. You're like, oh, stop it.
You say by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we
at this part, I'm like, oh.
by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars, perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched.
Good, great.
At that point, Fergie was like, yes.
Yes. Hey, Carl Lewis is like, hey, I am acquitted.
No.
Oh. Did they though?
I know Carl was like,
did they?
Oh. But
and then for it to have gone off the rails when she said proud.
Oh, proud. The looks on the players' faces.
But we are not proud anymore.
And maybe this is just me because she was so bad. Nominated for 4 Grammys?
Yeah,
Give me a Grammy winner.
Hey, not only that, though.
Give me a Grammy winner. I want these nominated people.
Not only that, though. I was talking to somebody around in the office, and they brung her up. They said she sung at 10-Man Jam for 100.3 The Bull.
She did.
I don't remember that.
She was she was on the
she didn't sing the anthem.
Hey, man. So does it not surprise y'all though when somebody is that bad at the anthem, especially at an event that public, that big, really almost anything? I don't care if it's like a high school event, but like the All-Star MLB Home Run Derby. You figure somebody has to either audition,
you would think,
or
sound check,
you would think, a rehearsal, or there has to be a sense for what this is going to sound like. Because you could always. This is another thing about bad national anthems. It never has to happen because if for whatever reason the singer ain't good, you can't find the singer.
Yeah,
somebody can
you
go
can
out
just say,
there
hey, you know
and
what?
saxophone that thing.
We're gonna bring in the South Lake Carol Band.
Yeah.
After the sound check, say this ain't gonna work.
Yeah, we don't actually have to sing it. We can just play the.
Yeah,
we can sing it together in the crowd and sound that bad.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? So like that part of it to me actually is surprising.
I'm really curious. I'm sure she got to release some type of statement because she is a country artist. So I'm sure she gonna have to explain herself. But I'm really curious how this all went behind the scenes. If she even did a sound check. If she just probably showed up, I'm figuring she maybe showed up late.
She had to have done.
Maybe she was. I don't think
she
so.
She looked like
man.
she would have been late for it. Did she not sound like somebody who would miss a sound check?
Well, on the perk she does.
No. That sounded like someone who is not reliable enough to show up to the sound check. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They probably was like, where the hell is she?
Yeah.
And then she came right on time.
We'll just
when
do
it was
it
time.
tomorrow live. We'll do it live.
Yeah. Now, and it's crazy, too, because, like, even with people gave Fergie a hard time, I never look at Fergie as, like, this great singer.
Yeah.
Carl Lewis, I never really looked at him as a singer. He's an athlete, so some people get a pass, but when they put on that screen nominated for 4 Grammys, country singer, and that happens, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop. Also, did y'all see that Skip Bayless is leaving Undisputed? Fox Sports 1, the end of an era. Can't say that I watched much of that show.
No.
So that's probably why.
So that whole revamp after Shannon Sharp ain't go too well, I guess.
No. Well, I was reading, I didn't realize this because I just didn't watch it, but I was reading that they made it to have him kind of be more of a moderator, introducing
with
the
a bunch of different people. Now, he still mixed it up.
But like apparently he's like sometimes the third or fourth or fifth person to weigh in on a topic sometimes.
Yeah, it seemed like they tried to make it like First Take a little bit, where they just had all these random people come in.
Yeah.
He just it's kind of like the Skip and Friends show. And it's not like a one-on-one type of debate thing again, but that didn't really work out.
Our guy Nick Wright about to get a bag.
Man, what do you figure they?
Oh no, he's getting it.
Well,
trust me, I don't know anything.
No,
I'm not saying that. I'm just.
You think it's gonna be like a Nick Wright show?
Nah.
I think First Things First is gonna be the show.
Yeah. So Undisputed is gonna be probably,
Lord,
used in a different way.
Yeah.
And First Things First might, because First Things First used to be the lead in or the early show. And it turns out to be kind of the more successful one, the one that has kind of stood the test of time. Like, First Things First and The Herd feel like they're bread and butter.
Mm-hmm.
And Speak and Undisputed feel like they kind of exist. I don't know what Craig Carter's doing in the morning.
Yeah, I was about to say, what is that?
I don't know if are people watching that at all? I don't mean it as like a diss. I'm just like, I don't
know anything about
I have
that
heard,
show.
I saw it when it first came out, but I have heard no buzz, no word leaving. And oh, by the way, Cowherd a free agent, I think, at the end of the football season.
Yeah.
So they got a lot of changes coming over there at FS1, end of an era.
It's crazy. Skip kind of revamped FS1 a little bit too, man. Because
Skip and Cowherd.
Yeah, because I really wasn't paying attention to.
But
FS1
give him his flowers
like
too. I mean, he changed. He changed the game.
Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Give him the flowers too.
Yeah,
right? That's the reason why Stephen A. is a multi-millionaire now.
Yeah,
100%. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, the Texans player that they need to make a conscious effort to keep healthy this season. That's next on In the Loop.
Yeah, Lance Loken right now.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop, Brandon Scott here with John, 2 days away from Texans Training Camp, and I got a request from the Texans. I got something that I really need them to do for me, and less so for me, but more so for themselves. I need them to go into this year with a conscious effort, plan, some kind of deliberate move to protect Tank Dell and to keep him out of danger, out of harm's way, out of unnecessary contact. I was
on the goal line.
I don't want him on the goal line, and I know I was one of the few people on the station that actually had a problem with him blocking at the goal line. For whatever reason at the time, everybody just wanted to be super hard football guy and be like, that's how it is in football, man. Sometimes you break your leg. But for me, it was not acceptable. It was not good enough to have the dude that was 5'9", 165 pounds, soaking wet, diving to the goal line, blocking on a play inside the 5-yard line. But I can digress on that. We can get back to that if we want. But my point is more so like just thinking about the game. I was watching actually the Netflix series Receivers.
Yeah.
And the one thing that this Netflix thing has done a good job of, both now with the receivers piece and quarterbacks before it, is illustrating how much the players put their bodies through to play this game, like how much they go through to go out there on a week-in, week-out basis. And receiver is no different. They profiled every pass catcher that they profiled, whether it was George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Devontae Adams, obviously Justin Jefferson dealt with a lot of injuries, and really for the first time in his football career last year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, all of them dealt with something over the course of the year, and it really just put in perspective. We understand it's football. Guys get hurt, guys get injured, they collide. It's part of the game. But watching this documentary really made me think about Texans receivers at large, but Tank Dell specifically, and keeping Tank Dell healthy as well. I think it is an important part of the Texans season because he's absolutely somebody that I feel like they need to have out there.
All right, you know I'm going to disagree with you.
Yeah,
on
I
know. You know I'm going to disagree with you on this.
Let him block.
Let
him play.
For a couple.
Let him put his hand in the dirt.
Well, for a couple of reasons. Like, Tank Dell could well prove to be your best red zone receiver this year. He might be the best. Better than Stephon. I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying he's got that skill. He's got that level of play in him. He gets open in tight spaces better than anyone sometimes. Go ahead.
Well, we're not disagreeing on that.
Right. So why would you not want him down in the red zone? Because even on a play like that, where he has to look, I who doesn't agree with you in terms of you got to do all you can to protect him. So maybe you put someone else in that position on that play to come down and block.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Lopez.
But you can't take him maybe he makes that motion and then becomes a receiver. You know, like you cannot. You hear me say this all the time too. You cannot play scared,
dude. Yeah. It's not about playing scared. Yeah. It's about being smart. And you can keep him on the field in the red zone. If he gonna be in the red zone doing all the things that you're talking about, which we agree on his ability and the threat that he poses if he's out there on the field. But damn it, let him do those things. Let him do those things. Like even on a play like that. I'd much rather Tank Dell run a meaningless route, like a route where he's not actually really going to catch the ball, but he still does some Tank Dell-ish, some Tank Dell stuff, and it's like a distraction, or you know what I mean? Like it's a decoy or whatever. I'd much rather that than Tank Dell lined up out wide, dive into the, at the goal line and go try to block a guy and get his leg rolled up on. That can't be the play. If that's the play, then absolutely take him out of the game. If he's going to be in the game, let him do Tank Dell stuff. That's to me is part of protecting him. Have him do Tank Dell things because he is special at those things, and don't have him do. And again, I'm I'm not saying go break somebody else's leg, but don't have him out there doing Noah Brown things or Robert Woods things.
I think Robert Woods.
Have him do Tank Dell things, man.
I think Robert Woods, Noah Brown, literally any receiver makes that exact same play like Tank Dell did, they break a leg too. Any receiver.
So now it
gets rolled up like that.
Now it's getting awkward, Lopez.
Why?
Because I know that.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say that.
Like it's not. It wasn't because Tank Dell was too small. It wasn't because of because he got rolled up on. Like literally a 6'4", 220-pound receiver probably breaks his leg.
Do you get the awkward part that I'm not trying to say out loud as you illustrate this here right now, Lopez?
Ditch the play.
Maybe ditch the play, but also like if we're just talking about the cost, the opportunity cost, what you're losing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't want nobody to break their leg, but you can less afford Tank Dell breaking his leg when he is one of the guys that, especially on that team, one of the few guys that did something special. Like you got Dell and you had Nico. Yeah, those are your special. You got a couple more now. Okay, adding Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon to the mix, obviously, okay, and you drafted some guys. So, like, it's different now. But on that team, that was the dude with the special quality. Don't have the dude with the special quality going out there to do something that basically any of the football players can do.
I know.
All of them can block. All of them.
I know, and maybe
Xavier Hutchinson can block.
Yeah, and they could have been rolled up on.
But do you see?
So you're saying put a less important player in that position.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, but that also is what I'm saying. Don't take him off the field because of that, because he's your best one.
Take him off the field. Here's what I'm saying. I don't think what you're saying matters less to me.
Yeah.
Because you're not actually trying to create the illusion. Like maybe you're doing it pre-snap, but all you did really was go up there and just go, hit somebody in the mouth.
Throw someone else's ass to the wolves.
Well, if you're gonna, that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna go hit people in the mouth, go get the dudes that hit people in the mouth to go do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine. I don't think you have to create an illusion to do that. Like it's me versus you.
But
do that.
I'll say this: if it's at the cost of taking Tank Dell, an incredible weapon down there, off the field, or even like in a third down situation, it doesn't have to be in the red zone because he can convert on third down with the best of them and get open. I don't like it. I also think, and this is very predictable, and maybe we'll even ask him this. I guarantee you, if you ask Tank Dell, hey, did that happen because you were put in a bad position or you're too small? He would say no.
I think that's I love that you make that point.
Yeah.
Because I think that's part of the very reason why you got to make the decision.
Well.
Because you're supposed to me, you got to protect guys from themselves. And, again, it's not about being scared. It's about being smart. To me, a lot of the arguments that's made for him being in that position are the ones that I use exactly against to make the argument against.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, it's football. These things happen. Anybody can get their leg rolled up and all of that. Well, that was the reminder from the receiver series. That's the reminder of Tank Dell's injury. That's the reminder anytime you watch football. This is a part of the game.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen if you watch, if you play, if you know anything about the game. So since you know that, since that is a given, nobody gets through this game injury-free. Nobody can be outright completely protected from getting injured. It's just part of the game. Since you know that, why would you not want to mitigate?
Yeah.
Why would you not want to minimize the risk, especially for a player? Like, it's not like I'm saying, hey, don't have your tight ends out there blocking. I'm talking about an undersized receiver who has a special quality, getting in and out of breaks, getting open, and I still feel like part of him, or part of the reason why some people might struggle to view him as an elite talent is because of how small he is. But once you get past that, the actual skills and quality that Tank Dell has, to me, is worth saving.
Yeah.
It is worth protecting. It is worth investing in this way to say, hey, you know what? We're not going to have him dive to the goal line on obvious run plays inside the 5-yard line. If we are going to have him out there on the field in a play like that, we're going to have him pretend to run a route a go route or
look.
something away from the pile.
No, look, and by the way, 713-572-4610.
I hate that I got myself riled up.
This is split right down the middle. People are going on both sides right down the middle. We're getting everything from he shouldn't be there, bad play design, to he does no good blocking down there, to people agreeing with me as well. And I think what this is telling us is, if anything, either you can't, like the one who said he does no good blocking down there. Don't think for a second that Tank Dell didn't block on hundreds, if not dozens, of other plays.
He blocked. He blocked on that play.
Yeah.
As much as I bitched and complained about that play.
He got the play.
I did not want
the block.
to have it lose sight of the fact that he did his job.
Yeah, he got the block.
He's a soldier.
Yeah.
He understood the assignment.
Yeah.
But my point is, he understood it too damn well, and that should not have been the assignment. To me, it can't be. And we can compromise here, Lopez, on the don't take him off the field. Okay,
put
fine.
someone else in that role.
I mean, don't take him off the play. Change the play.
Yeah.
Change the play. Just think about it in terms of injury is guaranteed. If that, like growing up, my mama used to tell me, you ain't got to do nothing but stay black and die and pay taxes.
Yeah.
In football, you gonna get injured.
I told both my
guaranteed.
boys that. I said, you guys, you both love football. They both wanted to play in middle school or whatever, and earlier. I'd say, understand, you're gonna get hurt. It's just a matter of how bad, injured versus pain. And all that. I just made it clear, you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
At some point. They both did at some point. Just like everybody else.
I just don't want to play with fire, man. I'm watching that series, and I'm watching Deebo Samuel, who, I mean, plays a different brand of football. I understand we're talking about a different type of player, but I'm watching the work that he's having to go through to get his shoulder right. I'm watching who apparently never got injured before, but he pulls the hammy. And no sooner than he comes back, I remember this obviously, but just watching what it was like for them to go through it behind the scenes was, it was enlightening. No sooner than he comes back, they hit him in either the rib or the lung, whatever it was. He was coughing up blood and had to come out the game.
Yeah,
and this is the game. These are the things that they can't avoid. Tank Dell was on that podcast with Who's on the podcast with
Gilly and Wallow?
Gilly, he was on
$1 million word for game.
That's right. He was on that podcast about a month ago talking about getting injured, and it was kind of funny because he was saying it was John Mechie's fault for either missing a block or whatever it was, and they broke down the play. It was funny, but it's like, hey, keep in mind and remember, this is a part of the game. You cannot completely shield this guy and protect him from injury. What you can do is what I would call it is Tank Dell optimization.
No, look.
Optimize, dude.
I totally agree, whether it's Tank Dell or Stephon Diggs, don't put him in a position where it would be a higher likelihood. Certainly protect them, but also don't play scared. Don't put them in a position where they would not do something that they probably could do and help the team, in certain situations, and that includes that. It's a delicate balance. You want these guys protected, but you also don't want, for there to be giveaways or those types of things.
Yeah, I just think that there is a significant difference, both in situational football, to use a football nerd term, and the opportunity cost of Tank Dell blocking on the opposing goal line or, inside the opposing 5, like in the red zone, and say your own 5-yard. Like, to me, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because now you're working with the length of the field.
Yeah.
Tank Dell might bust one. Like Tank Dell might break down the field. But you know what? No, we're running the ball, and Tank Dell blocked on this play.
Look,
I can live with that.
I know they would, if they had to do over again, would have done it different.
Yeah.
But I also know, they are trying to win games. They're trying to score touchdowns. They're trying to use Tank Dell in a way that could, certainly confuse, if not, or help the offense, hurt the defense kind of thing. So it is a truly delicate balance. Everyone here wants the Texans to optimize the chances of him staying healthy. That's not the issue. All I'm saying is you can't take him off the field, and you can't play scared. And by the way, I had a literal LOL a second ago because the 281, I got to give him credit. This is the line of the day from the text board so far. Lopez, I thought you were about to say that you told your kids to stay black and die. That's all they all. Oh, it was the other part of what B. Scott said about you're going to get hurt.
That would be a plot twist.
Yeah.
Now, listen, Jacob, BG, there's only two things you got to do.
Stay black.
Stay black and die.
Stay black, BG black. That is hilarious. But no, man, for me, it's a priority protecting Tank Dell. But also, man, we talking about training camp and the excitement for training camp. He is someone I am excited for and excited about in a lot of ways, man. I know we did this a little bit when he was obviously available and there for minicamp and all of that, OTAs. But the fact that he's going to be ready for training camp, like all of the things we've pointed out here on the show.
Yeah.
Broke his leg, got shot.
Broke his leg and got shot.
Since the last time we saw him play. Yeah. I mean, he had with 9 to since the last time he scored a touchdown, he's broken his leg, the thing that I've been complaining about this whole segment, and been shot. Going out there now, expecting him to be healthy. They've added all of these weapons around, namely Stephon Diggs, namely Joe Mixon, but with a souped-up offense that includes, like, I think really two guys in Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell who are, like, elite getting in and out of breaks and just setting up routes, running their routes.
Yeah.
And then I think Nico Collins, who, like, is just kind of looks like a man amongst boys out there a lot of times. Like, this dynamic and Tank Dell, chief among it, are really something that I'm excited to watch. And something,
and that's a name, you know, we were talking about all these big steps that Will Anderson's going to take, that C.J. Stroud might take, that maybe Damian Pierce takes. Dude, think about the step that dude might take.
Tank is the fantasy favorite. You go around at, like, fantasy football predictions and, like, pick a player from every team. Tank Dell is the one that everybody not Stephon Diggs, not Nico Collins. I feel like it was a little bit of Nico last year, but this year is Tank Dell is that guy that I think that everybody is expecting to break out, and I think it is important or should be a priority for the Texans to protect him as best as they can. He is John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott with Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Coming up next is Lunchtime Confessions. Baby, don't miss it.
The countdown to
610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is the lunchtime confessions on In the Loop. It is where we confess our sins and let them hang a little bit lower, a little bit looser. Start with Lopez. Let's go.
Watch this.
Man, I screwed up yesterday.
What you do?
I screwed up so bad.
What you do?
I'm
Confess your sins. Confess your sins.
I'm
What you do?
embarrassed. I'm mad, and I think I'm going to have to maybe try to rectify this. So, Figgy knew this. I don't know if you did. My personal laptop has been acting up. It's been having a hard time getting started. I think we did a Zoom last week, and it was like, oh, I don't know if I can get it. I took several options. I looked online, and it said that could most likely be a motherboard problem when it has a hard time starting. I've had that computer for 6 7.
Man, when they say motherboard,
yeah, you're done.
That's like saying head gasket.
Yeah, you're done. So I've had it for 6 7 years. I said I'm gonna get a new laptop. Finally, after much research, got my new laptop yesterday.
Okay.
I opened the Amazon app today. Prime starts today. The Prime Day starts today.
Oh, man.
I paid about $300 more than I needed to pay.
Wait a minute. You better send that back and rebuy it again.
What do you do?
Wait a minute.
You just
Hold on. Well, I got to get down to the root of this though, Lopez. Y'all don't have somebody in your family. You got a good family and support system around you.
Yeah.
Don't none of y'all be up on the deals? Like every family.
Prime Day, you should know. Like I said, I screwed up. I should have known. It starts. It's today and tomorrow.
Yeah, but
that's
like
$300.
I'm saying there's somebody in my family that would have known that. That would have been like,
hey, don't
man,
press enter.
That's
just
Prime
yet.
Day.
Yeah.
Like it's either my mom. I got an aunt that's like that. Who coupons. She knows when Prime Day is gonna be.
Yeah.
Would just escape us because I would have done probably something similar to what you did, Lopez. I'm not judging you.
2 days worth of research. Finally landed on the laptop I want to get so I can have it for day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
When we're out at camp, and because I don't want my laptop failing me at camp, And I'm like, cool. I was so proud. I was so happy and proud. I got my Lenovo coming. It's going to be badass. It's got all the bells. It got 2 terabytes. It's the whole 9 yards. I'm like, well, hell, I could have paid $300 less.
Shout out to Odyssey and Hearst for providing me with all my laptops.
Yeah,
because I don't have one of my own at all. at all. I got a Chromebook, but the kids pretty much
took that over.
Yeah, they rule that thing. So
yeah,
man. But yeah, you got to.
If I message them, do you think they give me the $300?
No, I'd be like, hey, can I get my $300 back?
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy.
I was gonna say what you could do is possibly buy another. I know you got the money, so that ain't gonna be an issue. But buy another one for $300 cheaper and return the other one. Just say, nah, this was the wrong one. Get your money back for the other one.
Yeah. Could you just refund it?
I don't know.
Can't just get it back?
Yeah, Amazon refund. Yeah, Amazon refund.
Just send it back. Be like, nah, this was the wrong one.
Such an idiot.
Yeah.
I felt like such a dummy.
Does Amazon Day come with a no refund day?
Like it's 2 days. It's today and tomorrow.
But would they also have like a no refund policy?
Maybe.
To coincide with that day, so people don't do exactly what Figgy just said.
Yeah.
Actually, let me stop talking before I get my idea.
I know.
That's right.
I ain't the feds.
Yeah.
Watch this.
A band at home. It's a bando. Don't worry, I got my kids out of there. I didn't leave the kids. I'm not crazy. But we
see y'all in a couple of days.
We have abandoned the home.
Yeah.
It ain't got no lights. I ain't got no patience.
Mm-hmm.
So we out of there, man. I have got no idea if I have power now.
Mm-hmm.
I think I do. Because my neighbors do. So I think I do.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you. Because I ain't there. Because I didn't have the patience to find out. Man, I wouldn't finna just be sitting around. Me or my children.
Mm-hmm.
None of us. Like all of us are. Look, I done been through some things, but we are all a little bit too high maintenance to just be sitting around for days on end.
Yeah.
If there are other options. Now, we would have thugged it out if we absolutely had to. But you mean to tell me I got people, this is my city?
Yeah.
I know people in every pocket, in every corner of this city. I know somebody got power around here. We not staying here.
Yeah.
So I abandoned that bad boy. It's a bando. I don't want to know who's up in there squatting right now. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling what I'm going to have to run off by the time I get back there.
Just ridiculous.
Had to do it.
My daughter, related to that, told me today she and her husband have not slept in their own house since July 2nd. Because keep in mind, we went to Canyon. Remember that?
Yeah.
And we spent that long weekend in Canyon. We come back on Monday of the hurricane, and they spend the night here because they still don't have power today. They still don't have, since July 2nd, haven't slept in their own bed.
Yeah. It is an embarrassment.
Man.
It is an embarrassment that people still don't have power, and some people they're not going to get it until Friday.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning with John Harris, and he told a funny story that I could kind of relate to a little bit, kind of reminded me of a situation I was in when I was younger. So he was talking about how people looked at him as this golden boy who didn't really do much, don't really drink, smoke, or gamble, stuff like that. And long story short, he actually mentioned to his wife how he lost like $1,200 at the Greenbrier gambling.
Yeah.
And she didn't know that, and she was heated about it. Like, you lost what?
I can't relate. That's never happened to me.
He said
nothing like that has ever happened to me.
So he mentioned it by mistake, and she let him have it pretty much. That kind of reminded me of a situation when I first started dating my wife. And I took her to this restaurant. And mind you, I was just at this restaurant like 2 weeks ago with somebody else. And when we got to this restaurant, I had the same damn waiter from the last time I was there.
Yes.
And you know how you go to a restaurant and they be like, hey, how you guys doing? Have you guys been here before? And so the guy said that, and he looked at me and said, hey, you was here last week.
Yeah.
And my wife looked at me and said, you was here last week? Who you was with? So she tore me a good one. I forgot what I said to get out of that situation. But she was like, oh, okay. But that reminded me of that situation, how very unlucky I was, how I got the same damn waiter, the one I was with another young lady. And a couple weeks later, I had the same damn waiter, and my wife was like, what? You was here last week?
I've definitely done that.
Oh, my God.
Take a girl to the same restaurant?
I back way back when they have some crossover spots.
Yeah.
Oh, and especially in college. You know, if you go to school in a small town, I got my Sam Houston State shirt on.
Yeah.
Up in Huntsville, and it wasn't as developed then as it is now. Hey, man, it ain't only but so many farmhouses and potato shacks that you can take somebody to.
Dog, I couldn't believe that happened, man. I took it to the spot in Cleveland Heights. Shout out to the Kelseys.
Yeah.
But Cleveland Heights, it was called Mongolian Grill, which is pretty much like a Genghis grill here.
Yeah.
And I got the same black guy waiter who recognized me, and it wasn't like I had some crazy colored hair. I was a regular guy then.
Yeah.
I'm like, how you remember me?
Hey.
I don't even remember you.
Hey, waiter turned into his impromptu wingman.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, it's like, hey man, hey.
Well, or not a wingman.
And then I'm like, dog.
Right, well, should have.
And my thing is like, dog, you see me here with another lady. Like, why would you blurt that out like that?
Yeah.
Hey, happy ending though.
If you recognize me, but you don't recognize her, then you need to put two and two together.
We got to talk about that.
2 and 2 need to equal 4 for you.
We got to talk about that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, when this whole Bronny's about taking him at the 55th pick and all that, I was like, and I think you were too, like, cool, whatever. The Lakers are dumb, but whatever. Bronny wants it, but I think LeBron is doing him a big injustice. I think LeBron put him in a no-win situation. Have you seen him in the summer league?
He's not good.
He's awful. He's like I wouldn't do that to my kid. I hand to God.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to get destroyed. He's getting destroyed.
Well, he's going to play in the G League. He'll play.
Is he? The whole idea is to put him in a Lakers uniform to play with his dad. I guarantee you. I'm not upset. It's just getting me so, excited and irritated about this. LeBron did him no favors, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that to my kid.
Yeah, it is not as good as I was. It's worse than I was expecting.
Yeah, I said that at the beginning because remember we had this conversation and I'm like, is LeBron being selfish by doing this? Because he just wanted to play with his son.
Yes.
And I'm like, man, if Bronny, I feel like he should have stayed in college.
Guys, this is an embarrassment.
Is it?
I mean, you got to put it bluntly.
Hey, since we're on this,
it's an embarrassment.
So
He's 0 for 15 from 3-point
And he knew his son wasn't ready to be in the NBA.
I could see. So this is the weird part about this whole thing for me. And I get, you know, I got a son.
Yeah.
You know, you got two Lopez.
Yeah.
But I could get as the son wanting to maybe play with the dad. We've never heard Bronny talk like this.
Yeah.
Like he wants to play with his dad, play with son. Is that not a little weird to you? Like I don't.
No, I could see wanting to, and maybe he's got rose-colored glasses. And
I don't get the obsession though. Like I can see wanting to, but you're LeBron James, so I'm sure LeBron recognizes talent probably as good as anybody, if not better.
You would
he
think.
knows his son ain't.
But I think
good.
maybe he has rose-colored glasses when it comes to Bron.
Yeah, and I think LeBron know he probably got like 1 year, 2 years left, and this is probably the only chance he could
I feel
play
bad
with his
for
son.
Bronny, man.
And I don't even honestly I don't even know if he want to play basketball. To be honest, it seems like he's better at gaming.
Well, he won $10,000 yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that to be funny, but I felt like he could have a better career as a gamer, a streamer and gamer than basketball. It seemed like he liked that a little more than basketball.
Yeah, man. It's not good.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's worse than I thought.
It's worse than I thought. That's a better way to put it.
I liked the idea of a father.
I wasn't
and son.
against it.
I think it's
I was like, cool, whatever.
Like to me,
I had no problem with it, especially being the 55th pick.
Anything where if I can internalize it and say, you know what, if I could do that, I would do it unapologetically.
But now I'm looking
and
at
be like, hell yeah.
Hey.
And I feel like everybody, if you and your dad could go play for the Lakers, forget however good you are, you and your dad are. Me and my dad going to go play for the Lakers. That's a pretty badass idea.
No, it is a great
I couldn't
idea.
hate on it.
It's tempting.
Yeah.
But at some point, you got to say, man, I can't put my kid through that because he is.
It's rough. Speaking of hoops, Coach K has me hyped. We will talk about that next on In the Loop.
Payne and
GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
I've been looking at this Cocaine Curry thing all wrong, man. Reed Shepherd, excited about dude, have dubbed him, and I didn't come up with the name, but when I saw it, man, he is Cocaine Curry now.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Hey,
get it out of your system.
That's fine. And I've said this. It is fine with me if we don't mainstream Cocaine Curry, or if, because look, let's give ourselves some damn credit here. If this becomes the most mainstream it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we are Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610, right? We are the sports leader in radio and in audio here in town. If this thing can just catch on by the sound of my voice, Cocaine Curry, that'll be good enough for me. It can be underground.
Yeah.
They don't have to, hey, Craig Ackerman doesn't have to use it.
Although he might be one that does.
Hey, look, I am so rooting for Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins, who I think Craig has a little bit more of a savvier way of dropping it in there, but I think he works well with Ryan.
Yeah.
I believe in them. I think before the end of the year, it's not going to be a just straight up Cocaine Curry reference, because I think that could be a little dicey and dangerous for them in their jobs. But could there be a reference or a drop of Cocaine Curry somewhere in the broadcast, somewhere where it's one of those if you know type of situations? I could absolutely see that. I could see that.
Maybe
happening.
a different reference to cocaine.
Yeah. No, I mean, or it's just CC. He shoots like CC, and it's like, is he talking about Kaylin Clark? Is he talking about Cocaine Curry?
Yeah.
CC out there handling business. But I feel like I've been looking at it the wrong way, and just not to like overly excited about NBA Summer League, even though if I was going to extend and have an extra confession, it would be that I've watched the Rockets and NBA Summer League as if it's like the playoffs or something like that.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I do think that I have maybe looked at the wrong way what his impact is going to be in terms of stealing minutes, because I've talked about it in that, sort of framed it in that way. Man, hey, he's going to steal minutes from somebody. One of these dudes that can't shoot threes, that plays a lot for the Rockets, they're not going to be playing as much anymore because Cocaine Curry is going to be out there shooting threes, and it's going to be a thing. I think even more so, the value in it is going to be that if he can actually be your backup point guard, and it looks like he's somebody that can go out there and play with anybody, like he's got the feel for the game and the skills, he's good enough at pretty much everything to play with any kind of lineup. And I think Ime Udoka has probably taken to that as well. Like, man, I can put this guy out there with any of my rotations. I think that the impact is going to be the fact that they're not going to be as reliant on Fred VanVleet as they were last year. And I know a lot of people, myself included, looked at the Fred VanVleet signing and was like, yeah, man, Fred VanVleet's a nice player, but you giving him how much money? Like, and what's the direction in that? Like, what's the plan with that? What are you doing with your highest paid player? Like, what's the honor in that?
Yeah.
Right? But the reality of it was also that this team was a mess without him. Like, he missed something like, a handful of games. I don't think it was 20, but it was like a handful of games Fred VanVleet missed right there in the second part of the season. And they were a complete mess without him. And I think that with the addition of Reed Shepherd, as opposed to me looking at it like, hey, he's going to take this guy's minutes, this guy's going to play less, or whatever the case may be, it should more so be, hey, now between the tutelage that he'll have under Fred VanVleet and the fact that he seems to be ready-made, ready to play, you're not going to be as reliant on this dude, Fred VanVleet, that is, as you were last year.
I don't think the money's going to matter. Obviously we know what the money's doing in the NBA, and VanVleet, they needed him. He was a necessity. They had to have him.
It was sticker shock.
Yeah, it was sticker shock, but they had to have him, and the money shouldn't be a problem. I frankly think, and this is very reminiscent of overreacting to Kamari Lassiter in minicamp, overreacting to Reed Shepherd. in the summer league.
To be fair, I was excited about him when they drafted him.
We were very
before
excited.
He stepped foot on the court in Vegas. We were excited.
We were very excited when they drafted him. But I am going to overreact a little bit just because, like, sometimes is it even? You have to ask yourself, is it even an overreaction? You know, I was talking about yesterday. The thing that impressed me about him the most in the summer league is not like he's knocking down threes from 27 feet, 28 feet, or whatever. Not so much the terrific, oop that he got to Whitmore.
Yeah,
I'm
excited about that too.
No, those were exciting plays, but it was the comfort level that he seemed to have. He seemed to look the part. It wasn't a big stage for him. The game wasn't too big for him. He did a lot of little things on the defensive side, just tipping a ball, stuff like that. It was very comfortable for him to play at an NBA level. And so that's where I am with Reed Sheppard. I think he is going to get more minutes than we thought. And if it's at Fred VanVleet's cost, I think the Rockets are going to be good with that. I think they themselves might be surprised. Maybe not at the skills that he has, but at how fluidly and comfortably and easily he's already kind of getting into that role.
Yeah. The thing that Summer League has allowed me to do without overreacting or feeling like I'm overreacting,
yeah,
because this feels fair, you tell me if you agree, Lopez, is getting excited about the Rockets bench and depth, which maybe seems like a kind of an ancillary subject, but that to me is how you grade on the proper curve. Like, as opposed to Jalen Green in a summer league, and you're like, oh, that dude is the future of the franchise. Or Jabari Smith Jr. last year or the year before, whatever it was, when he went off in summer league, and it's like, oh, that guy is the future. Cam Whitmore, same thing. Like, oh, man, that guy's going to be a superstar. No, this guy's cooking at summer league. Necessarily translate to the NBA game. He's not going to go out there and necessarily be the face of the NBA per se, but he is showing you that it's probably too good for summer league.
Yes,
and that feels like it bodes well to how it's going to translate to the actual NBA game. And the way it translates is to your bench crew now, to the point of not having to rely on Fred VanVleet. Now you've got, or as much, now you've got Reed Sheppard out there, and man, dude, the bench minutes.
Yeah.
Like, you already know, I watch every Rockets game, pretty much every minute of it anyway. But now it will be appointment viewing for me to see what it looks like when Reed Sheppard is out there with
I agree.
Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore, and then Tari Eason is coming back. See what that looks like. Like, I am excited about the depth. I would say just as excited about the depth of the Rockets, maybe even more so than I am about them on the top end, because their best players are still two guys who they haven't extended yet. They're waiting they're kind of having that wait and see approach to see if they're going to extend those guys. I'm excited about them, don't get me wrong, but the newness of this Reed Sheppard element has me thinking more so about their depth and what the bench might look like.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that I personally, as much as we watch the Rockets, I wasn't plugged in every moment like you. You're Rockets through and through. I love the NBA. I love the Rockets when they're winning and they're interesting, and that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
they seem to be much more interesting and much more the right pieces. Finally, they seem disjointed. They weren't. I'm not a big Jalen Green guy. I recognize what he can do.
Yeah, he's an undeniable talent.
Yeah, I recognize what he can do, but I'm not like, is that a guy you can win with? I don't know. I do, but all of a sudden you got Şengün, and I'm liking what I'm seeing there. Obviously, you have the head coach in Udoka. I think Reed Sheppard fits that mold. I think Whitmore now, as you're going into another season, all of a sudden you can kind of feel like this team is starting to look like what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like they've got all of these pieces
finally.
Because
we were talking. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we were talking before the show, like how Rockets Twitter gets all nuts for guys that just flat out can't play.
Yeah, I'm trying.
And that's what was frustrating.
What's up, Ty Washington?
Yeah.
So, by the way, Josh, you want to talk about not making too much of the summer league?
Yeah.
And I like Josh Christopher as like a guy, and I got to kind of be around him a little bit. But let's just be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't last here, and he is killing it in summer. Summer League has Josh Christopher looking like freaking Baron Davis or something like that.
Is he in Miami too? Is he? Yeah.
Out there killing it for Miami in summer league. Looks like a superstar.
Yeah.
Superstar. And it's just,
and that's kind of what I'm getting at. You couldn't fool me, and not that I'm some genius, but I was like, I ain't buying this stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't look the part. I don't feel like they were winning pieces. I thought there was a lot of fluff. This is a team that has more meat on the bone, it seems like.
yeah, and that's what I was getting at. They've got meat on they've got the pieces. What the unanswered question is, who's going to emerge as the best guy on a playoff team? And we think it could be Alperen Şengün because he showed the most signs of it last year. When he went down, Jalen Green showed some flashes of it, but we talked about that, man.
Yeah.
It's too inconsistent and streaky and flash in the panty-ish to really feel good about it.
Yeah.
But I will say Jalen Green absolutely feels like somebody that I want on the basketball team. Like, you tell me, can I have somebody with that skill set and that talent on the basketball team? And you tell me he buys into a role. He's not a malcontent, doesn't have an attitude issue. He will buy in. Okay, maybe if I just set aside the idea that he's got to be the best player on the team or the franchise player or the only franchise player, set that aside, he's just contributing to winning. I think he can absolutely do that. But who is that guy? They got a bunch of pieces around, and Reed Shepherd is just going to be another one of them. The question that they still got to answer is, do they have a guy who can be the best player on a playoff team?
And that's not something we're going to find out anytime soon, although we might have our hints at it.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that we find out rather sooner than later. But Summer League, we're not going to fall for no banana in the tailpipe on the Summer League. But we will, or at least I will, allow myself to get excited for what this bench unit might look like for the Rockets this coming season. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next in the 1 o'clock hour, baby, we go around the NFL.
In the Loop.
Oh, and
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
One of the biggest stories around the NFL this offseason has been Brandon Ayuk's contract situation. You know by now that they have been at some sort of an impasse, if you will. Brandon Ayuk wants a new contract. The 49ers, they'd like him, but don't love him enough apparently to pay him exactly what he's asking for. And the news today as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop is that Brandon Ayuk has requested a trade. This according to Mike Garafolo. Who's he with? NFL Network? Who's Mike with?
Yeah,
NFL
so.
Network. It's hard to keep up with who people are with and who's getting fired and who's moving where these days. But Mike Garafolo reports that all-pro wide receiver Brandon Ayuk has officially requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers after unsuccessful attempts to reach an extension.
Yeah, and he's had recent negotiations with them, so those apparently fell off. You could almost see this coming. Well, you could see this coming.
A word.
Yeah, you could see this coming from a long way out. Even though they both occasionally said things that you're like, okay, maybe they'll reach some sort of an agreement. But
writing on the wall, if you will.
Yeah, writing on the wall. The likelihood is he's going to get traded, right?
Yeah,
official request. It's already been out there.
Yeah.
Hell, we were talking about it here.
I figure so, and just to minimize the drama and whatever damage could be done of keeping a guy around who is both disgruntled about the contract, but then also has formally requested or actually asked you to trade him, I feel like that is something that they would do. And then also, I mean, you think about the 49ers and the position that they're in, man, that's a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
This one's to the Super Bowl. Why mess up that mojo if you don't have to, or have bad energy around if you don't have to? And you got to figure you could get something for Brandon Ayuk. Like, I don't think
that's key.
I don't think all is lost if you actually make that deal.
Yeah.
You're the 49ers. You already have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to weapons anyway. You still got Christian McCaffrey. You still got Deebo Samuel. You still got George Kittle. And then whatever you're able to get for Brandon Ayuk, I get why you want to keep him around. Obviously, he's a very good player.
You don't want to lose him.
You don't
But
want
I think
to
you're
lose
at
him.
the point where you have to start considering that option.
Well, you're making business decisions.
Yes.
Because, like, if you wanted him that badly or if it was that paramount to what you were doing, you would figure out a way to pay dude.
And he's going to have suitors. So they're going to have suitors.
Yes.
Sorry, Figgy. Pittsburgh.
Yeah. They're out there.
Yeah.
It says here that this trade was requested, or the trade request was made despite a recent meeting, and that the Niners haven't really been willing to engage in negotiations since May.
So that means they've already decided.
Yeah.
They're just trying to wait him out, and then they're going to try to get the best deal.
It seems like they were just trying to see if he would
buckle.
Yeah, let it go. All right. I mean, he wants a new deal, but maybe he'll see the light, or it won't be as big of a deal by the time it's time to play. But clearly it is. And Brandon Ayuk has now, according to Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, has now officially requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers. Elsewhere around the league, Aaron Rodgers raised some eyebrows. There could be a reunion, you think, with Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers? Man, look, all I know is I watched them love it up a little bit on that receivers series, and it definitely seemed like there was still a flame to be rekindled there somewhere in some form or fashion.
This is wild. I mean, he flat out said, can't wait to play with him again.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play with him again.
And we do know
Aaron
Rodgers tends to get his wish. His whole tenure there so far with the Jets has been him sort of orchestrating behind the scenes, kind of making the team come together in his own image.
Yeah.
Kyle being on the team to begin with, right? The whole, situation with the coach.
Yeah.
I can't even remember the damn former Broncos coach, offensive coordinator,
Nathaniel Hackett.
Damn Nathaniel Hackett.
What's my man's name?
Yeah, I pulled a Clint. Clint just, it's funny too. Clint just walked by here, and then I pulled a Clint.
Yeah.
What's my man's name?
What's my man's name?
It's the same thing. But me and Clint from the same part of the world where we do this thing. Like, what's the name? But yeah, Nathaniel Hackett, man. Like all of that. It's like, okay, Aaron Rodgers is pulling the strings. You could absolutely see how they could go out there
for sure.
and go trade for
he
Devontae
said it.
Adams.
He said it. Like that. There was no like ambiguity or anything.
I got the
about it.
audio right here.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's do it.
You think Luke Getsy's going to utilize Devontae Adams good in the new Raiders offense?
I love Luke Getsy. He's a fantastic coach.
Awesome.
And I love Devontae. I can't wait to play with him again.
I mean, the question was about him with the Raiders.
Yeah, he didn't answer the question.
And he said, but he gave us a lot. But the question was about him with the Raiders, and he said, wait to play with him.
He said, I love Luke Getsy. I love Devontae Adams and can't wait to play with him again.
Yeah. They didn't even ask you, dog.
Nothing.
About, hey, would you try to pull some strings? Like, I can see if the question was, hey, Aaron.
Yeah. Would you like to play with him again?
Well, you think Luke Getsy's going to utilize Devontae Adams good in the new Raiders offense?
That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. Yeah, he asked about Devontae Adams
with the Raiders.
With the Raiders.
The Raiders offense.
Yeah. Getsy and Rodgers.
I love Luke Getsy. He's a fantastic coach.
Awesome.
And I love Devontae. I can't wait to play with him
Again. He paused and made sure he got the again in there.
I could see.
Like, come on, man.
I could see if the question was, hey, would you ever use your power and influence to try to help the Jets acquire Devontae Adams if it, turned out things weren't working out with the Raiders, or if he's disgruntled?
Not even close.
Or hell, do you want to play with him again?
Yeah.
Not even that.
Yeah.
What does he know that we don't know?
He knows they're going to trade for him.
The answer is plenty, but do you think that's what it is?
Yes. And Boomer Esiason was on WFAN, and he is very plugged in with the Jets. And he said that he could see them trading for him in August or September, which I don't know why it would be that long. But Boomer flat out said, and he doesn't say a lot like that because everybody knows he's plugged in with the Jets. Boomer Esiason said, I could see them trading for him in August or September.
This would be a no-brainer.
Absolutely.
For the Jets.
It actually make a lot of sense, man, because Devontae, I don't know why he's still on the Raiders to begin with, man.
Yes.
I kind of don't even know why he wanted to go there.
Yeah. This is a clear buyer's remorse, and in this case, seller's remorse. Devontae Adams going to Vegas is clearly a decision that he's got to regret because it didn't work out with his buddy Derek Carr. They got rid of him after basically a year. And he had to do the Jimmy Garoppolo thing last year. Yeah. And that was another thing.
He was not happy about that.
Yeah. Very revealing about him not being happy with the Jimmy Garoppolo experience.
Dude, like to say the least.
The fact that he still has a good relationship.
Team should be on the phone right now with the Raiders after watching receivers.
Yes.
Hey, I just seen receivers. What's up with Devontae Adams?
He said straight up, after they bench Jimmy and fire McDaniels, he's like, hey, man, it needed to happen, honestly, for me to stay a Raider.
Yeah.
So, like, that was kind of a slick little, just kind of throw-in comment, but it was some insight to me into there was at least a conversation somewhere had of, hey, man, this is not going to work. Not only are you going to have to make changes, but you're going to have to make changes or else. Like, you're going to have to make changes or I'm going to have to find my way up. I will force my way up out of here. I'm Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
I will force my way up out of here.
It's, we've kind of been almost dismissing the Jets because it's so unpredictable on health and stuff with Aaron Rodgers and et cetera. Dude, if he stays healthy and they get Devontae Adams, I think they're a big problem in the AFC.
Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson is there.
Dude. Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams as Aaron Rodgers' options.
Yeah. That's not to talk about Breece Hall.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It's scary. Now, one thing that I think is interesting and, complicated and not for us to deal with, because it'll be for the Jets to deal with and figure out who wears 17 if they get them.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue.
You don't think so?
They'll figure.
I'm sure they'll figure. But it is interesting. Like, you got two, the future and an all-time great. Both wear 17. And if receivers showed us anything else, it was that these guys have the egos that we kind of imagine that they have on top of that.
Yeah, and this was Davante Adams. If just in case anybody thought there was any ambiguity here.
Yeah, this was on receivers.
Yeah.
This year, if I'm 17, I got to go. As he get a new quarterback, I got to go. He's frustrated.
Now that was on the Lions sideline.
Yep.
They was talking about him on the Lions sideline.
Talking about Adams, yeah.
What is he doing out there?
He's not getting to the ball.
Garoppolo.
Into the deep territory, looking for Adams, and he missed him. He was all alone.
That will be as open as Davante is going to be in his life.
Wide open.
Now this is him.
Pathetic, bro.
Just threw the ball, man.
Tired of this bullshit.
Tired of what, Davante?
Hey,
there was no ambiguity.
None. And even before that,
just throw the damn ball.
That's him failing to hit him wide open.
Yeah.
Also in the series, they show where he's just throwing them bad balls.
Oh, yeah.
And he's getting them barbecued out there. like he's just leaving them out there to, like, die.
Yeah.
And Davante, there's more of him like, hey, I've never been hit this much in my entire career.
Yeah.
I'm lit up. I'm getting killed.
Yeah.
I'm getting lit up.
So you got Aaron Rodgers saying what he said.
Come on.
You got that on receivers, which obviously was very clear. You got all this stuff happening with the Jets and what they want this year. I mean, he gone.
And you got, oh, by the way, they got Gardner Minshew as their quarterback.
Yeah, Gardner Minshew, which, okay, but still, it ain't Aaron Rodgers.
That's Gardner Minshew.
It ain't Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think he went to the Raiders to play with him.
No.
Dude. Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. He gone.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Look.
And then Boomer. Like Boomer, who played for the Jets. And does radio in New York, knows everyone at the Jets, says, yeah, I think they're going to try to get him in August or September.
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
What is he doing with the Raiders?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Figgy said earlier.
Yeah.
It was a mistake to begin with. We could see the dream, like dream with him for a second. You want to play with your boy from college.
Mm-hmm.
But the Raiders have never been headed anywhere, basically ever since this decision was made.
Yeah.
Like, it's been a long time. They were headed nowhere. It was a bad decision to begin with. Got paid, I get it. He was always going to get paid. He's Davante Adams. Just like
he realized I guess he don't realize what he had playing with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So now it's like, all right, let's go back to the GOAT right here, man.
On top of everything else, like the Jets get him. I mean, we're all going to have to rethink, how we see things in the AFC.
Yeah.
But that defense ain't bad either now.
Yo. What?
It ain't bad.
Ain't bad.
It ain't bad.
Hey, it's kind of good.
It's kind of good.
Another thing about Davante Adams that I thought about, this is just since we were talking about it, only should have not gone specifically to the Raiders, but if he had just stayed in Green Bay, he would have either been playing with Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Like, that's the organization.
That wasn't a bad situation, though.
No,
That's the weird part about it.
Apparently, they are quarterback proof.
Yeah.
They don't.
Year after year.
They don't freaking miss a beat.
Yeah.
And all Davante Adams had to do, like, he has not played with a quarterback in Vegas that is better than any of the quarterback options that he would have had in Green Bay, whether it had been Aaron Rodgers staying around or what ended up happening, which is Jordan Love gets the job. Like, both of those options were better than what he did.
Still laughing at Garoppolo, man.
He's so bad.
He was throwing just awful passes.
Butt naked wide open.
It's wide open.
Butt naked wide open. Davante Adams at that. Somebody who doesn't even have to be wide
and
open.
Adams just goes, bleep.
Man, it was up to be Jimmy Garoppolo. Just imagine being on that sideline.
Yeah. Hey,
and this dude is cussing you out, man.
Nah, but you know what? What was bad
Calling
about
you
it?
a bum.
Nah, he was actually trying to encourage him. They showed, and it's doctored up a little bit.
Yeah.
So who knows how things might have spilled over eventually.
Yeah.
But, man, give Davante Adams some credit for keeping his head for as long as he did.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he was
could have done it earlier.
Surprisingly and impressively, impressively, I should say, rational.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
But
could
then
have
he
won it
lost
out.
it.
He could have won it out when Derek Carr left.
Yeah. But then, I mean, in his mind. Now it seems like
that got to be the worst feeling.
He will be gone, yes.
Oh, man.
Lopez, you have here that Nick Chubb was squatting 540 pounds. Like, dude, he should take it easy. Man, his limbs, man, he been through it.
I don't know if you saw, Figgy saw it. So there was a video going around yesterday, and the bar was bending. It was 540 freaking pounds, and it was him basically for the gram, basically for the internet, showing how strong he is, and he squatted 540 pounds. And I thought, this dude had knee surgery. Like, if I were a general manager, look, I get, you want to show how strong you are. You want to show how back you are. Man, don't show me that. Just
Nick
do
Chubb
Nick
he doesn't
need to. I mean, but you know how kids are these
days.
That's
what I'm saying. What the hell's wrong with you, Nick Chubb?
I mean, I don't know how anybody else felt about that, but if I were a Browns fan, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing that?
What's crazy is, I follow a lot of Browns fans.
Yeah.
They all around my family and all that.
Yeah.
They were more encouraged. That's
the problem.
It was kind of like, oh yeah, we getting that old Nick Chubb back, because that was a gruesome injury.
Coming off a knee injury. Yeah. I know he's going to rehab. I know he's strong. I know he's going to be ready for the season. I know his legs are powerful. I don't need to see it on the internet with 540 pounds.
Man, he just showing you he got that get right, man.
And he shouldn't have to.
And see, like, I'm good, man.
And see, Nick Chubb, he always do this, by the way. He always posts a video like this. But, yeah, I guess he's trying to set back to normal.
Okay, but why? He's been squatting, 280 reps and all this other stuff. We know you're back. You don't need to, flex on the ground. You don't.
Lopez, you're living in this era, man.
I know
how it is.
No, I know why he did it.
This is who we are now, man.
And look, I ain't gonna. I guess I kind of understand, because the last time we seen him, it wasn't good. So now it's like, hey guys, I'm back.
Yeah,
we bike.
Yeah.
Did you see that the Bears still have not signed their first round picks?
Yes.
They're supposed to be, the rookies are supposed to report to training camp today, I believe.
Well,
and unless we got news on that.
We have a little news.
Oh, do we have news on that? Last I checked, number 1 overall pick Caleb Williams and number 9 overall pick Rome Odunze were not signed by the Bears yet.
Ian Rappaport, the Bears have agreed to terms with Rome Odunze.
How about that?
4 years, $22.7 million, $13.3 million guaranteed. So you got to figure, actually it was Pelissero that had it first, but you got to figure it's going to be the same now. The next with Caleb Williams, he's going to drop pretty soon.
Yeah, it was interesting to me that this would even play out this long or this far out, because, I mean, the salaries are for the most part slotted. Now, there's some smaller details within the contract that you can negotiate, but all of it is pretty much set in stone. You either going to play or you're not. So it's like, hey, man, what are they doing? What are they waiting on? That is Around the NFL on In the Loop. Coming up next on Internet Going Nuts, the hell was going on with that? What about that next?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Update.
Yeah, we got one.
Update on Home Run Derby National Anthem Gate.
That's a long-ass title, but that's what this was, man. We don't know what was going on, or we didn't know what was going on with that national anthem last night at the Home Run Derby. Biggie, you got that? It sounded, oh, man. Dude, the sound of it.
By the dawn's early light, what's so proudly
Whoa, we're not proud. Cut that, Figgy. Cut that.
It kind of makes sense after seeing her statement.
Hey, so an update. How do you explain a performance like that at the national anthem at such a big stage for such a big event? Well, the update is what, Figgy? Apparently this was an inebriated individual, as we suspected.
Yeah, we have the statement here from Ingrid Andress. First of all, it was awful. Like, there's no denying that. But you do have to, I guess, give her grace, credit, something. I don't feel, Figgy, like this is some PR stunt.
Nah, this is serious, and I said it. The first segment we talked about this, and I'm like, she was under some type of influence.
Yeah,
she says, "I'm not gonna BS y'all. I was drunk last night. I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help that I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to Major League Baseball, all the fans, and this country I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun." So she's not taking the Amy Winehouse approach of rehab, apparently. She hears it's fun, and she's going to go.
She's actually going to go.
She's actually going to go.
See what I did there?
Yeah, no, I see what you did there. But hey, you know what also needs to go? That damn rendition.
No, it was awful. Like, there's no.
I think because everybody was pretty much killing her for this.
Yeah.
Jokes and all that stuff. So now I think with this apology, I think now you might have some people like myself, like I was cringing at it too, but I'm gonna be careful with how I do this going forward, knowing that she was really going through some things while she was doing this national anthem.
Yeah. And I just cannot imagine, like, first of all, to be on a stage like that where, I mean, you're singing in front of tens of thousands of people and drunk.
And wasted, apparently.
Wasted, like that shows, like, because to me, you would want to be, if anything, maybe you take a shot before, but anything, you want to be lucid. You want to be at the top of your game, not like pissy drunk to where you can't hit your notes and everything.
That's not how people with those problems think.
That's what I'm saying. To your kind of your point earlier, like, there's clearly something that ain't right here.
That's not how they think.
With old girl.
And I still think, like, whoever booked her, first of all, this could be exactly what she needed, like, for her life. To be embarrassed.
This could have saved her life.
Yeah, to be embarrassed in front of millions of people might have been the push she needed. So there is clearly an absolute silver lining here. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Amy Winehouse. We know how that ended. And, maybe she was going to be in some sort of denial. She got absolutely humiliated and destroyed in front of millions of people. So maybe in a weird way, this is going to be a good thing. That being said, I still ended up landing on her as the anthem singer. It was just bizarre.
Yeah, you would think the checks and balances would have caught this, if not the substance abuse issue. At the very least, man, are we sure this is the sound that we're going for? I'm not saying she's not talented at all, but that was not hitting on it for me. But I've always said this: anybody that shows up to work drunk, not if you've got a work event and there's drinking involved at said event and then you drink.
Yeah.
But when you show up to work, like, on duty, drunk or messed up on something, it's definitely time to start reevaluating.
If you're not in the right state of mind to the point you don't even remember doing that, then that's a problem.
Yeah. But again, even just like showing up that way, not
Yeah, that's a sign.
Like we got the Sarah's bar over here. We can come here and maybe we have a good time up here. And maybe we'll have a couple
leave
beers.
like that.
But we don't show up to the office plastered. So I'm really rooting for her and hoping that she gets it together one way or another.
I got the internet going nuts.
So this might be more specific to my timeline, but I did see it. There was a lot of defending of Papados on the timeline. And you know this figure every now and then, old debates and old discussions resurface themselves on social media one way or another.
When it's a slow news day.
Either a slow news day.
But something starts to trend for no reason sometimes.
Or like, this is not to be the old man, but like a young person discover something, make a point that maybe was made 15 years ago on Twitter, but they were 9 years old when it was made or whatever the case may be. But there was some defending of Papados because somebody out there on Twitter took a shot at Papados. And so I was curious on where, because we haven't had a Papados discussion since I've been doing this. Where are y'all at on Papados? How y'all feel about it?
I have a very conflicted opinion, varied opinion on Papados and Papas. Let me put it this way. Papa's seafood, off the charts good. Off the charts good. Papa's barbecue. I wouldn't put it in my top 3.
But it's good.
It's really good.
It's good.
It's really, really good. So Papa's seafood, Papa's barbecue, I am all in. You say you want to go to one of those places, I'm standing right. I'm with you 100%. Papados and Papacitos, awful.
Really?
Papa's seafood and Papa's barbecue are off the charts good. I don't know how Papados and Papacitos are so bad.
I love me a good run-in. I love me a good run-in. We got Clint Stoerner in the building.
Hey, if y'all gonna have this conversation, damn it, I need to be in it.
Yeah, all right,
Come on.
in.
You are welcome. You
and Lopez, did you just say Papados is bad?
Yeah.
Is he trying to create enemies in the city?
Hey, man.
I told you it was polarizing.
Gosh dang, Lopez,
you want me to be honest?
That's my number one restaurant. Now, let me be transparent. Let me be transparent.
I'm sorry.
Let me.
That's very Texan of you.
The cross and Papados
garbage.
You what?
No,
Lopez.
Hey, me and you, Clint.
Clear out.
We on the same page.
Clear
Clint.
out.
Are you kidding me? Garbage.
No, look. Let me give you my real opinion. I was just doing that for effect. I love Papa's seafood. Love Papa's barbecue.
Yes.
Papados and Papacitos, this is what they do. And you cannot deny this. They try to pile as much food as they can on the plate to make it look overwhelmingly
That's the
good.
Cajun way, baby.
No, but what about Papacitos? And that's my people. But it's just all tastes the same.
Ooh.
It all tastes the same.
I can't respond fairly. I'll be honest with you. I cannot because I cannot tell you the last time I went to Papados and didn't get the etouffee.
That's what he was talking about.
It's the only I am this guy. We've been out. I usually get the same thing. Like we go to this place, I get this.
Yeah, I'm going for one thing.
We go to that place, I get this.
Yeah.
Right, and so I'm that way with Papados, and I've been this way since I was a teenager.
Yeah,
the etouffee. Obviously it's a seafood spot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any recollection of having anything else other than the etouffee at Papados, and I've been eating it for 20 years. I'll tell you what, if it's bad, I wouldn't know it because I've been eating it for 20 years. It is a part of me.
See, that's kind of my point.
It is a part of me.
I'm putting a little extra jelly on it. It's edible. It's good.
It's
I guess
edible.
good enough.
See,
it's good enough. It's not like if I want Cajun food, I ain't going to Papados, man.
I mean, well,
if I want Mexican food, I ain't going to Papados.
Push money of that, but if I want crawfish etouffee, my ass is going to Papados. If I want to go have some drinks and spend some time in some good company that happens to look pretty nice every now and then, I'm gonna go to Papados. It don't matter if you're in Dallas Papados. It don't matter if you're in Houston Papados. It don't matter if you're on the east side, south side. It don't matter where you're at. That place is slammed, and the Cajun vibe, the Cajun vibe at the bar. Followed up by that etouffee?
Yes.
I'm out.
Hey, I'm with Clint on this. And the Papados I frequent the most are the one off of 59 in Stafford, and then the one right here off of 610 over by NRG. Those are the ones I've been going to forever.
Let me be clear.
Birthdays, Father's Day, Mother's Day, anniversaries, all of that, man. Papados is one of those where it's just like, hey, It's an easy go-to.
Let me just leave it at this. God bless the Pappas family. I love 2 of your establishments. Pappas family. I love 2 of your establishments. I could go any day of the week. The other 2, if you want food served with a shovel, go there. Like, it all tastes the same.
I'll give you
and
this,
they just pile a giant shovel of it on their plate.
I'll give you this, though. I'm going to be honest. I love me some Pappadeaux. But my etouffee go-to, or my, let's call it Cajun go-to, is Boudreaux's.
That's what I'm saying. If I want Cajun food, I ain't going to Pappadeaux.
So, like, the Boudreaux's right here on 59.
Raging Cajun.
Right up the street. Raging Cajun. That's another one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I don't know that there's an aesthetic on top of the food. I think that is kind of like an addition to it. But I've just never been to Pappadeaux and left and been like, you know what? I really didn't like that. I'm really,
it's edible.
I'm really not satisfied with you know what? I didn't have a good time. And then on top of that, the Pappadeaux in Stafford and this one right here on 610 by NRG, like hot spot, like the who's who. You're always gonna run into somebody. Like it never fails. Anytime I go to Pappadeaux, it's like a familiar feeling because everybody goes.
Yeah.
And so whenever you go, you look up and there goes somebody else that you know.
Yeah, see, I've been there one time, and this was during the pandemic, which was the wrong time, and they had a limited menu. So I didn't get the greatest experience from it because all the stuff that they usually have wasn't on the menu.
No.
But I got to go back again and get like a real experience.
Look, again, it's edible. It's they put it on your plate with a shovel, and it all tastes the same, but it's edible. It's good.
I also think it's a little overpriced too, man.
A lot of people have said that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that.
But I will tell you this: the seafood, the Papa Seafood, I love that place. Love it.
Yeah, because see, even with Pappadeaux, I feel like it's a little touristy too, because a lot of people come, but that's not from here. They want to go to Pappadeaux, and I feel like it's just way out of my price. Where I'm a simple guy. I just want some, reasonable price. I don't have to have the fancy like that. So that's probably one of the reasons why I really don't go as much, because I could get something cheaper.
Yeah.
What is it with places that feel like they want to charge more because they got a waterfall outside?
Man,
that is my thing. I feel like with Pappadeaux that I will complain.
They got to pay for the waterfall somehow.
I'm actually fine with their food, but I feel like they're trying to pull one over on you with the waterfall out there, a wishing well. Throw a nickel into the wishing well and all of that kind of stuff like it, and the food
That's
is
what
going to be
you're paying
better.
for.
It's like, come on,
it's
man.
It's the experience.
Yeah, I like Razoo's. I think Razoo's is a good spot too.
BB's.
Yeah, Razoo's, Raging Cajun, BB's, and like I say, like Boudreaux's. Like, if I'm going for my etouffee, and I like the etouffee at Pappadeaux, but Boudreaux's, you can get that combo too. Oh,
yeah.
That combo.
Yeah.
Man, that might be where I go as soon as I leave up out of here.
I was just about to say
at
that.
2 o'clock.
About
Y'all
2
got
o'clock.
Me getting hungry. Just talking about it, man. Just talking about it.
I got the internet going nuts.
Amber Rose.
Yeah, she's out there, man.
Y'all remember Amber Rose?
Yeah, CJ does.
Does Amber Rose cross the political aisle? Yeah, I'm gonna let you be the judge.
She already did.
I'm gonna let y'all be the judge, man. This was her at the RNC. Who knew?
I realize Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
Was CJ there too? Did he give her a ride?
My people.
Did CJ give her a ride back to the hotel?
Hey man, all she was missing was the red hat. and look, I feel like CJ, safe to say, was not in Milwaukee last night.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say.
Pretty safe to say.
Yeah.
That remains one of the wildest stories that I can remember. I cannot believe we spent as much time and energy on that. But I'll just say this, man. If y'all were mad about any of y'all that were mad about C.J. Stroud mingling with Amber Rose, some of y'all might have similar political interests.
Hey,
who knew?
Hey, that was a top moment in radio since I've been, like, me being in the car riding around. I was listening to the Clinton Ron during that time. I was like, y'all gotta talk about this, man. And they did. They broke it down. I was glued to the radio.
It was hilarious.
I was listening to the radio and on Twitter at the same time, parked, just in my car, just enjoying it.
The wild part for me was just the randomness of it, man. I could not.
Mind you, it was like 2 days later, man. It wasn't even. It wasn't. It didn't just happen.
I could not get over just like, what? How did this happen? What are we doing?
It was, you talk about, I mean,
people was freaking out, man.
Random.
Yeah.
And all the speculation and breaking down the film.
Everybody was like,
we were breaking down the film like John Harris.
People was like, no, not again with this quarterback. No. We just went through this.
Yeah.
See, I feel like better if they find out that, hey, just like the rest of us. Just like all of us, apparently. That is Internet Going Nuts. He is John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig. Coming up to wrap up the show, man. Camp crushes, keeping Tank Dell healthy. Talk about these Texans, man. Training camp on the way.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's our feel right here?
today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
So glad to be doing radio in this city, man. 2 days away from Texans Training Camp. Cannot wait to get out there. We will be broadcasting live, Lopez, In the Loop. Can't wait to do it. And I got camp crushes. I got requests from the Texans. I got all of it, man. And I want to get into it. Look, they absolutely have a chance to have one of the more exciting training camps, but there are some ancillary. And somebody pointed out that I used the word ancillary earlier in the show. I didn't even think I was doing anything, but there are some ancillary storylines and figures that I camp crushes, and I think one of them we share. Ben Skoranek.
Yeah.
That's one for me, like a name that nobody is talking about that I think at training camp specifically, and we'll see how it plays out if he makes the team, if he's somebody that's going to actually factor in. But it never fails, Lopez. At every training camp, there is somebody or a group of somebodies that impresses or does just enough to be a conversation piece, just enough to be a camp crush.
And there's different levels of camp crush. Like there's the guys that are high draft picks or recent acquisitions that you just crush because you're anticipating something good out of them. That's my first one. That's Kamari Lassiter. Boy, I hope he doesn't disappoint me, man. after mini camp, when I was sitting here after they drafted him, going, oh man, 4.6 is important in the NFL.
Hey, figure we're going to go out there. C.J. Henderson going to be getting all the reps. Yeah. Kamari Lassiter just, trying to figure it out as a rookie, getting it together.
The Yannick twins are going to be burning past Kamari Lassiter. The twins that they
No, the worst is seeing somebody like a Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson out there getting burnt.
Yeah.
And Lassiter is just not getting on the field like we thought.
Yeah.
You'll be like, what's going on, man?
Because you'll be like, man, if that dude looks like
Yankee,
how much worse is the other dude that they not playing that we want him to play?
That would be worse. Where everybody just look bad.
Yeah, like that's not going to happen. But I did the 180, from it matters, speed matters in the NFL to, boy, this guy is playing. I mean, he is locking up big, though it's mini camp, but it is wide receivers and DBs, which is probably the truest test you're going to get without pads. So that's my first one. It's Kamari Lassiter. But it's not a real creative one because he's a higher, draft pick. My other ones, I'm with you on the the Skoranek.
Yeah, Ben Skoranek, the wide receiver / whatever else you want him to be, can do anything. You know what? And this has really got me thinking about more so not just Ben Skoranek, but who I think a real camp crush is going to be for you and I, Lopez, based off of this. That's Bobby Slowick.
I could do. Well, let's talk about him tomorrow.
Yeah, and we will. We'll get into Bobby Slowick and the everything that is at his disposal.
Yeah.
But this is an offshoot of that. Guys like Ben Skoranek. Guys like the running backs not named Joe Mixon.
Well, okay.
Let
me stop
and Joe Mixon is his own right.
Yeah.
But not named Joe Mixon. That has got me excited. What this running back room looks like outside of the assumed top two guys in Mixon and Dameon Pierce.
There's going to be, and this is the true camp crush. That's going to be a total farce, ultimately, probably. There's going to be a running back camp crush. Like there will be. There is every single year. Like every single year, some running back that rushes for 50 yards on 5 carries or something in a preseason game, or we're talking about.
And it's going to be one of these alliteration cats this time. It's going to either be Jawar Jordan or British Brooks.
I think you're right.
It's going to be one of the alliteration cats.
Let's hear it for alliteration. So there is going to be a running back. I don't even know if either of these guys are going to make the team, but there's going to be a camp crush running back.
Yes.
There always is.
And I cannot wait. And I think it's camp crush, but it also applies to the larger picture because we're hopeful. I think I'm hopeful and optimistic about Dameon Pierce. I believe in the guy's, at least his makeup, and the things that he's talked about, and I can respect, his introspection and self-awareness that he showed last year and talking about how he struggled with the system. Really from the very beginning when he called Bobby Slowick's playbook the Bible. Yeah. We should have known something right then and there, y'all. Yeah. We should have suspected something wasn't going to be right with this transition when Damian Pierce, who I think we just give credit for being this country dude that says things and gives you pretty good quotes.
Yeah.
When he called it the Bible, we should have been like, you know what? The Bible's kind of hard to read. It can get
a little tedious.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a little bit difficult to consume. Imagine if you were tasked. I mean, there are Christians out here who are tasked with it today, reading the Bible and applying it. Like, I got to read the Bible and do all of these things that it says do. Yeah. I know it was just an analogy, but it's like, yo, man, we should have seen something coming. But I'm with you, man. Yeah. Running back. 100%.
There will be that.
Got to be a camp crush. You gave one rookie. Let me give another. And I might even have another after that. What about Case Stover?
Yeah. For sure.
Because I think that he'll be easy to overlook because of Dalton Schultz maybe, or maybe Dalton Schultz doesn't get as much work in as a vet. We'll see how that plays out. But Kamari Lassiter stands out because he's got a chance to win that starting job opposite Derek Stingley. Cade Stover, he'll be out there making plays, but he's going to be more so under the mentorship, if you will, of Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And so I want to see what that looks like, how Dalton Schultz rubs off on Cade Stover, who is still new to the position, on top of the fact he's got the makeup, sort of the dog in him, the way they talk about him at least.
And he's a big dude.
Big dude. Yeah. Like, I'm really curious to see, and I could see Cade Stover easily becoming a camp crush out
there.
No,
I think that's going to be one to watch for sure. Also had a couple of moments where you go, okay, during minicamp, who's your other rookie that you think might be your longer shot rookie?
Y'all know I'm into that Kalen Bullock, man.
Yeah.
I think that Kalen Bullock, I don't know how much he's going to see the field, but I'll say this right now, I'll be disappointed if he doesn't, because I think there's a playmaker there. There's a playmaker there, and to me, I'm curious if Jimmy Ward is going to be the odd man out, the experienced guy, accomplished coming with the DeMeco Ryans ties, knows and understands the defense. I'm not trying to push Jimmy Ward out of here by any means.
No, but I'm saying that would be.
But I think that when we talked about writing on the wall earlier, I think at some point we got to start acknowledging him being on the wrong side of 30, the injury situation that was last year. And, hey, so what does that mean now that you draft Kalen Bullock and see somebody that's ready to actually make things happen for you? I'm intrigued by that. I could easily see him as a dude that can make plays, also being somebody that could be a camp crush. Definitely one for me.
That's kind of the bittersweet part of where the Texans are right now as they enter camp, and especially, obviously, as they exit camp. Because as they exit camp, there's going to be some players that, like, flat out, maybe 2, 3, maybe more, where we're going to be surprised. Oh, that cat didn't make the squad. Like, oh, that cat didn't make it. That's the bittersweet part of being really, really good now, at least projected to be really, really good, is, I didn't even consider Jimmy Ward as one of those candidates. I mean, I just thought they like him. They got him here. He's going to be – but you know what? I mean, it's not off the table.
Like, imagine last year even suggesting – and, of course, they had just signed him. But you obviously would not have suggested last year that maybe Jimmy Ward not be on this team.
Exactly.
But now they're in a space and look, I'm not saying Kalen Bullock is going to push Jimmy Ward off the team. But they are in a space – I mean, we talked about Justin Simmons. They are in a space now where a player like Jimmy Ward is not necessarily an automatic on this team, but I don't feel like he's an automatic because the standard has been raised,
and definitely
things have changed around
and
here.
Definitely at the wide receiver position. There's going to be at least 2 guys where we're going to go, ooh, that guy's not going to be on the squad or whatever. He's in another role or moved or
it's just not enough room.
It's a
for
luxury,
everybody.
Man. It's
a
bittersweet luxury.
Yeah, the drive is here. Ron Hughley.
I think I get what you're saying with Jimmy. I think he's an automatic at least to start the year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's an automatic to be a guy that's starting by the end of the season.
No, all I'm saying is there's going to be names like that.
There's going to be names,
where we're going to go. Whoa.
I agree with what you said.
Jimmy, I think Jimmy's safe to start.
Jimmy's job is dependent on Kalen Bullock.
That's what he was talking about. That's what I was getting at.
But I mean, it's like if Kalen Bullock comes out there and all it is a little bit of a weight issue, and dude needs to gain 10 or 12 pounds, but yet he's a pro, he's locked in, he's the speed, everything's there tangibly and intangibly. Then Jimmy Ward's there's a chance he may not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we'll see, but it's dependent on Bullock and what Bullock does.
And I agree with Ron's point. I think he's a lock to be on the team
to start.
But what I'm saying about training camp, I think we might start. That's where we might start seeing the groundwork being laid. Be like, you know what? That dude right there can make plays. And to Ron's point, maybe you feel more comfortable with Jimmy Ward and his familiarity with the system and his experience and everything. You start off with that.
Yeah.
But you see in a guy in Kalen Bullock, by the time you get to the end of it, that's somebody that can be poured off with eventually.
Because it still feels like, I don't agree with it, but it still feels like that is a position that people want to add.
Here.
I know you do. When I say people, I was looking at you.
Here.
Jeffrey Simmons. That's a position that people still want to add, so I'd be surprised there. Oh, hell.
Oh, what did you? I did not.
That ain't me, man.
Hey, it worked the whole time.
Oh, stop! You must have just said this.
You saw me sitting over there the whole time.
I saw one person.
I just pushed it. You broke this.
No,
I did not do.
You
nothing.
broke that.
It was
I did
fine.
not break it.
It was
Boy,
not.
I can't stand y'all. Randy, you know you did.
I did not do this. And look,
I just moved it.
Oh yeah, and you broke it.
I ain't that heavy-handed.
One of my funniest moments too is watching Ron sit up here one time do the show, just holding the mic in his hand because he had broke it.
It's heavy though. It's awkward to hold.
I don't mind having the piece still in my hand.
But look, let me tell you though, Ron is overly aggressive with moving them. Both of y'all actually.
Look,
both of y'all be jerking these mic stands
around.
This
was your ass. Damn it! See,
I'm just passionate about what I do, and I don't.
Just had to hear.
I tend to get a little bit aggressive from time to time with the way I handle things. Clearly, Ron's a little worked up. We got the Holy Moly.
I wasn't worked up.
The Holy Moly golf girls here. Y'all catch them before y'all leave. By the way, they want to holler at you guys. Little putt restaurant, drinks across the street over here. I didn't realize it was so close.
I'll be dog.
Supposedly the food is off the charts, boys and girls.
That's gonna make me say Holy
wild
Moly.
cards over there too.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So let me know when you want to get your ass kicked.
Looked in there. I got Tyler. Tyler gonna walk across the street at 6:00.
All right.
Huh?
Hey, don't tempt me with a good time.
Holy moly golf, Wesleyan and
It
59.
was it was in working order when Brandon left it for you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And
One second. I just slightly turned, slightly moved it over, and it went like you could see the brake.
Hey, it's on video.
There's video evidence.
It's on video.
You can see the brake starting.
Y'all be the judge.
You can see the brake starting right there.
Hey, we can go to the tape.
B. Scott, go back and look at it and just post what the real deal.
I don't trust you because you're over the digital stuff. You'll start to make
He'll
stuff.
doctor it up a little bit.
Seconds disappear.
Let's check the tape, and y'all be the judge in the meantime.
I get to my nerve because Aaron he gonna act like it's all hell for him to fix it.
Yes, I hope he's listening. I hope he's listening. And he comes in here and just rips you a new one.
I wasn't the one breaking all of them.
On that note, you are listening to KILT.
Can't say who.
KILT HD2 in Odyssey Station, and the drive not only live, breaking ish.
Well, hey boys.
The drive is live.
You're a real dirty scoundrel.
I'm
Brandon.
really
Brandon
excited
gonna lead this
together
thing.
again.
I know it. I know he will never admit it, and I wouldn't if I were him. I know Brandon saw a crack.
He set you up.
I know he saw a crack. I know he did. There's Aaron right there. See, he gonna act like he gonna act like Tyler. He's gonna act like, oh my God, I'm so put out. He's gonna threaten for 3 minutes that he's not gonna fix it, and then
That's a Longhorn for you, man.
And I gotta play the game with him. Oh man, I'm telling you,
I'm just getting a kick out of watching him having to hold that thing.
I don't
in his
mind
hand
holding
like
a good
that.
I don't mind holding a piece of steel.
Hilarious.
Okay, I don't mind holding.
Hilarious.
I don't mind holding a piece of steel. The drive is live, and everybody's in the building. You heard Clint. You heard Tyler. I want to let you all know this. Tomorrow, the drive will be live, and they won't be able to blame any breaking of anything in the studio on me because we will be live, Twin Peaks one of our second homes.
Boots and beers.
That's
no
right.
Better.
Right at Kirby location, right down here by the station. We'll be there tomorrow, 2 to 6. So come hang out. Come hang out with us. Listen, guys, and again, I want to be really upfront with you. I don't have 5 shots in me. So let's we come rolling by.
Oh yeah, you do.
No, I don't. We come rolling by. I don't have, on a Wednesday. I don't need 5 shots. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. We could take pound pictures. I just don't need people sneaking tequila and limes up there.
No tequila shots, huh?
That's not any fun.
Not 5. I'm at a 2. I'm at a 2 cap.
What changed? You hit 40 years old, so all of a sudden you started counting your shots now? Is that what it is?
Listen,
you've never been a guy that counted before, not as far as I know.
Listen, I had I think my left side of my whole left side one time was getting to me about 5:30. I said, "Oh,
hold on, so."
I said, "We better slow this down, slow this train down." That's all I'm saying, baby. I just kept doing it. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Like, ma'am, back off here, please. And she was in her 50s or 60s, so I felt like I had to go with her. It was like Linda walking up to me and having some drinks. So hey, so back it off here. I can't do. I got 2 for you.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I want y'all to bring it all. Just come on out and have a good time. Where we at? We at Kirby, 59 and Kirby?
Yep, 59 and Kirby.
59 and Kirby, Twin Peaks. Bring all, take the shots, bring the beers. Just come hang out and have a good time.
Clint's a liar.
What?
You will slide shots over. I've watched you.
Well, look, if somebody buys it and I don't want to drink it, I won't drink it. But I'm not going to tell everybody on the radio not to come by and buy them for it.
I'm not saying not to come by. I'm just telling you, hey,
I got responsibilities these days, man. I got a little bit of a drive, so I got to be real careful.
It.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we all do.
But come on through and party with us.
Come hang out with us. Have a good time tomorrow. 2 to 6, we'll be hanging out, having a good time as usual. The Drive will be live tomorrow, Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. So come hang out.
Just make sure you leave before you get in shape of Ingrid.
All right, can we talk about this?
Oh God.
Nah, yeah, I think we have to.
He's rubbing the eyes, folks.
I think we have to come off the top rope with this. Listen, it's what, All-Star Week. The Astros haven't played since Sunday. They won't play again until Friday. The game is tonight. All right, the Texans don't get started until later on this week for training camp. Like there's nothing pressing. Reed had a nice game. We'll talk about Reed. He had 50, but there's nothing pressing except for this. I'll tell you a little story. I got home last night. Oh, I'm ready to hang out, chill, slide into this home run derby. Told you I'm into the Bobby Witt thing. Ready to go see Bobby Witt play, and he performed a lot better than I thought he would. But I'm ready to get in here, having a good time. I see the wife has done some cooking, so I'm trying to put the dishes away, and we got it on. The nice fella got out there and did the introductions for the players. He was solid. He was strong.
He did his job.
Everybody did their job. They slid in Michael Buffer as well later on, and I was like, damn, they didn't spend a little penny on Michael Buffer. I wonder how much Michael Buffer appearances are these days. But I'm ready to slide in. Just put some plates away, and then they go to the national anthem to Grammy-nominated Ingrid. We're to a point where I don't believe she deserves her last name being said. It's just Ingrid. Country music star. Did you know Ingrid before?
Yes.
Tyler, did you know Ingrid?
I had not heard of that young lady. No.
I had not. Well, I didn't have her.
If you're a country music star, if you're a country music fan, you know Ingrid. You may not know the name, but you know Ingrid. Tyler, you got a little wishful drinking in there for me?
Yeah, I think I can get that.
Look, this is actually, as I've said before, typically I lean towards the male country. My list pleasure. Lainey Wilson does it for me. There's a couple of female artists out there that I'm really into. This is one of them songs that when it comes on, it's got a nice little vibe to it, nice little jam to it, right?
That's not who was on the stage.
She's got a nice little soft voice, little rasp to it.
This doesn't sound like the same girl.
So play this a little bit because that's what I really needed to do.
Yes,
we're gonna hear this, but the first thing I wrote down is I need to hear who this is.
This is it. Wishful drinking, ladies and gentlemen. Ingrid Andrews.
Because I listened to this, I felt like her stuff was being doctored and whatever's up. Because I feel like Ashanti's that way. I don't think Ashanti sings on her own. I think they're helping her out. That's what I had to say. I got to hear because I looked up her resume, Clint, and she's got 3 Grammy nominations.
Oh yeah.
The person has 3 Grammy nominations didn't give what I'm about to let you hear coming up. She has been nominated 4 Grammy nominations. I'm sorry. She's won Country Music Awards. She has been rolling since 2020. I can't understand what I heard. Well, I pulled in, Tyler, and I'm listening to the national anthem last night, and I'm thinking, well, maybe there's some nerves here early, but this was one of the worst I've ever heard. Here is Ingrid singing the national anthem at the Home Run Derby last night.
Bright stars through the perilous fight. But we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
What the?
O'er the land of the free and the home of the
Oh, God.
Amen.
Hey, Doc, she said the free. Oh, come on, man.
That sounded like that sounded like a 10 or 11-year-old that just ain't ready to sing yet. That may have it just has a real hard time hitting them certain notes.
She sounds like she would have got up in front of Simon, Randy, and Paul Abdul, and they wouldn't have let her
left her off that stage.
They wouldn't have let her get the 5th note off.
It's a no from me, dog.
That's a no from me. Listen, you got to be able to. You've been nominated for 4 Grammys. Like, I'm listening to that, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. Like, what in the absolute world was that? Like, you look at somebody, you look at her resume, we don't have to do the tryout.
Yeah, we're good. We're lucky to have you.
We got you. We good.
Yeah,
we're
lucky.
We don't have to.
Thanks for doing it.
We don't. Yeah, Sierra did it one year. She sung the national anthem ahead of the home run derby. Good. We got you. We know your work. That was.
Was it worse than Fergie at the NBA All-Star game?
It was worse than DeMarcus Lawrence. You remember when we had, and DeMarcus Lawrence was trying, clearly not.
Where was that when he did it?
It was where we're heading, where we're going to be, where the Texans are going to be, where the Bears are going to be. It was a Hall of Fame game last year. He went out there and sung that thing.
When he was going in.
Yes.
When he was getting inducted. Yeah.
All I could see was Draymond's
10 times better. 10 times better than that. How those players were able to stand up on those little stars and not fall off on the thing and somebody should. Gary Pettis should have been out there with the stop sign. Stop. After that,
time Gary holds up the stop.
After that run she made. Come on now, Ingrid. I mean, somebody throw in the damn towel. That's where we were.
I think she did.
Jeez. All right.
You know who I feel sorry for immediately? Not her. I mean, clearly.
The producer.
Once I realized who it was, exactly. Whoever hired her. Chief, I'm talking about the individual person that's responsible for making that decision and making sure that's taken
I blame
care of.
Arlington.
Chief, they look up at the boss, the TV execs, the producers, as you said. the people that are involved with all the production, every boss is going, are you kidding me? We're going to start this whole thing off like that?
I think the Statue of Liberty started crying.
I would have walked out to her, and I would have stopped it, and I would have said, start over.
Hold on. Hold on. Man, everyone, run it back.
Start over.
Oh, man.
That's because I remember when I ran into that ran into that garage, my mom made me get back in the car and
try it again?
and drive the highway. She made me get on the highway. I was 16. I was driving with 2 feet. She made me get up and drive on the highway. Get your ass in there and do it again. That's what I mean, it was.
I heard a bald eagle was flying over the stadium and immediately just crashed into the ground.
Like people texting in, Carl Lewis did better than that girl. That's not an LOL. Carl was better. Carl acknowledged it. Whoa.
And he's not a professional singer.
Like at some point, like to me, I don't even like Clint. We've seen artists where they can't hear themselves, and like you could tell it's messing with them. Not that bad. Like you gotta at some point rip it out. Now she has apologized and she has made a statement afterwards. Are you ready for the statement? This is from Ingrid. Well, I'm set there. I'm not going to bullish, is what Ingrid said. I'm not going to bullish, y'all. I was drunk last night. I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to the MLB, all the fans, and this country that I love so much for that rendition. And then she dismounts it with, I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun. XO, Ingrid.
It's a lot to examine there.
I'm going to be completely honest. Listen, I have a empathy for alcoholism, the disease, having issues. I do. And I hope she's serious about this. I think the joke at the end is poor taste.
Yeah, what is
right
that?
now? By the way, I don't have to go into it. We understand what happened this weekend in this country. Like, you can't go in here and just butcher the national anthem, especially at this time.
Pretty poor timing. Poor timing.
And show up blasted to do this.
Well, now that side I can relate to.
I'm just saying,
Dallas is that's a hell of a drug.
If you had an
Dallas is a hell of a drug.
Okay,
boys.
I'm sorry. You weren't showing up blasted, getting ready to play the Arizona Cardinals when you got your shot.
That's fair. Not game.
All right, you may have the night before, but you didn't roll up in there. Like, there's a few things right there. And so, again, I'm not saying she her record deal needs to be taken from her, or throw away and lock her up or anything like that. I hope she gets the help she needs. But, like she effed up. Like, she screwed up. And really, she's in a situation where she should never be asked to do anything like that again. Like, that would be fair.
Well, it's to me, the backside of this thing with this apology here.
I hear rehab is super fun.
Yeah, that's what.
Never heard that one.
Well, it's hard to take. It's hard to take this apology serious when you dismount with that. Like it's hard to take. It's hard to take you serious that you truly have an issue that you truly are sorry and apologetic to MLB, the fans in the country.
Doesn't it feel like a spin from her people? Like, hey, we got to immediately get this out.
We got to do something. That was bad enough to. I mean, that's going to cost you fans.
There's got to be a reason where people don't just crush you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as I said, I hope, Tyler, that she gets the help she needs
for sure.
But I would also like to say, you all have seen artists hammered drunk before.
Yes. Get through a whole concert.
We were at the cook-off, and I know them dudes up there was blitzed.
Midland. Midland.
I know you saw them. The group I saw drunk.
It was Midland, wasn't it?
But I was there. I've watched Kings of Leon.
Yes.
Blasted drunk.
I don't think Kenny Chesney does a concert anymore without being a little drunk anymore.
I've seen Cisco.
See what you did there, little
blitzed. Hell, I mean, it ain't and not just liquor.
You just saw Cisco?
I've seen Cisco drunk. I've seen him in my history. That Enter the Dragon was a great album. I had to go.
Cisco was in KC or what?
This was years ago. Cisco, Genuine. It was a nice little tour. I've seen them blitz drunk. They don't sound that bad. They don't sound that bad. Like she was drunk.
Hard to mess that one up.
And she sounded like one of us just walked up there and started singing. She sounded like
I think I could have done better.
One of the Holy Moly girls in there just walked up and grabbed the mic and started singing. That's what she sounded like. Like I'm sorry. I don't care how drunk Luke Combs would be. I don't care how drunk Chris Stapleton would be. I don't care how drunk Beyonce would be. I don't care how drunk Gwen Stefani would be. I don't care how drunk any artist you can think of.
Oh, damn, so
you would hear a sound of a singer.
At some point, you'd say this
like
is,
you
this
would
is
hear it'd be a little off. Like you'd be like, damn, Beyonce, that ain't quite it. That ain't quite what you normally bring. What did she just drink? Everclear, a whole bottle before she walked up there? What was the concoction she put together to get her there?
Brunch in Dallas? Monday morning.
I mean, I've seen Wayne on lean. He can still hit him.
When I saw Post Malone, he was wasted and sounded like a songbird of our generation.
I'm sorry.
I don't think Posty's ever sounded like a songbird of our generation.
Oh, yes, he has.
I mean, I like the guy. Songbird, I like the guy and all, but I mean, damn, he just threw some of the best voices in all of music out there. You go, Posty.
Songbird.
Hey, he does it for me.
He does take a leap.
I'm a fan.
God, guys, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. Then you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right. The Astros, boy, they've gotten to a place where they're one game out, and we gotta look at it. Who would you say has been the most valuable piece for them to get where they are? There's some candidates. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The countdown to training camp is on.
It's the final countdown.
We're just 2 days away from the Texans getting back on the field. Are you ready? Catch all the latest from the practice field every weekday during camp, right here on Houston Sports Leader and the free Odyssey app. Your home for the Texans is Sports Radio 610.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. On Kirk, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked.
rehab, or maybe it was not a joke and it was just, I'll put it nicely, a lighthearted way of communicating that issue. It didn't land softly.
Yeah. Who knows? Hopefully she recovers from this.
Oh, she'll be fine.
Think so?
Oh, yeah.
We'll see. All right, Ingrid. Do your thing. All right.
I'm going to listen to a little wishful drinking on the way home today.
Well, are you?
I like that tune.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly sounded better than what I heard. It certainly sounded better than what I heard, and we'll see what happens there. All right, the Astros are a game back here in the standings, which we said this yesterday is one of the most amazing things, how they have been able to find their way here, taking advantage of the schedule they had, and then starting to make a move, doing it with injuries, doing it with guys out, and taking advantage of the Mariners starting to come back. The Mariners got hot there for a second and got the lead to double digits, but they were able to take advantage of this slide while they have started to surge. And I guess this is the thought. 713-572-4610. You can chime in as well. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch can jump in as well, as always. Tyler, go ahead. I know you got to do it. Show the nipple. The start of the show has just started right there. There it is. Nipple shown. The show has started right there.
You're a real son of a bitch, Ron.
Hey, man, the show doesn't start,
the show doesn't start until the hairy nips
that old dime size, baby.
Let's go.
It has begun.
People are wondering, where are the Milner nips? Where are the Milner nips?
I'll always give you my nipples.
The show has started right then and there. But
they're small.
Always have been.
My whole life.
It would be odd if they fluctuated. Like one day you came in here with sand dollars, next day you came in here with dimes.
Like if he aged to nickel nipples.
Yeah,
just walk in here with some pepperonis one day.
Tyler gets a little older. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Damn, I didn't know nipples expanded as you aged.
Yeah, they're just like ears. Earlobes.
Larry. All right, Train, come on back.
Choo-choo, MFers.
Who would you say has been, I'd say, responsible, most valuable when it comes to them making this run? Who would you say it has been? Because I think there's a lot of ways you can go with it, Clint, right? Because I think Ronel Blanco has probably been the most consistent, saving grace that's been there, right? Joe Espada the other day said he is getting to a point where they're looking forward to how many days away his starts are. But I think you could go other ways with guys that have really caught on, in particularly during this stretch and this run in the last month. So I'm curious, who is the most important piece, most valuable piece during this run that has gotten them back to one game behind the Mariners?
Wow, look, I think it's Alex Bregman. I think there's three guys that we got to talk about. Hunter Brown, you mentioned Blanco, and Alex Bregman.
The new killer bees, Tyler?
Yeah, how about that? I think it's got to be those three guys.
Biggio and back.
Attaboy.
I mean, when you look at what Bregman's done over the last, I don't know, man, the last 2.5 months, he's been lights out. He's been on fire. He's been productive. He's been clutch. And or was it Tony Gwynn Jr., one of our consistent MLB insiders that join us? One of them, before Bregman got real hot, basically said this team's gonna go as Bregman goes. I think
both of them said it,
right?
In some form or fashion.
Well, what he's been able to do at the plate, again with Tucker out, with Yordan Alvarez not as hot as Yordan Alvarez typically is in the first half of the season. Alex Bregman just literally, it's almost like he lit the fire that is closing the gap 9 games.
It feels like
before the All-Star break.
It feels like the turn happened when he turned.
Yeah, because the other two guys, well, Ronel Blanco was good all along. Hunter Brown started kind of slow and then got hot. I was going to say,
Hunter's kind of in that situation too.
Yeah,
because the month of June, he was the pitcher of the month.
Yeah, I would go with Bregman though, Ron. Just simply because he plays every day. I mean, he's impacting every single game. He doesn't load manage. He's in the lineup. He's batted first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. And since he got right, this the team has the
it
team
feels
has
like you
followed.
you can track this stretch run.
Yes.
To when he started to turn around, and I agree with that. The only hard part about that is just it seems like most of the injuries have occurred and happened to the pitching, and in particular the starting pitching. And I mean, we've been in like you got to have bullpen games, you got to have Jake Bloss games, you got to have like scary stuff happen games coming up. Like it's been kind of up in the air with some of the pitching around it, and these two dudes, Blanco the whole way. Like I think Blanco's probably the first half MVP.
I agree
without
with
a
that.
doubt.
I agree wholeheartedly
because of the
with that.
start to finish.
Yep.
Right from the jump, he was the one that shut down and got you the first win because he threw a no-hitter.
If you don't have him, we don't even need to get to talking about Verlander being out. And if you don't have him, the loss of Jose Urquidy, no Luis Garcia, no Lance McCullers, J.P. France being out, Jake Bloss being out with another guy that helped, the Spencer Arrighetti inconsistent. Like if you don't have Ronel Blanco to step in and be the guy that every fifth day can at least right the ship. He's at least a guy that can swing the momentum back to you, and he's done that for the first half. So I think he's the MVP. I think Bregman is the catalyst to the comeback, if you will.
Listen, I'm not gonna go at anybody's preference or what it is that they like or what they want to see. But to me, this is the number one story, the absolute number one story that gets started later on this week at Texans Camp. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Andy. Guys working hard, more than engineers. Shout out to Andy who came in and like the Indianapolis 500, went in here and changed that mic in here, and now it's working. I don't have to hold it. The mic that Brandon Scott clearly broke before he left.
Have we got video evidence of that yet?
Shout out to he knew it was cracked.
Really, dog?
Yeah, really. Shout out to Andy stepping up. Here from the text line, 713-572-4610. Clint, I think you're giving Tyler a lot of credit with those dimes. Those are pepper spots as nipples.
Pepper spots?
What? I don't even know what does that mean?
I don't know what a pepper spot is.
I mean, a speck, I'm guessing.
Oh, like pepper, like a spot.
He's got enough nipples.
Now, it looks like he's got specks of pepper when he shaves that chest with all them little prickles around it. And his hair is real dark.
He's got enough to twist. Something there. He's got enough nipple there, and it's just a speck.
He's got it. He's got a nice dime size, maybe even a nickel if you put one up there to it. He may get to nickel.
I don't think we need to get aggressive. I think you're right.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think my nipples would be discussed this much on our show.
Never in my wildest dreams
did I think. Do you have a nickel or dime? Pop it up there. Let's see which size it is, man.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think your nipples would look the way that they do.
See, these are the things, Tyler, that your generation can't do because y'all don't carry any money. Y'all do everything on your phone, right? If you were carrying around, if you had a dime and a nickel,
you know I carry around money.
Well, change. I mean, if you had any change in your pocket, so you could have a little fun with
down,
that.
cowboy.
You could confirm it. Yeah.
Deep pockets, son.
Deep pockets, son. That's that maroon money.
Maroon money.
I can't do it. Also on the text line.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
You guys need to start looking at stats. Alvarez went on fire on the last road trip, hit 400 during the last 10 games. The Astros have been on a run since like June 1st. Like, not just the last 10 games, not the road trip. The Astros have turned it around since like June 1st, not just the last 10 games. Like, it was.
With the hole they dug, they had to.
That's what I'm saying. Like we weren't just like, I know this guy that you all need to look at. What are you doing? Kicks head crazy. Like, yeah, it started when Bregman turned it around. No, you all need to look up stats, and then you come back with the last 10 games. They had the best record in the month of June. They've got one of the best records since the month of June started.
It feels huge.
I think it's more than 10 games. Yes, he got hot around that Toronto trip. He did.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, look, Yordan Alvarez is like, that's not going to turn a season around. He is expected to produce at a 1,000 OPS level year in, year out, 10 game span out. I mean, he's the difference is, with Tucker out, Bregman picked up the load. Bregman got hot. Bregman changed the lineup with Tucker out, and ultimately spurred the comeback. Yordan, although he was good, the production with runners in scoring position wasn't there for a good chunk. Even though, again, he was still, the OPS was still up there, the average was obviously still up there. I just look at dudes that changed the course of the season. There was, like, Yordan Alvarez is the course of the season. I mean, he's the dude that is going to produce and is going to keep you in it. Bregman is almost icing. Him producing the way he is producing right now is icing on the cake. It's to make up 9 games on the Mariners before the All-Star break.
Yeah. So, listen, yeah, Yordan is great. I mean, but you got to bring up more than the 10 games. Like, there was a lot going there. All right, as we continue to roll through here on the drive, training camp starts later on this week. Some teams already are having rookies and quarterbacks report now, but training camp for the Texans is going to start later on this week. And I think, to me, the number one story and the thing that I am going to be most interested in is to continue to watch, like, maybe the biggest position battle they have, potential. And I don't even know if it's a battle yet, but the position that is kind of up in the air the most, and that is left guard, and that means Kenyon Green. And to me, Clint, Tyler, the number one thing, I want to see what he looks like when he comes back. All right, there was a speech given by the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, where he talked about, hey, we need to keep our minds right during this break that we have coming from mandatory minicamp to training camp. I want to see if he has continued to do that, and I don't know when it will happen. I would assume here in the next week, Clint. But I want to see what he looks like when he's in pads and he is actually having to hit, move, and go up in actual, football type play for an offensive lineman, and not just, walk through stuff like they've probably been doing. I want to see what that's like, because we've talked fairly a lot, Clint, about his mindset, his body. But also, if we remember the last time Kenyon Green was playing, it wasn't going well. He was getting dominated at times. He struggled a lot, and they need to get that part right. Yes, I understand the mind, body, and that's a good start to hopefully lead towards him getting better. But his play on the field, he was looked at as one of the worst rookies in the first round, and hell, really one of the worst rookies throughout the year, his season. So that's the thing, is what's he going to look like when he actually has to play? That to me is what I'm still the number one thing I'm looking at.
Look, with Kenyon Green, there's still a lot to prove. I think this is the biggest story in training camp for the Texans, and definitely on the offensive side of the football. I think it's the biggest story with the entire football team. I think if he goes out there and he plays to an average starting offensive lineman in this league, just be a quality starter in this league, I think it changes the game for the entire offensive line, the entire offense. Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon, all these guys. I think it changes the game significantly. And so I think that's the big story of training camp. But to your point, he's still got a lot to prove. I mean, Kenyon Green, all he's done at this point in time was get his body right, get his mind right, and give himself a chance to put his body in position in his particular situation to be able to body position and block in the run game and move his feet well enough in the pass game in order to pass protect. Like, he's given himself a chance. Before, he was not giving himself a chance because he was out of shape. He just, from a whether we're talking about the body weight, or we're talking about the lack of the ability to move his feet, or we're talking about just not having your body right to handle training camp, he was behind the 8 ball from jump. What he's done now is put himself in position to have a chance to play well.
You're right.
And now he's still got to go play well.
Because, Clint, the last time we saw him, where he got himself hurt against the New Orleans Saints in preseason, and not to mention that full year prior to that, that did not look like a guy that you want starting on your team that is looking to try to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, like, hell, I don't know if that's maybe you're experimenting last year because you got some young stuff, but this is a team that has big time expectations, and the last time we saw him, that was not somebody you would want to put in that slot. And we've talked about it, Clint. They got him in that slot.
Yeah.
Like, that's like they haven't done a ton to fill that role. So he's got play.
The other part of the story with Kenyon Green, I look at it from a Texans perspective. If he is just an average level starter, let's say average or above. Now, if he goes in there, and we were talking about the other day on Crosstalk with I think it was B. Scott, I know it was Sean Bijani and Lopez. If he's elite, look out, because that changes the game in a big way. But if he's just an average starter in the NFL, a guy that's able to hold on to his starting job, whether it's here or somebody else, then he changes the game. The reality for the Texans, the reality of it is I think Kenyon Green, I've said this before, for coaches, I think these are the worst kind of athletes, right? The kind of athletes that have a ton of talent, but can't figure it out off the field, can't figure it out from a professional standpoint, can't figure it out from a nutritionist standpoint, can't figure it out from getting your body in shape to then let your natural God-given athletic ability allow you to have success. Like those are the most frustrating guys for coaches, and I think they're frustrated out over there. I think you're at a spot where, okay, he's taking care of his body. Now, can he play? And if he can't play, it's time to move on. So for Kenyon Green, I think he's come to the end of the road.
Because he hasn't shown to be able to play yet.
No, he hasn't. No. I mean, he has not at all. I mean, he is at a crossroads where if he does not play well this year, this preseason, this training camp for the Houston Texans, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they didn't move on from him. Now, they're so thin on the interior offensive line that they may not move on, like legit move on and cut him, but they'll damn sure quit giving the benefit of the doubt and quit investing so heavily in him.
And maybe this is unfair. I don't think it is. But I think it'll be really telling, Clint. I mean, if he can't at least hold his own and he is looking the way he did before with the likes of Lil Davis, Foley, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards, like these guys that are the D tackles. There's no Chris Jones, Jeffrey Simmons, Buckner, who he's going to face week 1.
Right.
There's none of that rolling around. Like at the very least, if he's going to be a starter on this team that has Super Bowl, AFC Championship aspirations, he got to hold his own against Tim Settle.
He's got to have a hell of a camp.
He's got to hold his own against
Ron,
him.
I've said this before. Like this is not a competition between Kenyon Green and anybody else. Forget the competition side of things. If Kenyon Green goes out there and plays even remotely close to the expectations for Kenyon Green, he will be the starting left guard, right? And to your point, with the defensive linemen that we have in camp with the Texans, he should have one hell of a camp. He can walk out there every single day, if he's in shape and if his mind's right, the way we think it is. He should walk out there every day with the expectations to do more than hold his own. I think he should dominate in the run game, and I think he should his pass protection game should be significantly improved in this training camp. To your point, now Buckner, that's a different animal, right? You run up against one of the best defensive linemen in the league throughout the season, that's a different animal. Those guys beat guys left and right all the time. So, but he should go out there and put an unbelievable camp together to leave no doubt in DeMeco Ryan's mind.
But if he struggles against the guys that they have here, he's not going to even
it's going to be hard to put him on the field with Buckner on the other side of the game. Week 1 with Buckner on the other side of the line. It's going to be hard to put him on the field when you've got some, again, division game against Tennessee Titans, Jeffrey Simmons.
And Sweat.
You got some dudes now.
Justin Matabike's there. Chris Jones is there.
Yes, all on this schedule. It's going to be hard to put him out there.
Oliver, they got some.
He should have one hell of a camp, and he should walk out there every day confident that he's going to have a hell of a camp.
At least clearly be able to handle those guys in the interior.
No question.
Maybe Autry could be a problem in pass rushing downs or something because he's really good at that. But like if he's having problems like he did before, that to me is an issue. All right, coming up, Big 3 at 3. A lot to get to there. We'll give you the big stories of the day, including updates here with the Astros and some of their injuries. We'll let you know about that, as well as that crazy home run derby and somebody against, really for one of the real powers in the NFL officially wants out. We'll let you hear all of that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, I'm telling you, I just joined that Steel South Loop Hyundai team, and it has been one of the best decisions I've made. Hell, I just bought a brand new Hyundai out there. And my man Burt Brocker, the coach, he is the man there and can help you with anything you need. And the thing that I love about working with you, Coach, is I know you know a lot of people in need. I saw a lot of cars and trucks trapped in the flood and in the issues that happened due to the hurricane. And I know you there to help.
Absolutely. Regardless of, if you just need your car taken care of, you need to get it towed somewhere. If right now you have it at a storage spot somewhere, let's
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, big stories of the day. Let's start with the Houston Astros from an injury front. First, catcher Victor Caratini has been placed on a rehab assignment. He's at the Jose Abreu League.
Florida Complex League?
Yeah, FCL. The people who know that league, that's what they call it. The old FCL.
I mean, I'm not being a smartass. We've heard about 3 people that have already been sent there.
3 people to the Complex League.
I'd never heard of the Complex League before. I don't know. Am I the only one?
It was the first time I ever heard it.
When we're using it on a weekly basis, we're sending every guy that we have that's recovering from rehabbing from anything. We're sending them there.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, he is able to get there, but he is. He's going to work out that left hip flexor strain that he's had since June 20th. And I will say, man, hey, Salazar's done pretty well. Salazar's done pretty well to as he's filled in for him, and they've used him. They've used him pretty well too. This hadn't because obviously with Diaz, they don't want him to catch, every day. They're trying to kind of build up. And he has done pretty well. They've got 3 quality catchers in their system right now that they can play at the big league level. I am interested to see how Joe uses Victor when he comes back because, Clint, you remember Victor's role. I mean, Victor had a bigger role than backup catcher, it felt like, than just backup catcher. If you think about how often he was out there playing. They were playing at the same time at times. He was coming in. He DH'd a couple of times, especially at the early start when Tucker got injured. So it'll be big to have him back. They really did use him in a certain way. Also with Luis Garcia. Did you ever hear Joe Friday?
I did not.
Okay. You ready? You ready? You good? You good? Because this one was tough.
Is this Friday?
This is Friday.
Okay.
This is the last update we got from Captain Joe Espada on Luis Garcia, who had skipped bullpen sessions. This is the last thing that they said to us about Luis Garcia.
So Luis did not throw his side today. He's going to continue to play catch, and once we get him feeling like we could build him up to throw another side, then we'll get him going again for another start. And
does he have a setback at all?
No, not setback. He just did not bounce back the way we wanted to. But we're just going to give him another day or two of play catch, and then we'll get him on the mound and get him ready for another minor league rehab.
So that was the last thing we had.
Big play catch guy.
Setback? No, not setback. Just his arm just didn't bounce back the way we thought it sounds like a setback to me, not sure. But that was the last update we got from him on Friday about Luis Garcia. This is the latest. The Astros have returned right-handed pitcher Luis Garcia from his rehab assignment today. Garcia, who was recovering from right elbow surgery, made 2 appearances on his rehab assignment, last pitching for AA Corpus on July 4th in San Antonio. Pitched an inning and a third. So not really stretching things out right now. Obviously going to take it slow. Garcia is continuing his throwing program and can be placed on an additional rehab assignment when he's ready for game action. Like I said, man, inning and a third, like if there's a thought that he was going to be, maybe a starter, like it feels like we're a ways away from building up to that right now.
Yeah, well, this is another one that scares me a bit. I mean, obviously,
I was feeling so good about this.
I was too. I mean, I was getting real amped about mid to late July with Luis Garcia coming. Is not so dependent, say, on a Spencer Arrighetti at that point in time. If Verlander, which again, that's the big question mark out there right now is what's going on with Verlander. Are they being honest? Is this something that is all of a sudden going to start having setbacks again? Is this something that's going to turn into a season-ending injury? That's the elephant in the room, if you will. But Luis Garcia having what I would call a setback in anything that wasn't just consistent.
Well, anyone
progress.
in America would call,
Correct.
or any country would call a setback.
Correct. that concerns me a bit because I think they do need. Let's just note this isn't breaking news. The Astros need an innings eater at the very least. Even when Verlander comes back, you need somebody that can eat some innings. You need somebody that can take some of the load off of Hunter Brown, some of the load off of Spencer Arrighetti, some of the load off of Justin Verlander, possibly with his age getting up there. So Luis Garcia is an important ad here after the All-Star break, and I sure enough was expecting it mid to late July.
They had me tricked. I thought it would be earlier. I thought it would be in July. Right now, I don't know, and now I'm kind of intrigued on what the role is. If is that on purpose? Are they trying to stretch him out to throw more innings? I mean, I don't know.
I tell you what I wonder is how much of this is a product of the way that they mishandled colors, the way that they mishandled was it J.P. France where there was some rumblings out there about how they pushed him a little bit. He was hurt all along. I wonder if it's a direct response to, hey, we screwed up with a couple of guys over the last couple of years. Let's make sure that we're patient, especially when they're making the push that they've made to get within one game of the division. Let's make sure that we're not bringing these guys back too soon. Let's make sure that we're not pushing them too quick through rehab, and because at this point in time, you damn sure can't afford to lose one of those guys for the remainder of the season. So I don't know. I don't know if it's one or the other, but I think both are possible.
Yeah. So Luis Garcia, an important piece right now for them. I mean, Jake Bloss is holding down the 5 spot right now in the rotation. I think you would feel much more comfortable if that was Luis Garcia in that 5 spot as opposed to somebody who has a very, very, very low amount of experience that Jake Bloss has. So, but they've been holding it down and doing the best they can with the pitching and the injuries they have. But it'll be one to watch to see when Luis Garcia finally gets back.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, fellas, I was into the home run derby after I got past that horrific rendition of the national anthem. I was really in. I think I watched probably 90 to 95% of the home run derby. Bobby Witt Jr. was in it, one of the players for my Kansas City Royals, and I wanted to see if he was going to be able to. He is just short as Teoscar Hernandez outlasted Bobby Witt, and it was fun. It was fun right down to the final swing, and this was the final swing from Bobby Witt down 14-13. Clint, he needed one more home run to tie on his last swing.
Oh, he swung. Got to go. Get legs. Get legs. Oh, no.
Teoscar Hernandez is your 2024 T-Mobile Home Run Derby champ. It was up there forever and came up just short. What a show Bobby Witt Jr. and Teoscar Hernandez put on in this final round.
I know you just saw it. They just played the replay. It was right off the wall. Right off the wall in center field. Hit it to the wrong part. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun watching those two. And Bobby Witt, one of the young players in the game that's really come on in the last year or so. I didn't think, Clint, I told you yesterday, I didn't think that this would be a event that he would excel in.
Yeah, the one guy that I said I'm not real sure what he's doing in the competition. He takes it literally to the last.
He hit the
last ball.
He hit the most home runs total
overall. Yeah,
overall. But no, man, it was intriguing. He had me like when he got to 14-13. He had me on my feet. He had me on my feet.
Is Trey a fan?
He was out cold, but yeah, he was asleep. He was asleep. You know, it went into the night. But Bear, like Courtney was there. She set up. She was ready to go. But no, it was fun, man. And I'm telling you, man, I'm watching it. It is something different when one of your guys is in it. And Tyler and Clint, the fun it would be if Jordan was in that puppy.
Oh,
if Kyle Tucker was in that puppy. I'm telling you, if I could pick one Astro to be in it, it would be Altuve.
No question. Absolutely.
Like he would, like the pool. He would pull Clint 25 of them. He just pulled. That's all he did. That's what most of the guys did yesterday. His bat quickness, he would just pull them over and over.
Yeah.
Like I think he'd be really good at it.
It'd be like Spud Webb winning the slam dunk contest.
Yes, that's that. Like he would be the number one person I would want. I was thinking it last night, and like it'd be fun. Like I think he's probably past the age. Well, hell, he's not even going to All-Star games. So I think he's past the point of competing.
Of going up there and letting it loose.
I don't know, Tyler. Has he ever? Did Jose Altuve? Did he ever compete in the home run derby?
No. Not that I remember. No.
He would be the guy that I would want to see. Pena would be fun to watch too. I feel like he would try to be a little. He'd try to put on the show, like with the extra stuff, with a hip thrust.
Yeah.
Something. Maybe I'm thinking that's what I would do if I was like Jeremy Pena.
Hey, the good Lord knew better, huh?
Not to give you all that now.
You can't give Ron all that Jeremy Pena.
Can't give you all that. Yeah, I'd have been up there thrusting that sucker every time around. Hey man, you're gonna tie some showmanship with this thing now.
Give me 2 minutes between every pitch. I gotta
give me 5 seconds.
That's great.
Give me 5 seconds. No, man, it was a fun one to watch last night though. Yeah, man, and it's one of the ones where you don't necessarily need, like, it's cool to have stars, but you don't need even the top guys to get into it, because unlike the dunk contest, like it's not a creativity thing. It's all right, man. This dude's going.
If you're not going to have all the top home run hitters in the game involved, then it turns to the guy that comes out of nowhere and potentially wins it, and all the drama leads up to the final pitch and the final swing meaning something for Bobby Witt. So
you lost money, didn't you, Tyler?
No, just on one bet, but I had two others that hit.
All right.
What were they?
I bet on the total number of homers in the first round, the under, that hit. And I hit on the longest home run of the night. I bet on the under, and that hit.
Tyler, man.
That's unbelievable.
Tyler.
I know betting on the home run derby isn't a great look.
And you
won
lost
2 out of 3.
And you lost to Pete Alonso?
Yes.
Tyler, man. Come on, man.
I just placed 3.
I know you just placed 3, but you looked at that screen and you said, ooh, I like this.
Hey, when you're hot, baby, when you're hot, you got to double down.
Let me bet on the total homers. Let me go up the under on the total homers.
There's no other sports going on.
I want to continue to believe in my heart that you have a handle on this thing. There's just moments where you just peek out. That's something Michael Jordan would do.
When are you going to back off a bit? When are you going to back off a bit? I mean, I think that the run with the Astros, with the schedule lightening up a little bit, with not playing too many teams. They have 2 teams in the last 20-some-odd games where they had, I think, 6 of the last 23 games were against teams with winning records. So you knew the Astros were hot. You were going to make a little bit of money. When are you going to pull back a bit, man?
I'm not sure.
When Adam was here,
undetermined.
When Adam was here, we rolled through it. He's going somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 a day on bets that he has out there.
Well, all that he's always been volume-wise. He's always bet a lot. Now he's just turned the dollar amount up. So now the dollar, the old cash register's ticking.
That's when I quit.
He's always been an 8 to 10 bet guy, but instead of them $30, it's now $75. Instead of that $50, it's now $150.
And it's. And I give it to him right now. It's working. It's working.
Was in that green, Chief.
He's in it. Let's stay in it.
Never get off a heater.
Well,
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Tyler, you've been doing this for multiple years, and I know you haven't been on a heater the entire way. Like
maybe
when you jump off the heater, it seems to push you to go more. But
every heater ends with a burn.
Not for Tyler.
Unless you get off early.
News out of the NFL. Brandon Ayuk, they've been going back and forth all off season. He has officially requested a trade from the 49ers. Sources say Brandon Ayuk has officially requested a trade after an offseason of unsuccessful attempts to reach an extension. Despite a recent meeting, the Niners haven't been willing to engage in negotiations since May. So Ayuk has respectfully asked out of San Francisco. Think he gets out?
Yes.
You think he is traded? You think he is?
I think if they possibly can, I mean, look, there's a chance that they're not going to be able to move him because they can't. They're silly if they just give him away because they've got him under control for one more year at the very least. So that they're not just going to give him away, and I think he's too good of a player to give away. If you're going to give him away, get one more year out of him and let him go to free agency. So, like, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it happen or not. The one thing I will say, I disagree wholeheartedly with the thought that this is like the Deebo Samuel or the Nick Bosa situation, which the Deebo Samuel thing I think unfolded pretty similarly to this, to where they just played hardball until the very last second and gave him a deal. Nick Bosa, look, those two guys, one of them is an absolute game changer. Nick Bosa coming off the defensive end, one of the best pass rushers in the game off the defensive end, one of the most disruptive players in the game when healthy. And then Deebo Samuel is just a unique weapon in a day and age where in the NFL it's all about finding the next weapon is the new thing, the next weapon that you can use in so many different ways. Deebo Samuel is that guy. Now, that's cooled off a little bit to your point, Ron. You made the point yesterday. Christian McCaffrey kind of made it to where Deebo doesn't come out of the backfield as much, but he's still a unique, very difficult defend for the rest of the NFL. And so I think those two guys were absolute game changers. I like
receiver.
I think he's a good receiver, but what they do offensively is not predicated off the receivers. What they do offensively is Deebo Samuel, is that offensive line. It's Christian McCaffrey, and everything else is in second place and is a one-off. And so I just think that he's wanting, with the market getting reset. Who was that? Justin Jefferson? Did he get his? That's the one that reset the market.
He's at the top.
I just don't know that Brandon Ayuk is worth what maybe the market says he is based off his last two seasons. I don't watch San Francisco 49ers football and go, man, this team ain't going to go if Brandon Ayuk ain't there. I just don't. I do with Deebo Samuel. I do with big boy at left tackle, knowing he sets the tone. I do with Christian McCaffrey. I do with George Kittle. I like all those guys. You go, hey, man, these are all unique pieces that Shanahan really uses well. I mean, Brandon Ayuk's a good player. He ain't a guy that needs to be having set-the-market conversations at the receiver position.
All right, speaking of receiver position, the Texans have added a new member to their receiving core. We'll let you know what the latest is on that coming up next.
All right, I tell y'all every day, man, selling a home is full of catch-22s, right? You ask yourself questions.
Conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Texans have some news, Tyler. They have signing, according to Aaron Wilson. Texans are signing wide receiver Quintez Cephas. He completed a suspension for, guess what, Tyler? Gambling. Not you were well within your rights to gamble, but he was a part of that gambling situation with the Lions last year where multiple guys were suspended. He was one of them. He has completed that suspension, and the Texans have signed him to bring him into camp. I remember him at Wisconsin, and then, yes, he went for the Lions. I remember him playing there. Hasn't obviously played a lot in his career. He's just recently coming off a suspension, but this feels like a potential camp body to see what happens. But anytime they add receivers, right, that seems to be one of their stronger spots. His chances of making this team or pushing guys. But we'll see. We'll see what he does. But they add another receiver to the fold here as they enter training camp coming up.
Yeah, it's interesting that because it seems like that's one position where they're all full up. Now, I mean, you may be looking for some camp legs because I think you do. I think you do have several guys that, whether it's because they've played well and you know exactly who they are, or they're veterans, or they're injury prone, or they have been injured in a short career, then maybe you want to load manage those guys through training camp. There's nothing that can happen in training camp that's gonna affect what you do with Stephon Diggs. There's nothing that can happen in training camp that's going to affect how you design plays and what you ask Nico Collins to do. And there is probably some level, I think, of load management that needs to go on with Tank Dell. Those are your three guys. And let's be honest, you know who the hell Noah Brown is. Your top four guys are probably guys that through training camp you are going to load manage. You'd be smart to load manage the hell out of those guys early on. So unless
John Mechie comes and takes a job.
Well, no. Whose job?
Maybe Noah's.
No. John Mechie needs to worry about keeping his job, not taking somebody else's. This is those top four guys. I think are not going to get much run in camp. And let's be honest, I don't think they're going to disrespect Robert Woods and ask him to overwork.
Yeah, like, man, they are about 12 deep right now on this depth.
Yeah, you're 12 deep.
Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Robert Winskronic, Xavier Hutchinson, Johnny Johnson III, Jarrett Wayne, Steven Sims, and now Cephas.
Yeah. I mean, and the top four, counting Robert Woods, the top five guys, and I say top five. I use that term.
Is he really going to be on this team?
No, I don't know how. I don't know how he is at this point in time. I don't know what point he served last year, much less this year. To be completely honest with you, when it is all said and done,
well, early on, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, look, I understand the thought of him being on the team. I don't understand the thought of like going into the season with a bunch of unproven guys and Robert Woods and thinking he was going to help you win ball games. Luckily, Nico Collins emerged in a big way. Tank Dell is significantly better than most thought he was for the short span that he was there. I was high on him all along, but nonetheless, you just like Robert Woods. The second half of last season, there was really no place for Robert Woods. I mean, Noah Brown, if you really got down to cutting, Noah Brown was higher on the pecking order to get playing time.
And then he couldn't stay healthy himself at the end when he actually needed him.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just not like there's. But I say that I include him in the top 5 because our conversation is about training camp. I think your top 5 guys. There's nothing in training camp outside of being in shape and doing enough to keep your timing with C.J. Stroud. There's nothing in training camp those guys can do that's gonna impact anything whatsoever once real football starts or meaningful football starts. So maybe with the Cephas sign, maybe they're bringing guys in that plays, and there's going to be a handful of them that make the team. With the I don't even know what the practice squad is at now, but with the practice squad expanded, the rules expanded, the way that they are, you could load this thing up and maybe, there's
you ain't lying. If I'm Cephas, I'm talking to my agent, man. There ain't nowhere else.
There ain't nowhere else I can get.
To have you're right. Steph Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Noah Brown. You probably know you ain't breaking that. And then you look at that John Mechie. He was a 2nd-round pick that's coming off cancer 2 years ago. He's probably going to get every opportunity.
Absolutely.
To fail. If me and him are even, he wins. Steven Sims is going to have a role somehow on this team. I think
from a return standpoint.
He is going to be included on this team. He may not dress every week, but he's going to be included. So they're 12 deep. I guess you go and compete. But you're right. It is hard to think that you're going to break into the top 4. And right now, if they're hell-bent on keeping Robert Woods, which I don't get, if they're hell-bent on keeping Robert Woods, that's a top 5.
Well, if you look at it from a different lens, Ron, if you're Cephas, if you're a guy that they're bringing in or a guy that's here, there's going to be plenty of opportunity. You're going to get film. You're in games. If you can crack the top 8 receivers, including the top 5, if you can crack the top 8 or 9 receivers on this football team, then you're going to get some serious film in the preseason.
As you said, you don't think those guys will play a lot.
They're crazy. Games. They're crazy if they do.
Especially,
we've seen it, man. The one beautiful thing, or several beautiful things, but the one beautiful thing about having a guy like C.J. Stroud is he understands chemistry with his wide receivers. There is no doubt throughout the offseason he made it a point multiple times to throw with guys that were healthy. Right? We saw the videos of Tank Dell and Diggs throwing out. I think it was out in California on the UCLA campus, I think it was, with him. And a lot of that stuff is just kind of going through the motions, but man, that's big for chemistry. These guys have tremendous chemistry. According to D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, they all know how to take care of their body at this point in time. Tank Dell, I think, is the only wild card in terms of all of those things that plays a little bit of a freer style wide receiver, and he's coming off an injury, so he's going to need to be load managed. I just don't know, and this is hard for me to get there because I'm not that kind of guy to be like, oh, we'll take it easy in training camp. I just don't know what you gain from the quarterback perspective or the wide receiver perspective
having them out
with pushing those guys beyond just, hey, make sure you're in shape. Mentally and physically, be in shape, be ready to rock and roll, play fast, don't think, all right, let's ride. Beyond that, there's no reason to have those guys a strenuous camp leading into this season.
All right, I don't like to stir the pot. Sometimes I get accused to stirring the pot.
That may be a little bit of a stretch. But
I don't like to. I don't like to stir the pot. I do think this next topic may be kind of a pot stirring topic. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Well, look, here's the deal. If you look
into the drive as we continue rolling through. As I said, come hang out with us tomorrow. We are going to be out and about. The drive is going to be live on the road. We will be out at our home away from home, Twin Peaks. Right now, or right here, 59 and Kirby. We'll be there tomorrow, 2 to 6. Come hang out with us. Great food, great beer. It's always, what's that temperature it always is?
29 degree.
29 degrees.
29 degree man-sized draft is always waiting for you. Where? Twin Peaks.
Yeah, 59 and Kirby is where we will be at. But obviously, there are 5 locations that you can hit up. But we'll be at 59 and Kirby tomorrow. Come hang out with us. And hell, I've had them at 27 degrees. I've had them beers a little colder than 29
They've been known to get a little below. They've been known to serve you one with little ice chips around the top of that sucker, man.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's just right.
Yeah. Or it's just a little bit frozen.
Mm-hmm. Tad bit.
From the text line, who does Ron think he's fooling? Talking about he doesn't like to stir the pot. Come on, show. It's Ron. You could miss us with that statement. It's not.
I mean, which one of the two statements is closer to the truth? You saying you don't like to stir the pot, or someone responding with "Who's Ron fooling"?
I personally believe it's. I believe it's the first one.
You think so?
If that would be my vote.
I mean, just wondering.
Sometimes people's reactions get stirred just a tad. Not me doing it on purpose. I mean, sometimes I walk away with a smile and pat myself on the back and think, hey,
I've never thought about it this way.
I've done a good job. We've had a good conversation.
You may be good, bad, or indifferent, positive or negative, any way you look at it. You do things pretty intentional.
Sometimes.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about good and bad stuff. I think a lot of what you do, jokingly, seriously, professionally, in your home life, personal life, I think a lot of it is intentional. You're a pretty intentional guy, I think.
Sometimes.
So when you just so happen to stir the pot,
most of the time, yeah. Sometimes I've caught off guard. Now I believe it all, and I know there are things that are going to probably get at least some people feeling a certain way, like this. Like I would throw this out, and I'm curious. This 12-team playoff, this is fun. This is changing the whole game of college football. This is like when I say changing the whole game, like changing the whole game of the amount of teams that think they have a chance, the amount of teams that think that they can win, and that they can have a magical season. Right? It was a top 2 when you played. Yes, the BCS, but you even caught before the BCS where it was just. Yeah, people just vote for it.
1 versus 2.
Just vote for it, whatever. One may be playing in the Orange Bowl, and the other one might be playing in the Sugar Bowl or the Rose Bowl, whatever. I remember that 97, where it was clear Michigan and Nebraska were the 2 best teams. They split championships. One played in the Rose Bowl, and one played in, I believe, Nebraska played in the Orange Bowl. To a point now where it's the top 2 when you played. Then it moved to the top 4, and now it's moving to the top 12, and the amount of people who feel like they have a chance has absolutely expanded. And I'm just wondering from you and the people, how many schools in Texas should realistically be thinking like our expectations, their fan base's realistic expectations is college football playoff expectations? I'm not saying win a national championship, but realistic, those should be your expectations. Glenn, I got 2.
Who you got?
I think Texas, obviously. They're 3rd in the country right now, picked to finish 2nd in the SEC. I would say that they should have realistic expectations of being one of the top 12 teams that be in the playoff. My other one, Clint, is UTSA.
Oh, really?
right? The number one Power 5 or outside the Power 5 conference, that top team that wins their conference, they get an automatic bid to the playoff. They get one of the 5 seeds to the playoff. And I think UTSA has a really great chance to be in that. A really great chance to win their conference, which they're picked to win, and have and I know you know the head coach there, and have a good enough season where they could be that top team outside of the 4 to win its conference and get in as a 5 seed. I just don't see it with the other teams. I don't see it with TCU. I don't see it with Houston. Like, this should be fans' realistic expectations. I don't really see it right now with Baylor and Tech. SMU, I believe they're going to the ACC now. Don't see it there, and I know this one hurts. I don't see that the expectation should be college football playoff yet for A&M. Like, Tyler, don't cut me with those eyes. I'm just saying, like, for me, it is Texas, and then, like, I think with an outside chance, UTSA. Because I think, Clint, if UTSA wins their conference, and especially if they do it undefeated, which I think they could do, or one loss, depending on the loss, I think they could be that 15.
Oh, yeah, look, I think they're going to have to do it with one loss. They're going to, because they got. I'm going to assume they're going to lose to Texas. I mean,
and if they do that one, yeah, that's fine.
Well, but you know, you look at the American Conference now is I mean, you got to beat Memphis. I mean, there's some good football teams, and don't get me wrong, but when you've got championship aspirations, there's and like legitimately picked to win your conference, there's certain teams in the American that you're just not, preseason wise, you're not going to be concerned with. They got Texas on their schedule week 3, and I believe they got Memphis week 8 or 9 later in the season. Those are the 2 big games. Not that you have to win both of them. You obviously have to win one of them, and in Memphis, and I think you have to play really well against Texas.
If they play well against Texas and they win the rest of them, which I think is very.
Oh, that's very doable. A one-loss UTS team that wins the American. Yeah,
and their one loss is to Texas.
Yeah, I think you could be in the top 12. Absolutely. Not, I don't think absolutely you could. Look, I'm going with Texas, the obvious one. I think Texas is entering the SEC in much better shape than I thought they would have a year ago after what they were able to do last year. Even though they lost a ton to the draft and to obviously graduation, I think they were able to hit the transfer portal to replace a couple of those wide receivers that they lost. Now, I don't know what they're going to do
inside.
I don't know what they're going to do inside. They lost 2 game-changing type defensive tackles, and that's really where what's in the games that they're going to have to win. I'm not looking at their schedule, but against the big boys in the SEC, the interior defensive line is going to be a big. It's going to be a big get. Because here's the deal: is if you have that big you saw last year from Texas, you can compete with anybody in the SEC. You can compete with anybody in the country. If you don't have that interior presence, then there's a good chance that everybody in the country, again, talking about top 20 football teams, are going to be able to compete with you. Right? That's the difference. If you got dudes inside, which I'm not saying Texas does or doesn't, if you've got dudes inside on the defensive line, then you can compete with Georgia. You can compete with Alabama. You can compete with a really good Florida team or a really good Florida State team or like the big dogs, Notre Dame. You can compete with those guys. If you don't have them, then everybody else can compete with you because now you have a weakness. Now you can't collapse the pocket. Now you can't always stop the run. And teams that shouldn't can be able to compete with you, can compete with you week in, week out. I would go with Texas and Texas A&M. I was part of a turnaround, a big-time turnaround that should have been a national championship, at least an invite. When I was at Arkansas, when Houston Nutt came there, took over a 4-7 football team. We turned that thing around, ended up winning 9 games. I fumbled, season collapsed late in the season, but we were one of the better teams in the country. I've seen it happen. I think A&M is an extremely talented football team. They've got a quarterback in Connor Wegman. They've got a schedule that is very, very forgiving. Let's put it that way with A&M. I'm not staring at their. I don't cover that football team that closely. I don't know what their O-line and D-line looks like, but according to how they've recruited over the last several years, according to that maroon money Tyler always always still get dudes. I would go with Texas and Texas A&M. I would not have had UTSA in there originally until you brought it up. I went and looked at it. They got an outside shot.
Yeah, because that automatic bid of the fifth best, the fifth program or the fifth conference championship winner that's going to be outside of the ACC, Big 12, SEC, and Big 10. They played well against Texas. Now they beat Texas. Good. Hold on. Right. That's
absolutely.
Now they just get hell. They could probably afford to lose to Memphis, to trip up on one to get in. But then like I said, man, sorry to Horned Frog fans or Baylor Bear fans. I don't see it this year. I mean, Baylor's picked to finish second to last in the Big 12. They're picked 12th, just ahead of BYU in the Big 12 conference. TCU sitting there at 10 with and U of H Baylor finished 12th. U of H second to last at 15th. So I don't see it for those schools to be able to jump in, even though the Big 12 feels like a conference, Clint, that would be a conference that you could probably take advantage of. I don't see it for those teams this year, which is the Baylor one is shocking to me, the way that he had things rolling.
Yeah.
And how they were going in the last 2 years. I mean, he's probably on the hot seat.
Oh, ain't no probably to it. I don't know. I don't care how much you like him.
I like Dave.
What is it, 2024?
Yeah.
In 2025, he's going to be a hell of a defense coordinator recruit.
And then 13th.
He's going to be a DC. He's going to be the hottest DC on the market next year for 2025. Hottest one out there, because he's a hell of a DC now. And look, I thought he did a good job with Baylor early on. I just think that is a very, very difficult place to survive. And boy, once it gets going the wrong direction, it's hard to recover. But let's be honest. Again, you're in the Big 12, and you're in the Big 12 with no Texas, no Oklahoma. The game has changed. The expectations for a Baylor have changed significantly.
He's going to run. All of them are going to run into things like I mean, Fritz, he just got there, but I mean when Kansas is the number 2 or 3 team in the conference preseason rise right now, and you're sitting there in the teens. Well, that's not going to work.
But
for Baylor.
You look at Kansas. They're able to keep their coach. They're able to pour into the program. They're too deep at the quarterback position that'll allow them to win. They got an offense that allows them to do more with less. That gives them a chance week in, week out to score a ton of points and be a tough opponent. U of H is going to have that as well with Willie Fritz, no question about it. And you start looking around, and you Baylor. I mean,
but that ain't going to fly. Like they can't be that far away from Kansas.
Oh no, I agree with you.
I mean?
No, I agree. No, your point. I'm just doubling down on your point. Like I think if you're Baylor and you can't at least do what U of H is going to do and what UTSA is doing, right? If you can't at least do those things in this state and coexist with Texas and Texas A&M, who are you're not winning. You're not building a roster at Baylor or TCU or Texas Tech because you do or you don't play in a conference with A&M in Texas, or like it's like you're not going to win recruits over those guys anyway. I don't give a damn what conference they're playing in. The only thing different between last year and this year is your road to the college football playoff got significantly easier because Texas and Oklahoma bounced. You still got to recruit against them. You still got to find a way to do more with less. That's the story of Baylor football in today's game. Arkansas is the same way. Kentucky's the same way. I mean, there's you just got, for one reason or another, it's an uphill battle. You got to do more with less, and if you're not doing that, good luck.
What you got for?
Absolutely good luck. Texans Training Camp cranks up tomorrow. We'll be out there Thursday. There's camp stories. There's camp battles. There's going to be some surprise cuts. Who you watching? What are you looking for? I think the biggest story is a local kid that is yet to pan out that has some unbelievably high expectations. We'll tell you who that is. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The countdown to training camp is on.
It's the final countdown.
We're just 2 days away from the Texans getting back on the field. Are you ready? Catch
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati.
TFHD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Well, a football party's breaking out tomorrow, Ron. Training Camp, Houston Texans 2024. Big-time expectations for this football team. Cranks up tomorrow, I believe. We'll be out there Thursday, and we will absolutely have all the instant reactions. When it comes 2 to 6 p.m., you better believe that we will be fresh off the football field with all the goings-ons with the Texans. And here's the deal. There are a ton of different storylines. There's a lot of new faces with the Houston Texans that are going to catch a ton of the headlines. There's some rookies that are going to be in position to take over their position sooner rather than later. It matters how quickly they can handle the pro game. There are just a ton of storylines going into this season. Rightfully so, after you win 10 games, go to the second round of the playoffs, and sign a boatload of free agents and make your win-now moves in the offseason. Clearly, there's going to be a ton of storylines. But I'm going to tell you, boys, when it comes down to storyline that will have an immediate impact on this football team. Like, I'm not real sure that what corner opposite Derek Stingley wins that job. I'm not real, unless that guy's going to go out there and play at an all-pro level or a Pro Bowl level opposite Derek Stingley. I don't know how big of a story that is. They drafted a guy in the second round. They signed 2 former first-round picks. Can one of y'all please just show up and play a solid corner the way Steven Nelson did? I mean, that's ultimately.
If you could push that button.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Give me solid.
No question, right? You look at the interior defensive line. The truth of the matter is, you didn't draft anybody in the first round. You didn't sign any blockbuster free agents that give Texans Nation a reason to believe that you're going to have a dominant interior presence on this defensive line. So really, other than the weaknesses or the healthy competitions, like what is that? What's really to expect at those two spots? For me, far and away, the more I talk about it, the more convinced I am about this. The biggest story in training camp for the Houston Texans, after we watch them struggle to run the football, and don't nobody text in Devin Singletary's stats on that damn text line, please. I don't want to hear it. We all saw it last year.
You are able to text in motors.
Motor. No, you can't. I hated that nickname then. I definitely don't like it now that he's not a Texan. Motor. Yeah, motorboat. Now that's a different motor, but no, motor. That's not it.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
Yes, the truth of the matter is the Texans' run game was pitiful last year. You had who was on the sideline with the coach. He had diminished down to a kickoff return guy late in the season who took one to the house, I believe, and could be special this year. But nonetheless, the run game was not a respectable run game at the NFL level. When it came to pass protection, the weakness was whether Titus Howard was playing left guard or Kendrick Green was playing left guard or Kenyon Green was trying to play left guard or who else? Who else was over there? Did Patterson get a little run?
Patterson got some run.
I mean, it was rough. It was rough to say the least. They overcame it. They did some good things, but it can be significantly better. The number one story with the Texans training camp in 2024 is former first-round pick out of Atascocita up on the north side, out of Texas A&M, number 15 overall, Kenyon Green. He's a third-year pro. All the excuses are out the window. There's no more, well, he's immature, he's underdeveloped, he's going to take time. He's a raw player with a lot of skill. No, it's your third year. It's time to put up or shut up. We've watched this with Kenyon Green. We've watched him struggle with
I'll say we've watched him struggle with being a pro. Whatever the issues are as it pertains to taking care of your body, they'll say, oh, well, he was injured. I think that's a cop-out. At the end of the day, the not taking care of your body, not being a pro, of course that puts you in a vulnerable situation where you stay injured because you're not taking care of yourself. You're not conditioned the way you need to be conditioned. That's where it all starts, right? You go out there and you get embarrassed in pass protection. You struggle in the run block because you're not in shape. You're not conditioned mentally or physically to be an offensive lineman in the NFL. Kenyon Green, based on everything that we've seen this year, his body's right, which tells me his mind is right, which tells me we can now see who Kenyon Green really is. Is he physically gifted to the sound of the number 15 overall draft pick? Is he that physically gifted? Was Nick Caserio right? Was this scouting department right when they evaluated him and said this is an interior offensive lineman that we're willing to use a first-round draft pick on? When we got all kind of holes all over this team 2 years ago, we're going to go offensive guard. Now Kenyon Green has no excuse. Out of shape? No, you're in shape, partner. He's in shape. Is his mind in the right spot? Clearly, you don't make the kind of changes that he's made with his body if your mind's not in the right spot. Is professionalism a problem? Doesn't look like it. If you're not professional and you're not accountable and you don't work out and you don't take care of your body, you don't make the changes that Kenyon Green just made. The biggest story this training camp is Kenyon Green. If he's right, if he's playing at a respectable level of interior offensive line, Joe Mixon, clearly C.J. Stroud has a better chance to have more success, a cleaner pocket to execute from, and this offensive line could end up being one of the better offensive lines in the league if Kenyon Green is that dude. On the flip side of it, Ron, if Kenyon Green is not that dude, the leash has to be short. This has to be the end of the road for Kenyon Green. I'm telling you, Ron, for me, Kenyon Green and what he does, good, bad, or indifferent in the 2024 training camp is the biggest story with the Houston Texans.
Glenn, we've talked a lot about, like, hey, man, is he going to be in shape? As you talked about, is he going to be able to get through a practice? Is it going to be a lot different than what we saw? Is he going to have his head on straight? You talked about a lot of that just now. We still don't know if he can play. As you're talking about, can he put his hand in the ground and be – like when I say play, like I don't mean – like Nico Collins hadn't come close to reaching what we thought he could be, but he could be on the field. Right? Like Christian Harris hadn't probably come close to reaching now what we see he can be, but he could be on the field. Kenyon Green, in his career thus far, Clint has not been good enough to be on the field on the team that is coached by David Culley, on a team that's coached by Lovie Smith. He's not been good enough to be on that team, let alone that is AFC Championship Super Bowl aspiration. Like, we got to figure that out. And that's the part is, like, you've done all this good stuff, but are you going to look completely different when you have to play and put on pads? Because before, he was just getting his ass kicked flatly. I mean, that's what we've seen in his time when he's actually been on the field.
It's been embarrassing.
Yes.
I mean, like he should be embarrassed of what he put on the field and what ultimately the injuries came, what ultimately led to a lot of those injuries. Look, I know it sounds harsh. There's a lot of people that'll say, well, as a young player, it takes time for guys to develop. Okay, if you want to subscribe to that, that's fine. I'm just not one of them. The truth of the matter is, love or hate it, you like to hear it or you don't like to hear it. The truth of the matter is, you can never sell to me that not being in shape, not mentally and physically being prepared to play football and compete at a high level, you cannot convince me that did not lead, or the inability to do that did not lead to the injuries throughout the first 2 years that he's been here. Now, on the flip side, you can't convince me that a guy went out there and reshaped his body without getting his mind right, getting his body right, getting getting in shape, all those kind of things. Like, you don't just change because you snap your fingers. There's a level of accountability. There's some discipline there that just are game changing. And I think that's I'm for one. I say how big of a storyline it is, Ron, and I tell you where I stand on it. I believe Kenyon Green is going to be the starting left guard for this football team, and I think it's going to be impressive.
You think so? You feel good about it?
I feel good about it.
Why? You don't need to see nothing yet? You just...
Well, no. Well, what I needed to see was him get his, like, understand, like, showing up in the same shape or the same with the same issues and the same knick-knack injuries throughout the offseason and throughout training. Like, I needed to see a level of commitment that it takes for a guy to like you said, give yourself a chance to be a starting football player in the league. And I feel like, unless he's fooled me, I feel like to be honest with you, the most difficult hurdle, it seems like he's gotten over. The most difficult hurdle is do everything you can, all the lonely work. Nobody likes lonely work, but it takes a ton of it to be a good player at this level, right? Nobody likes in the offseason, because you've let yourself get so far out of shape and because now you've got these injuries you got to deal with, now you got to spend twice as much time in the building, whether it's rehabbing or it's conditioning. You got to spend twice the time in the building that everybody else does just to have a shot. Like I for me personally, I can't look at what Kenyon Green has done and not realize, like, that of commitment. That is an unbelievable amount of discipline, of accountability, which is exactly what he didn't have the first 2 years, right? Like, that, to me, that is the biggest hurdle. A guy with all kind of ability, right? Like, if he doesn't put himself in position to showcase that, it's not because he don't have ability. It's because he doesn't have the want to. He doesn't have the discipline. He doesn't have all the intangibles. I just believe, Ron, that what he's done with his body this offseason is very, very, very telling. And that's a guy, assuming when we see him Thursday, we're still talking about, man, there's a noticeable difference. Look, I'll be honest with you too. When I went out there and watched him, and they weren't doing anything, weren't pads, it was just OTAs. When I went out there and watched him, and he was going and moving and bouncing around practice as much an hour and 15 in as he was the first 15 minutes, that spoke volumes to me. If that guy's still doing that the first time we lay eyes on these Texans, I'm going to be very confident in his ability to go out there on the field and start and play well.
Yeah, I got to see him put on the pads and hit people.
Fair.
Because, like, the thought, and that's the question is his poor play all attributed to his inability to be in shape, which led to potentially injuries, which led to his poor play? Is that the reason for his poor play, is because he didn't have the right mindset and didn't have his body right? I think there's a fair thing to say that. But okay, well, what does it look like when you go up against grown men? Because now you're going to be a year removed without playing. Is it really just because you didn't have your body right, or are you just, even when your body right, not at a space to be able to be a starting left?
Yeah,
left
well,
guard?
look, we'll find out. I just don't in any way, shape, or form want to minimize or poo-poo what the kid's done to this point. I think it's an unbelievable turnaround. I think it's very the body comp change for a guy that big is not easy. And boy, if that is a sign of what is to come with him, I think it's highly likely that we will. One, we know you got a talented dude, but I think it's highly likely that we will get a guy that can hold his own at left guard. I'm not going to go out there and talk Pro Bowl.
It will be very,
very
big. That's all he needs to do. Like, just be able to be on the field as a starter, like a lot of guys were at left guard last year.
Like we can't be 2 weeks into training camp, 3 weeks into whatever it is, 2 weeks into training camp. We can't be talking about this competition at left guard. And I'm not talking about. I know Nick is. I know D'Amico is. I know I know Bobby Slowick is. That's fine. Whatever. We cannot be watching practice, watching the rotation, and watching the offensive line play, and coming in here having conversations about, man, look out. Jared Patterson looks pretty good at left guard. Look out, this Roker kid from Ole Miss a couple years ago. Boy, he looks really good at left guard, man.
Yeah. All right, coming up, speaking of not having those conversations, there's something desperately, and now one of the young, promising Houston sports figures are in the crosshairs of this. There's something we got to stop doing. We have to stop doing. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Let me get the attention of all you whiskey-blooded folks out there, all you whiskey drinkers out there, huh? Come on, man. Let's talk about a little bit of this dirty water, man. Sagamore Rye Whiskey is a blend of 2 straight rye mash bills, aged 4 to 6 years in high-char American oak barrels for a sweeter, more approachable rye whiskey. This taste, at this price, it's unmatched, y'all. I tell you, my go-to when I'm talking Sagamore is that small batch rye whiskey. It's the way to go, man. It is simply the way to go. I shared some with my boy Tyler in there. He sends me a picture of a bottle with just a little touch in the bottom of it, which I'm willing to go out on a limb and say he went ahead and knocked that back. I gave my mom a bottle of that small batch, and hell, she done hit me up talking about, won't you bring me another one? It's been long enough now. She's mad that I hadn't brought her another one. I think it's a tad bit selfish, but you know what, Mom? I love you. You're the only one. I can't trade you in, so I'll bring you a little bit more of that Sagamore Rye Whiskey. I'm telling you, if you're a whiskey drinker, get you a bottle. You can thank me later. Ain't no doubt about it. Sagamore Rye Whiskey, it's more than a spirit. It's an experience that brings people together. I tell you all the time. It's time, Houston. Let's sip, savor, and share. Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Savor responsibly.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's the thing you're most excited about?
Third receiving the defensive backs. That's where you get to see more actual battles taking place, and they are positions of intrigue, obviously, because they're so loaded at wide receiver, and yet there's going to be fierce competition for those 4th and 5th spots.
Boy, will there.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Something was really off with Mom, like forgetting the names of her grandkids. We wondered if it was Alzheimer's disease. So we talked with Mom about it and decided to see her doctor as soon as possible.
Diagnosing Alzheimer's disease early can improve quality of life for your loved one today and give your family time to plan for the future.
If you see the signs, see a doctor.
To learn more, visit dshs.texas.gov/Alzheimer's. Sponsored by the Texas Department of State Health Services.
John Lopez here. The Auto Awards are in, and Cars.com named D&M Auto Leasing the top leasing company in the U.S. for the 10th year in a row. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States. Regardless of vehicle make, for the client experience, they are the best. They earn the top marks over all mainstream brands, luxury, new and used cars, all of it. Call today or visit online, dmautololeasing.com, and start saving.
We make leasing easy.
free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All-Star game tonight. Yordan Alvarez batting fifth in the line. Only person to participate. You think he gets booed pretty hard when they announce him?
If the trend continues of fans just being complete idiots, yep.
Is he the only? Like, he's the only one that's going to be there, right?
Yeah, and he wasn't a part of what they're going to be booed for.
I think Bregman and Altuve still get it, but I
think he does.
I
think when they say
Astros, just Astros.
Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah. It's in Arlington. My bad. No, yeah. Hell yeah. He's gonna get not for stealing signs, just because he's representing.
Well, I think
Houston.
all of it.
Him and Tucker got booed last year.
Yep, it was just those two, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Where was it at last year? Was it another place that was?
I can't remember.
Oh, the hell was that at? Don't tell me when you look it up. It was West Coast.
I thought it was Seattle.
Was it Seattle? I'm thinking it was T-Mobile. Yeah.
It was Seattle.
Yeah, good.
So no surprise they got.
But no, but I don't think it. I don't know that it's Seattle, Cincinnati, Toronto. I think baseball fans roll through there. It is pretty amazing. This one has really lingered. I mean, this is staying. The one I want to see is, does Carlos Correa get booed when they announce the Minnesota Twins?
Well, of course not.
Like that's one I'm waiting on. Is Carlos Minnesota Twins? Carlos Correa, does he get booed because he doesn't have?
Well, I mean, we'll find out because that when they're booing the logo, they're not booing the damn player.
And Altuve, I think Altuve's the player.
I think Bregman catches it too.
I would have thought like the Correa one will be a good one to watch because he was the most defiant and outspoken one. He was
no doubt. He was peacocking around, putting his chest out, saying it with your chest.
If you don't know the facts, it was him. Like Bregman and Altuve were reading weird statements.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to choke.
I was literally thinking the same thing. I wasn't thinking it was a weird statement, but I was thinking they were out there in a real uncomfortable situation.
Reading them uncomfortable.
Boy, those two. I mean, who like literally thinking back on that? I mean, there's not very many aspects of it we can laugh at. Who in the hell, Ron Tyler? Who in the hell thought? Yeah, man, let's push Alex Bregman and Jose Altuve out there to face the music.
Bregman's monotone ass and Altuve's goofy ass.
I mean, you could see both of them shaking when they walked out there, and I understand it. But I mean,
they thought they were going to do. I thought they thought they were going to have a better performance, at least from Bregman. I bet they thought they were going to have a better performance. But I mean, Jeff Bagwell just did the best he could.
I mean, that was.
I'd assume it was Jeff. Like the two people they should have put out there was Correa and probably Lance. Lance would have had no problems.
Well, yeah, you could have got.
Like I'm just saying, the guys that would be
put Correa and JV out there. Correa and but Correa would have solved the problem of the player, the hitter that obviously was benefiting from it. I mean, not him specifically, but just in general, that side of the ball, that side of baseball. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just like, how was Correa not one of them?
He made himself.
Well, there's no doubt. But like, who in their right mind? This kind of stuff baffles me. Like, who that knows that locker room more intimately than anybody?
Jeff Bagwell.
Who sat there and said, "Yep, these are the two."
Jim, I think Jim. This had to be all Jim's decisions because hell, everybody else was gone. And just thinking we're going to get our at that time. You had what? Bregman coming off the second place in the MVP voting. That had to have been very, very recent at that time. I think it was 2019 where he was second. And then obviously Altuve's the face of the franchise.
Yeah. No, I think
But
there's.
you're right. Like, it's got to be.
No, it makes sense on the surface. But if I'm in that
the guys,
yes,
and you know how they
yes. If I'm in that locker room, you're getting the two biggest a-holes I got, and that's Correa and Justin Verlander.
We apologize to you to the point of this point period, and we it was.
That was not
uncomfortable.
It
was uncomfortable. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get us off.
I think
off the beaten path there a little bit, but once again, Tiger's logo on that hat is all. Tiger preparing for the U.S. Open.
He's got it big across the chest, though.
Yeah, he did magnify it across the chest. He got it. I mean, why would he put that little bitty ass tiger on that hat? I mean, you got to be. We're living in a world where flat bills and big hats and big logos are the thing, man. And he got it. That tiger ain't much bigger than the button on top of it. I mean, look at that. And come on, man.
That man alone, man.
Come on, man. I mean, you got to do better than that, Tiger.
He exploded across that hoodie, though.
That hoodie's got a hoodie,
yeah. That he is like, it is 10 times bigger than what it was.
Yeah. Well, hell, when you got a hat on like that, you got to magnify that thing on the
Tyler, look at how much of them damn hoodies? How much of them damn Tiger Woods? I know you've looked into them, Tyler. I know you had to have. The what is it? Sunday Red apparel? Mm-hmm. Is that what it? How much is it?
Sunday Red.
How much you think those polos are?
The polos?
Yes.
$120.
God, I was gonna say 80, and I felt like I was
higher.
You're lying.
Nope.
How much is Tiger charging?
$135.
For the polos? How much are the hoodies?
For the polos, $135.
Was he buying hookers again?
I'm seeing a pullover here, a wind rain half zip jacket.
This is what I'm looking for. Come on.
This is nuts.
This is what I'm looking for. Come on, give it to me.
$550.
Come on.
I almost cussed. Are you serious?
I had no idea.
What's that lid?
I need to come in there and look at that myself.
Tell me that lid with that little bitty ass tiger on it. What's that?
If that hat is north of $50, I'm going to lose my mind. But it has to be. The pullover is $500.
It's a half zip too.
Hat's going to run you $50.
I mean, that seems like a deal. Tiger, you got to be kidding me. Man, we done held on with you, Tiger. We done held on with you when we wasn't even supposed to. Out here in Jacksonville with all these hoes. Out here getting arrested, man, trying to say, well, hey, man, it wasn't that bad. The way you showed up and tried to do that.
Dude, that's nuts.
That damn sobriety test. And we sat here and you go charge us $500 for a damn windbreaker.
Bro, $1,000 for a windbreaker?
Hobbling your old one-legged ass around the course.
I know, man. I'm up
Ron
here.
still hung up on it, hoping you make the cut.
I spent $500 going to that damn golf course to go watch your ass at the U.S. Open. I mean, you didn't come through.
Dude, $550 for a pullover half zip.
We done been there for you. And you gonna charge us $50 for a hat?
Damn, Eldrick.
You ain't lying, man. When you tell me them prices, that emblem looks even more uglier.
Must be sewn on with gold.
Oh my God! Nobody enjoys a good half zip more than me. $550.
Can you find the hoodie?
What was this? Was it?
No, I don't think so. I didn't wear a lot of Tiger Woods.
How the hell they come up with that? What you think here, Mike? I don't know. What you think? $250? You don't think that is too much? No, go up. $550. Bang, that's it.
Hoodie, $170.
With the big tiger across chest?
I don't see that one on the site. I'm gonna keep looking.
Must be new. He's rocking it now. It's coming out soon.
$550.
Ron he's going to be hung up for the rest of the day on this $550 Tiger Woods.
I mean, listen, we went and worked Costco to death on Sunday. I mean, worked it to death. I mean, we got almost 2 carts. We didn't get to $500. We got wine, we got meats, we got all. And this we didn't even buy a pullover. That damn thing better be like Coach and last forever, or you get a refund, or you get a new one sent back to you.
Get a replacement.
They told me when I bought this Coach wallet, yeah, y'all get it for life. Just keep coming in if it messes up. That's what that damn thing ought to be.
Don't somebody not tell Ron that.
I've tried to mess it up multiple times. That thing just won't die.
You be letting Bear chew on it.
I tell you, let me get a new one about that time. All right, wow. Coming up, yes, the All-Star game is tonight, but we got to look at last night. We got to look at last night again. That's coming up next.
All right, sleep better, live better. It's pretty simple.
Store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm blown away, Tyler. I just threw
Me
the break.
too, dude.
I threw the break. I had to go see for myself.
Y'all still on this Tiger Woods thing?
I've looked at every everything. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Them dams. He's got the for a pair. And that's not even multiples that come in that bad.
They gonna let your feet breathe a little bit. You know, if they don't breathe and they're a little moist, a little wet, that's great for fungus growth.
I'm trying to support, man, but you just don't. You don't even want me to. You don't even want me to support. That is wild. That better be a hell of a raincoat for $550 that he's selling. Damn, $150 umbrellas. That thing better not be that. It better not move. It better be able to be standing in a hurricane for $150.
Do you think that in the golf world that the little tiger is recognizable? I got 2 to 3 guys that are big time golfers in my crew. And if I had to bet right now, like if I just showed them that logo and said, "Hey, don't like just randomly, I'm not on the golf course, I'm not on the way to the golf course in a conversation about Tiger Woods. If I just said, "Hey, what is this?" Showed them a picture. What is this? I would bet that they don't know.
Do you think they know what you think they'd know if they saw Sunday Red?
Yes,
because some of that is what he has on some of the stuff.
Well, I think when it popped and it was Sunday Red, I think they did a good job of pushing that name out. He always wore red on Sunday. I think even if you didn't know, you'd put 2 in.
He's trying. Well, what is it, Tyler? It's been about 6 months. How long is that brand been rolling? I don't think it's been a year that he's had it out.
I mean, you think about when he was with Nike and you saw
remember the first time you lost it, the first time you saw it. I don't think that was a year ago. But no, the TW.
Yes, it don't matter where you saw it on the back of somebody's head at the golf course. You immediately knew exactly what it was, and it was very, very noticeable and stood out. Like that little tiger. I don't think it's having the same effect.
Yeah, well, hell, he's trying to make it big on some of these things. He got it all the way across the entirety of the umbrella.
Got February.
You know what? All that is John Daly's line. Now John didn't do the clothing line, but he just got that big logo, that big line
That's
with the rainbow hair. Yeah.
And I want to see what John's selling it for. I think I'm more close to be able to support John than I would. This is ridiculous, Tiger. All right. Speaking of ridiculous, do you feel any different now that you have heard from the young lady, Ingrid Andress? Now that you've heard from her, you've heard her explanation of why she sounded as bad as she did last night for the national anthem. If you all did not hear this national anthem, because I'm not going to listen, I understand, even sports fans, right? There's no Astros in it, right? Maybe some of you all didn't tune in to watch the home run derby. There were some other things on last night. This is going up there with Carl Lewis, Fergie. Roseanne is in a different category. She just tried to do it,
Right.
DeMarcus Lawrence, boy, he gave everything he had. But this goes up like that little girl Maurice Cheeks tried to help. This goes right up there as maybe the worst. Like it's right there. If you missed it, this was her rendition of the national anthem last night.
Bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
My God.
They should invite her back and let her sing tonight.
Shut up.
She's in rehab, bro.
Well, the reason why they can't do that, according to her, this was her response. And that's why I say, do you feel different when you heard? This was her response. I'm not gonna BS y'all. And the reason why I said that is because I almost, again, I'm about being Ron Burgundy and just read what I see. But I'm not gonna BS y'all. I was drunk last night. I'm checking myself into a facility today to get the help I need. That was not me last night. And I apologize to MLB, all the fans, and this country that I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun. XO, Ingrid.
I think this.
You feel any different now that you've heard her response?
Look, there's a couple things here. No, I don't. I don't think her response is genuine and sincere. I heard rehab is fun. What did it say after that? There was a
XO
Ingrid. I don't think like it doesn't seem like that is genuine and sincere. It seems more like I'm embarrassed that I got busted up last night or yesterday and sang that song that means so much to our country. And that it can be viewed as being disrespectful to America, to our country, to Major League Baseball fans. And oh, by the way, I hear rehab's fun. I'm gonna jump into a
I hear
rehab.
it's fun.
Yeah, I don't. No,
it read like, hey, we know we have to do damage control here and clean this up. So we're going to clean this up. But then they allowed her to make a joke at the end of it, which to me just doesn't seem it. They're at least calls into question how serious you are about this rehab.
It seems tone deaf. Like, people actually, and she might be one of them, like, people struggle with this stuff. And like you, Ron, I got a heart for it. I've had people close to me that have struggled with addiction. And when you end something like that, it just, you lose all credibility.
Do you?
I agree. Look, Ron, I mean, look, I think it's tone deaf is a great way to put it, because either there's she's not serious about it, or she is and she doesn't understand how serious it really is. And to your point, how many people struggle with it and how many people have dealt with it and how, again, serious it is to end it like that. That's the part. Look, I mean, this is probably the worst that I've heard, simply because it wasn't somebody that couldn't sing trying to sing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was somebody that clearly, which I can relate to this, Dallas is a hell of a drug now. 3-time
Grammy Award nominee.
Yeah. I mean, it's somebody that can absolutely go that and couldn't hold it together.
Wouldn't it be more likely that you forget the words if you're hammered drunk? than just sound horrific?
It's a great point.
Not of that song. I mean, you've been singing that thing since you was.
I could see myself being drunk and forget. She hit all the words.
Oh, you've been drunk and remembered the song. What's your favorite UGK song?
Oh.
You remember that? You've been drunk, leaned up against the wall. I remember every one of them words.
I mean, that's a different one. That's a different one. But I mean, let me hit it. That's a different one. But this is like there are some right now. I bet you there are some out there that you think you got all the words to the national anthem sober right now, but there may be some twists and turns that you may that
plenty of twists and turns
that you may be off. That's my deal is she hit all the words and just sounded awful. They got there. I understand they had to come out and say something because what it sounds like to me when I first heard it, I said, "Oh, they've been in the studio hard doctoring up her stuff to let it get to
Auto-tune, baby. Auto-tune,
they've been because I know they do that to Ashanti. Sorry, Nelly. I know they was in there murdering in there fixing up her stuff. That's what it sounded like to me. Well, that was someone text LOL. Fourth time hearing it today. I almost drove off the road every time. It's so bad. It really is. I couldn't.
Tyler, don't let this end without giving me a little bit of that.
Let me see it.
No, I don't want that. Let me see it. I want that real Ingrid. I want that real Ingrid. I want the sober Ingrid.
Let me see it.
Yeah, you didn't mess up a lyric to that one. You knew every. Drunkard and the Skunk Boy. You was down there. You knew every song, every word.
I knew exactly when to thrust the hips.
Oh yeah, exactly. You knew you didn't miss a bit of timing on that joint.
Yeah.
Let me get a little Ingrid. That's a good Ingrid right there. Can you believe this girl right here butchered the national anthem the way she did? Listen to that.
I know it's a shot in the dark. Looking forward to
I don't
Come on, Ingrid, get it together, man.
As we go to break on the good Ingrid, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire, All-Star game tonight. Can't wait to hear what Tyler's betting on. The Texans, they've made an addition to an area of the football team where it feels like they're pretty full in. All of that as we continue riding here live. Turn it up a little bit, man.
Maybe I'm just wishful thinking.
She could have done
Get my heart
damn.
into sinking.
And now we heard.
Hey, she'll win on the backside, boys. She'll win on the backside of this thing. All right, what's good, Houston? On the heels of old Ingrid, some good Ingrid. I got to tell y'all a little.
Sports.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and the Big Deal. The Big Deal. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And this feels like a Moneybags night tonight. I know you you only had 3 bets last night, or was that just baseball?
No, it was just 3 in total.
I don't know if you swung over and tried. I don't know what else was going on.
Yeah, I don't think anything else was on, to be honest.
I don't think last night. I'm interested to see what you got tonight. As the All-Star game is tonight. First off, are y'all is this appointment for you?
No.
Is this appointment TV for you tonight?
Ooh, no.
Jordan Alvarez.
I'll watch Jordan's at bat, then I'll probably be out.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No. I mean, there's a good chance I may miss Jordan's at bat.
Damn.
I mean, I'm gonna try, but I'm gonna tell you, man. I get home, bro. I got 45 minutes. I got 45 minutes with the babies, man. And usually they're running around like chickens with their head cut off. Well, not both of them yet. That'd be crazy if Laney was doing that at 7 months. But so it until I get them down. I mean, it's gonna be 8:15 before I get them down.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the All-Star game. I think of all the All-Star games, I don't even want to just say played the hardest, but I mean it's just one that is more conducive to more closer to a real game than the other ones, and I enjoy it. I always, like I said to you earlier I think last week, Tyler, I enjoy the Big Papi
commentary,
Jeter and A-Rod. That
they're good.
I like that. When they do big events, they do it real good. Like they did the game in Birmingham. They had that big give Fox. They did the game in Birmingham, and Reggie Jackson had that big speech that everybody talked about. I think they do it big well. I do. I like the introductions. I still am into that. Maybe I'm weird. I'm still into that. So yeah, I'm into it. I'm gonna be watching the hell
I like it. It'll be on the TV.
And there's nothing else. There's no other sport on.
No, it'll be on the TV. I just don't know that I'm going to be plugged. I tell you another thing. I mean, yes, I would like to see Jordan Alvarez bat. Yes, I would like to see Skeens on the bump.
I like that's right off the Pirates. Have you seen Skeens? It's the young fella
Paul Skeens
from the
LSU.
I was about to call the Steelers. From the Pirates, Paul Skeens. He's going to start for the NL. Corbin Burnson going to start for the AL.
He's one tied in with Olivey.
Yeah, he is. And he has been amazing. 6-0 this year and 11 starts. ERA 1.90. He has been
11 starts starting the All-Star game.
Yep. Last time he was out, no hitter, and he's got electric stuff. No hitter through 7. They took his ass out, but he's got electric stuff. I'm into seeing him, roll through potentially Soto, Judge, Jordan if he pitches to the first 6 batters. I'm into it. It's the only thing on. I might check out other stuff, but I'm into this thing. I won't say I love the All-Star game, but I'm into it. They do a good job of not having another damn thing on.
Yeah,
rolling into that thing.
I got a fire going down the hill to logs, some limbs and stuff too. So I'm just kind of as I get to it. So if I get a little free sunlight, that may.
Tyler, what bet you got?
Sir.
Come on, this is a big night.
Once again, I'm on 3 plays today, much like yesterday. I am on the American League, -1 run to win this game. I am on the over for the game at 7.5, and I'm on the over for the American League at 3.5 runs.
That's pretty good. Those are probably pretty good bets.
Oh, thank you.
Just never know what they're pitching. They're pitching, boy. They coming out for an inning, maybe two for some of these starters, and just letting it ride. You got an MVP? What are the odds? What are the odds for MVP? I wouldn't mind throwing a little on Bob Witt. Looks like he's going to be a guy.
As the MVP?
He looks like he's going to be a guy that's going to come in probably second.
The favorite is the ogre that wears pinstripes, Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge. I can see that.
Yeah, Juan Soto behind him. Actually, Juan Soto and Shohei Ohtani, they have the same odds, second best odds.
God, I'm sorry, I keep looking up there.
Bryce Harper.
Looking at that starting lineup, I know Altuve will be leading this thing off.
Gunnar Henderson, and then Bobby Witt Jr. Yeah. Good odds, though.
Man. Put some money where your mouth's at.
Plus 1,000, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Put 100 on it, man.
I would put that on.
Put 100 on it, you'd win 1,000.
1,000, yeah. Talk to me about
simple math.
Talk to me about $25. Maybe we'll do that.
All right, I got you locked in.
Someone said I might slide over to NBA Summer League or Cornhole. I mean, damn, man. Well, man, he got the best players in the world out there. I know those baseball fans that come at us. I know they're watching.
Oh, they're needy.
They're racing home to get to it. I know they're watching that damn thing.
I got you locked in 25, and if it hits, you're going to win 250.
No, I don't want you to lock me in on
It's too late. It's been
I did not agree to that.
I thought he agreed to it, too.
I thought he did, so you did.
You got to take it back.
25 to win 250, baby.
I hate you. You didn't.
5 o'clock fire.
That son of a gun locked me in for $25. Know what I could get.
I mean, I thought you wanted it for sure.
No, I didn't.
Sounded like it to me.
I did not say that. I said, let me look at 25.
Check the tape.
I did. You can check it. I don't agree with that at all. All right. The Texans, as they get ready for training camp kicking off later on this week, Clint, they go out and sign a wide receiver. They add a wide receiver, Quintez Cephas, who played college in Wisconsin, had been playing with the Lions. If you remember, the Lions had a couple of players that had issues with gambling last year and were suspended. He was one of them. He has now completed his suspension for gambling violations with the NFL. It is the Texans go and sign him, which is interesting. Like, don't know what this means. Like, right off the bat, when you look at the numbers, I would just imagine camp body. But I mean, he was a guy who has made an NFL roster before, so. There, he adds 12 on the roster right there on the depth chart as the 12th wide receiver. So it seems like they were full at that spot.
Yeah, look, I would think that the search to add game changers or difference makers or even guys that make the roster at that position is that isn't the I guess the motivation behind the sign. Because the reality of it is at the receiver position, you got Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Diggs, Robert Woods, and Noah Brown. Those 5 guys right there. I'm not saying Robert Woods is going to make the team. I don't know what's going to happen with him. It doesn't make sense if he does. But those 5 guys right there, you gain absolutely nothing at this point in time if you run their legs off in camp. If anything in camp, now look, if a freak accident happens, so be it. But if anything in camp happens because these guys are overworked, it would be a crying ass shame.
Do those 3 with CJ in particular, especially those 3, Diggs, Nico, and Tank, how much do they need to be working together? How much do they need to
be? Look, I think you go through the one-on-one stuff. You get a minimal number of reps on sudden, and then you get them off the field. There's no reason for those guys to not have off days. There's no reason for those guys to have extended reps in team and contact type periods where, and I don't mean because I know they don't do contact, but I'm saying where contact could happen, a lot of traffic. There's no reason to have them getting 20 snaps a day of 7-on-7. There's just maybe as you get into closer to the end of training camp before you really load manage and pull everything off at the very end. But right now the reality of it is when the Texans are working out and signing wide receivers, it has to be because they're looking at their top 4 guys really, and there's nothing that anybody can do to overtake any of their positions. I'm talking about Noah Brown, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Diggs. Those 4 guys, there's nobody on this, none of these guys underneath them that's going to take their job. And there's nothing that they can do that Bobby Sloak is all of a sudden going to go, oh, well, let me use them differently. Like, you know everything about these guys. The only one I think would be an exception is Tank Dell. There may be some things that you'd like to get out of Tank Dell in a training camp setting, given he's only played, I think it was 11 games in the NFL level. But the reality of it is he's coming off of a gunshot wound and a broken leg. He needs to be load managed simply because of what his legs have been through this offseason. So there's no sense in those guys being on the field more. Very, very minimal.
Well, maybe this is I think you're getting to. This gives Cephas a chance to get a lot of opportunities in game tape to maybe catch on with somebody.
You think about John Mechie. I mean, you think about Cephas. You think about Aiden Hutchinson. Not Aiden. What's Hutchinson? Xavier Hutchinson.
I called him Isaiah the other day.
There you go. I mean, all of those guys. I mean, you look at it and you go, hey, there's only a spot, maybe 2 on this whole team. I'm not even talking about active. I'm talking about the whole team for a receiver to make it. But you're going to get a lot of run. You're going to get a lot of opportunity day in, day out at practice, definitely in training, in games, in preseason games. You're going to get a hell of an opportunity, and all you got to do is no, you're not competing with those top guys I just mentioned. Ultimately, the competition at the wide receiver spot is with your lower 7 guys. And who can emerge as a receiver that can possibly help them on the field, but also help them on all these special teams. And I don't know who that's going to be. We'll see. I think they're creating some good competition down at the bottom of the wide receiver room.
Well, yeah, we'll see. They also worked out Jesse Matthews, another wide receiver. So they are looking to get bodies here in camp.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, and this has been a story throughout the offseason, and it seems to have come to a head. Wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers, Brandon Ayuk, who led their team in receptions and yards, was their top wide receiver, was an all-pro last year, has requested a trade from the 49ers, and they have tried. They've had conversations. So he has officially reported and requested a trade from this. When you look at the 49ers, I think you just ask yourself this, because this is the team that is definitely in win Super Bowl mode now. There is nothing else for this team to do. They've been to NFC Championship games. They've been to the playoffs. They've won their division multiple times, been to the Super Bowl multiple times. Hell, if you're watching receiver, you could tell they're just in Super Bowl mode. Does this take them from having a real, or does this change their chances a lot in terms of trying to win a Super Bowl if they don't have Brandon Ayuk on the team?
Well, I mean, look, Brandon Ayuk is a huge plus. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he is a really, really good player. But Brandon Ayuk is not the straw that stirs the drink offensively for the San Francisco 49ers. You look across the board, and if you started picking players on the 49ers offense alone, you would get 4 or 5, maybe even 6 players deep before you said, give me Brandon Ayuk. I mean, this
6, really?
I mean, the
Caffrey,
Debo,
it's the quarterback,
Kittle,
Purdy,
the quarterback,
Kittle,
the left tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you're gonna get pretty far down there before you say, yeah, Brandon Ayuk. I don't turn the TV on and watch the 49ers play and go, man, if this team doesn't have Brandon Ayuk, they are in trouble. And the reality of it is Brandon Ayuk, with Justin Jefferson resetting the wide receiver market, Brandon Ayuk is wanting a boatload of money where you better be a player that can't be replaced. Brandon Ayuk does not – good player, don't get me wrong. He's had 2 really good seasons, but when you look at what makes the 49ers go, it's about Debo, it's about Christian McCaffrey, it's about the offensive line play, the physicality, and everything else that happens in the pass game is off of all those. It's a counterpunch off of all those. And I think that it doesn't shock me one bit that Kyle Shanahan sits up there and thinks, hey, man, we can get this the same level of production out of, say, the kid they drafted out of Florida, if they are super impressed with the Pearsall kid out of Florida.
75 for 13, 42, and 7 touchdowns.
Yep. If that thing's humming with Debo and Christian McCaffrey, and you got a quarterback that can deliver it, and that offensive line is right, there's going to be big-time opportunity for whoever their number one wide receiver is. And they They used a first-round draft pick on a receiver this year.
Yeah, that was a clear sign. I don't think they're going to sign him long-term, but I wonder if they try to say, we're going to throw at everything right now and try to win even with you and not trade you yet.
Well, the thing is
then you potentially losing for nothing.
If there's not a big money deal, or not big money, but a great deal thrown at the 49ers, they're crazy to move him. I mean, you just make him hold out or make him play this year, and then let him go in free agency. There's no reason to give him away a year early, just because of because he demands. All said and done, they're a better football team with Brandon Ayuk. I mean, to some degree, that may differ between people you talk to, but. When it's all said and done, I don't think he's a top of the market type wide receiver, and I think the 49ers will be fine if he decides to hold out or if they move on from him.
Has Kenyon Green, who just be honest with you, just has sucked, not been good when he has been on the field for the Texans, is that all due to him not having his body, injuries, his mind right, ready to play professional football, which it looks like he does now, or is it because he's just not really that good? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things that you love, huh? I tell you what.
Than many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Nobody's going to cover the Houston Texans Training Camp as well or better than Sports Radio 610. We'll have plenty of people out there, including Tyler. We'll have plenty of people.
I'm hoping I learned that lesson last year.
What lesson? You gonna wear breeches again?
You
or
don't
gonna
wear
shorts?
Shorts.
All right, good, man. Get you some athletic shorts, man. Go ahead and purchase some, man.
I got some.
I would look at Tyler.
Some of them sidewinders while you're at it.
Hey, man.
Sidewinder ass tennis shoes.
I was just saying, I think you should. What? I don't know. Did I say something wrong?
That's why your ass be hotter than anybody over there. You can't find no spot.
Gotta find me some shade, Chief.
Hotter than us, and I'm supposed to be built to be warmer.
Rock and roll, man.
You two sweat. Y'all look a lot harder than everybody else.
I look at Tyler, and I can see sweat coming down the back of his legs, and I can't even see them. They're covered. I can just see. That is sweat. Tyler always, I got to get out of here. Go cut some audio.
Before I die.
I bet your ass
some audio.
I bet your ass counting the steps of that truck where that air conditioning comes on. But
old Grandpa's rule is got to take a back seat this year.
Yeah, go ahead and put them shorts on, man. You got good legs.
Thank you.
You got good enough legs. But no, man, nobody's going to cover it better than us. We'll be out there, and I'm telling you, the Kenyon Green situation is the number one thing. I cannot wait till they get on pads. I cannot wait to see him on hitting drills, full team, where they're going head-to-head, running game, pass protection. I cannot wait to see him, Clint, because it's the wonder. Oh, if we definitively know the answer to that. The wonder is, has Kenyon Green struggled so much while he's played? I can remember multiple games. The Cowboy game, that was tough his rookie year. The last game, hell, he was getting worked over until the labrum thing happened in the preseason game against the Saints.
We don't like that.
Is it because, as Clint said, hey, man, we see that guy at previous camps, he doesn't have a chance. He's surviving. Like, he's not in shape. He's not in a good enough place. The injuries kept popping up. Is his poor play, his struggles on the field, because once he's been on the field and in pads playing, he was awful. Are his struggles due to injuries, him not having his body NFL ready? Or are they because maybe they overshot what they thought he could be? Maybe they thought he was more. That's going to be the wonder in question. And Clint, he better not struggle against the D tackles here that he's going to face. Because if he's not able to hold his own against the Tim Settles, the Foleys, these are either journeymen or just solid dudes. There is no Jeffrey Simmons. There is no great player here on the inside, with the exception of maybe Autry in pass drills. But Clint, if he's not able to really hold his own and show that he clearly is winning battles more times than the Lil Davises, those guys, that's problematic because their schedule screams a lot better players than the guys on the inside than the Texans can provide.
Well, you hit a couple of different things there, Ron, that I think are big, right? Number one, with Kenyon Green, we don't know if they overshot drafting him at number 15 as it pertains to his actual talent, because we saw him come in as an out-of-shape college player, trying to make it work at the NFL level. We saw him with knick-knack injuries. I think he came in with an injury, some kind of knee issue.
Yep.
And we've always seen the out-of-shape unprepared, underdeveloped Kenyon Green. We have never seen a Kenyon Green that is on top of his game physically and mentally. And when I say that, it's that that encompasses a lot. But for me, when I see you know this being a bigger dude, when you see a 300+ pound guy reshape his body in an off season, there's a certain level of commitment that guy has to have that maybe when I was playing and I was 30 years old, I could drop 15 pounds like that, sitting in the sauna and changing my diet just a little bit. There's a different level of accountability and discipline when a 300 perhaps of being out of shape, not being professional, not getting his nutrition right, not listening to all the advice and taking things as seriously as he should as a professional athlete. All of a sudden, he flips a switch. Is it real or not? I don't know for the first month. But then when that first month turns to 2 months, turns to 3 months, and all of a sudden we watch this out-of-shape, injury-prone player that can't move and doesn't have the get-off because he's, 1, overweight, 2, underdeveloped. You see that guy start to develop and start to drop that weight. All of a sudden, you're in a position as an organization where you can look at Kenyon Green and say, okay, now there are no injuries to use as an excuse. There is no, well, this kid's a developmental player. It's going to take some time. No, you've had time. It's 2 years. We're 2 years into this thing, right? They've wasted and used all the excuses that they possibly can on Kenyon Green. And for 3 or 4 months now, maybe even more, given the fact that he wasn't around during the season last year. This may have been even a longer process than I thought. I just look at it and say, man, that is the look when he walks in. The way there's a hop in his step. There's a different build that's obvious. That didn't happen overnight, and that didn't happen without a guy being a damn professional. That didn't happen without a guy maturing. That didn't happen without a guy being a great teammate, being disciplined, being accountable. So I look at that and I say, okay, it's time. You've done right so far. Now we and the organization are going to get to see, did you stink the place up simply because you can't play?
Yeah.
Or did you stink the place up because your ass wasn't ready to play?
Yeah. Like,
we'll find out.
Like, because like with Derek Stingley, the person drafted in the same, it is round of his draft, it is clear that Derek Stingley, the only thing that holds Derek Stingley from being an NFL corner, and hell, maybe even an elite NFL corner, is strictly injuries. That's clear. That is clear. That to me seems like would be his major downfall. I don't know. I don't know if that's what it has been completely with Kenyon Green. I think it's a very fair statement, and I'm with you. I think we have on this show, give him his props from putting himself in a situation where, all right, you've made it possible to even be in this position because you've got your body and what appears your mind right. But that don't necessarily mean that you can play ball. Like that don't necessarily mean now it puts you you put yourself in the best position to do it, and that's why I'm saying I want to watch. I cannot wait because if we get in here, man, and he's get run over by Khalil Davis and Tim Settle,
it's a problem.
Because you got Sweat and you got Jeffrey, you got Buckner and you got Grover the first week of the season. Those two dudes in the inside. Armstead with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I just said Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons. That's in your division. You got those guys, those teams twice. Not to mention Justin Matabike. Not to mention Chris Jones.
Talk about them Jets.
Not to mention Quinnen Williams, who almost took out CJ last year.
Man. Look, to your point, to put a bow on this, it's set up for Kenyon Green to have a hell of a camp and go into the season with a ton of confidence. Like, I don't know how he's going to fare against all the great defensive tackles you just mentioned, but you made the point about this training camp and what he's going to be up against day in, day out. if he's anywhere remotely close to being as good as a number 15 overall guard being drafted 2 years ago, he should go in there and have an unbelievably good camp, given he's in great shape, and if he's the player, half the player that they thought he was. He should have a hell of a camp and go into the season with a ton of confidence and be prepared to play those big boys that you just mentioned.
Yeah, he ain't got to be Laramie in his prime, but, I mean, he could be Shaq Mason. He could be closer to Shaq Mason.
Agreed.
Than we think. All right, coming up, we got to look at the value of what, in terms of players, have gotten the Astros to the point that they are one game back. Who could have believed that? One game back. Who are the most valuable, important pieces that got them to that place? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Houston's –
But you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Wendy's. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, welcome back into The Drive. And remember, come hang out with us tomorrow. Come hang out with us tomorrow as we will be live on the road. The Drive hits the road. I hope you're ready. Hope you fellas ready.
Why's that?
As you know, real quick again, we'll be at Twin Peaks tomorrow, 59 and Kirby, 2 to 6. Come hang out with us. Where the beer is cold, the sights and sounds are fantastic. Food is delicious.
Yeah.
Go for speed or for comfort?
Maybe the sights and the sounds for you as well. But I hope you guys are getting ready. We're nearing, if training camp is near, that means we're nearing football season, which means we're nearing road trips. We're nearing
Football
Tyler
Fridays.
Being a little lonely. And
all by myself.
And road trips, baby. So I'm out. So get ready. Get ready to travel. Get ready to do that thing. And we're ready to hang out with you all. We love it. We love to go and hang out with you guys. And
just don't get too crazy, okay?
Enjoy ourselves. I'm not going to.
Don't get too deep into that liquor,
I told the people at the top of the show, I'm limiting you. 5 shots now. I'm in 5 between the two of us. And depending on how we're feeling, Clint.
Well, I've not decided if I want to partake. I'll decide that in the moment.
All right.
Grown-ass man.
I know you are. I've watched you here over the last several years. You'll slide them. You've slid them to me. I'm not going to take that. Matt?
Yeah.
You slid them to me.
I ain't got no problem sharing, man. I share.
You call it share. That's a nice way to put it. But no, come out and share with us. Come hang out with us tomorrow. Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. We'll have a good time, 2 to 6, and have us a fun time. I do want to get to this because I saw some people texting about this. You know, like there are some clear moments, clear people, individuals that had a lot to do with, and even I would say more than others, to do with this absolute surge that the Astros have made. I think the Mariners have helped a bit as they have struggled to get themselves to help the Astros get to one game back in the West. I think the Abreu, at least straightening out that situation helped kind of give some clarity and almost a move on type of situation. And also, and I heard Sean Pendergast say this the other morning, and I agree with him, created some flexibility, lineup flexibility with this team. That deal out of the locker room and that feel out of it. I think that helped with the turnaround. But I think there are just some individuals, Clint, that I think you can clearly see with their performance, we started to see the shift and the change in this team get here. Because, yes, the Mariners had something to do with it, but the Mariners didn't get the Astros to now, 3 games over 500. 5 games over 500 entering the last few games of the first half. But I think there are some individuals that you can point to that I think have a clear kind of parallel with where their season turned.
Yeah, look, I can't. There's several guys, obviously, but for me, there's none bigger than Alex Bregman. When you look at Alex Bregman's June, July numbers, roughly 309, 20-some-odd RBIs. I mean, him swinging the bat as well as he swung it June, July, and
bombs.
Him solidifying the top 4 or 5 hitters on this team of being just straight dangerous when Tucker's healthy, being a major problem, that just changes the game for the Astros. Look, we've heard two guys on this show that cover the game a lot closer than we do, in Tony Gwynn Jr. and Robert Flores of MLB Network, both as Alex Bregman goes. And I'll be damned if that ain't been the truth this year. That's been the story this year, without a doubt. When he got hot, the Astros season turned in a major way. And look, I understand that Yordan Alvarez is 20-plus RBIs and hit 320 in those 2 months, and I understand that Jose Altuve, hell, he's hitting 300 on the year, so he was up over 300 with 24 RBIs, I think. So, look, when you talk
they were
about
in a similar spot, they've been kind of in that range.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at Altuve, you look at Alvarez, you look at Kyle Tucker, those guys are expected to produce and are going to produce and going to carry this team the way that they have since they've been Astros. I've said this before. Bregman's not a guy that carries this team that I expect to carry the team. But I need my 2-hole hitter or my 5-hole hitter, wherever you want to put him. I need him to contribute in a big way. I need him to be a productive hitter. And when he started producing, the Astros season turned. And so when I look at the turn, when we're talking
it's
about
hard to deny that.
Offensive players, Ron, when we're talking about offensive players, Alex Bregman is that one for me. That when you talk about the Astros making up 9 of 10 games, 9 games of a 10-game deficit on the Mariners in a short span of time before the All-Star break, the difference was Alex Bregman catching fire and being clutch as hell and doing big boy things and at times carrying the team. I don't expect him to rake all year long. You know, so
we used to have Alex Bregman in that camp, but
sure. I just ain't. I ain't been there for a couple years.
But we've had many people come and say, God, boy, when they can get Alex Bregman going, they get him going, they can spin things around. And then, luckily for the Astros, he really hit that turn right around the time Tucker got hurt too, and you definitely needed him to kind of find his stride. I don't want to leave out the two pitchers in Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco too, because Ronel Blanco, to me, maybe not necessarily his impact in the run, because in an odd way, which is crazy because I don't think any of us thought he was going to be this, Ronel Blanco's almost been exactly what you described of Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez. He's just been consistently there the whole season. He's consistently been there, except for the starts he missed due to the goo. But he has been consistently there
goo glove
the whole season. Hunter Brown, though, that turn in June where he became the pitcher of the month and he had 7 straight quality starts, and not just quality starts. I'm talking 6 innings, 1 run, 6 innings, no run. That also, I think, changed. And I don't think it's a coincidence when Hunter Brown picked up things, especially when they had injuries and issues in their turn. So I think those two guys, I don't know if Blanco was as much during this run from June when they've taken over, but Hunter Brown and Bregman, clearly you could see when did they start playing their best ball, Hunter Brown and Bregman. It goes right along with the moment that the Astros started to get it together.
Yeah, I think you said it perfect earlier, man. I think when you look at Ronel Blanco and you consider how well he's pitched, how dominant he's been, and how the Astros starting rotation has been ravaged with injuries, I think Ronel Blanco is the MVP of this season. At the halfway mark, Ronel Blanco is the MVP of this season. I think when we're talking specifically about the run the Astros have made of late over the last couple of months, to me, Alex Bregman is the catalyst. Alex Bregman is the one that turned that thing on and changed the entire dynamic of the lineup and what they're capable of doing. Hunter Brown, as you said, is second to me in terms of the turnaround and the hunt down of the Mariners. He's second behind Bregman, only because Bregman plays every night and Hunter Brown is every 5th day. So there's the crazy thing is if you looked at who the I guess the most impactful players on the year is a Ronel Blanco, and then you look at the guys that you would say, again, the season swung when they got expected to be three. And it's Ronel Blanco, Hunter Brown, and Alex Bregman.
Maybe Bregman, you could have said, like, hey, because I think we've said, man, Bregman's got to pick it up.
Yeah.
He's got to pick it up. But the other two, no, I didn't think that Ronel Blanco was going to be the steady hand all season long. I would not have picked the hell. I didn't know Ronel was going to be starting the season in the rotation and not be able to be taken out of it. All right, remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, is they'll get excited.
Rock and roll, meow.
Texans Training Camp Eve, as they'll get you ready for that as well. Behind them, Area 45, and the gang is all back. Bijani and Creighton, although Byron is in the building, as Santiago is out today, but Bijani and Creighton, I saw both of them in
Santiago
here.
was working at graveyard shift. He's working in mornings.
Oh, was he?
Boys.
Oh, I got you. I know. I smelled my man Sean Bijani out there popping that popcorn. I don't know what that was, but I smelled that all the way in
That man
here.
loves him some popcorn.
I smelled it in here, and I looked around. I said, "Where is this popcorn coming from?"
You wanted a handful, didn't you?
This joker. It smelled good. I ain't gonna lie to you. It smelled like it was that movie.
For me, especially if you got some good butter on it.
It smelled like movie theater butter. That type of popcorn. By the way, Rob Manfred had to get aggressive tonight. Cody Johnson is going to sing the national anthem.
There you go.
Smart play.
You know he'll be sober, and he'll do it right.
I thought he may just slide out of genres. But
babe, don't keep your dauber down, man. People make mistakes. I mean, this
Bald Eagles crying.
Who?
Statue of Liberty upset.
Tyler, we understand it was bad. She knows how bad it was.
But
why do you kick her when she's down, man?
These colors don't run.
She's down, man. She's bad. She's hurt. She's in a bad spot. Ingrid, hang in there, babe. You're gonna be all right. 3 Grammys.
Have fun at rehab.
3 Grammys.
Grammy nominations.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah, right. Nominations. Key operative word. Key word there, right?
If she'd have had a Grammy, oh hell.
Yeah.
I feel like she may not ever win.
You'll be all right. Better days are ahead. Truth be told, you'll get more attention off this than you've gotten off anything else you've done in your career. They'll know who you are. More so moving forward. Just keep your dauber up.
Utterly ridiculous, Tiger. $500 for a damn pullover. All right. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I'm Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
Love you, Ingrid.
Always seems to know the way.
Come on, give it to me.
$550.
Come on.
I almost cussed. Are you serious?
I had no idea.
Hey,
$550?
What's that lid?
I need to come in there and look at that myself. The pull